in a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Speaking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out.
What can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
one?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women?
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I could see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
balance. Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put him in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like, without
Is
a doubt.
going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
Poli-sci, political science?
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
The attributes of the man that I deserve is a communicative man, understanding, patient, spiritual, and a leader.
But I think I kind of want to ask, can women even handle the rejection if they had to approach men?
I did. I handled it pretty well because I got rejected in the end. But if you are confident enough to go up to the man and approach him, then you should be confident enough to take the rejection. Yeah, so I definitely don't want to be rejected by no
Do
man.
women have game?
A lot of women actually do have game to the point where, because we don't put it out front and we don't let you know what we're doing, you don't see it.
Bro, do women have game?
Only certain women have game. In states like Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, there can be successful all black communities around these racist ass white people.
Who's to say that the whites are racist in the first place? I don't think that you've experienced racism in your life.
And that's your opinion. We'll be able to be billionaires, have Maseratis, all this shit. I said that, right? What the fuck does that have to do with me really experiencing racism?
There's no woman on this earth more beautiful than a black woman.
Like, we come in different complexions, even our hair texture. I mean, like the bone structure, like that's just so like dope. Like, black people are just so dope, and we're like multifaceted. All the talents that we have, like nobody's better.
First, Tyler Perry can go eat a bag of them.
Women, don't miss your blessing because he makes less than you.
You wouldn't date no man that could only pay the light bill? Everything else is perfect. He can only pay the light bill. You wouldn't date no man like that? All the ladies? Love, Dana, Q, none of y'all?
No.
No.
And they should.
How difficult is it dating modern women?
I'm not going to say it's difficult, and you can take it how you want. But I don't think I've never had a problem getting women. It's about just finding the one that's compatible to take it to that next level.
Do you have fuck nigga tendencies?
Absolutely, we all got them.
True or false? Your value is objective based on standards set by society. Intrinsic value only matters to you.
All right, so break that down. I'm a little slow.
Wow.
But if you know you dumb, then aren't you acknowledging that value isn't subjective?
But I'll say, for the most, I say no.
And I was gonna say that y'all ladies also need to understand that when y'all ask us to believe you or be on your side, I usually say this on my panels. I was a simp. All right, I went to a HBCU. That's a simp indoctrination zone.
Those that went there and those of us that graduated.
Right, like come
How
on.
did I
You just gonna act
disrespect
like you gotta
No, you have to explain.
Wait, so
How
you
did I
got a
disrespect
degree.
HBCU?
You went to a HBCU, you got a degree, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I misspoke. Pretty much all colleges and universities are simp indoctrination zones because the women outnumber the men by at least 7 to 1.
So my thing is, with you feeling like you're not agreeable, is it because you haven't come across somebody that you can actually agree with that would be on the same page as you?
No, what I'm saying is I should be allowed to express my opinion.
So if he wanted to invest in something, which is like, say, a gamble, and it's your mortgage, would you agree with that?
That's why I said something that's not detrimental.
Oh, okay. So that would be detrimental. Okay.
Right. Could be missing a tooth. She's smiling at you. Even the lowest of the low whites.
Because she's high on meth. So let me ask you this question.
Hold on, let me finish real quick. And this is another thing that white girls don't do. They don't cut me off.
Well, we're on a podcast, and we're going to talk. So we're not going to gas.
Let him finish. Let
me finish.
I just wanted some clarity on a few things, love. And we having our picnic. You know, spring is here, so we're gonna make that happen.
Like I said, B, I'll get back to you.
I want answers.
Weather outside is humid. She turned up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping. So who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
stamp. DJ Hamp, the stamp.
Yo, we here. DJ Hamp the Stampede. We in the building. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Sherelle, what's poppin'?
Wow.
Happy.
Goody. What's up? You can hear me?
Yeah, I got you. You can hear me?
Goody. Yes,
I know my mic trash.
Yeah, it's trash. What's good though?
Nothing. What's good with you?
Chilling, man. Doing the right thing. I got all my black brands on today and shit like that.
Shit like that.
Your arm feeling better?
It's getting there. You know, it's getting there. I was sparring this morning. Retired a couple niggas, you know what I'm saying?
Shit like that.
You ain't had a bloody nose in a while, or you just ain't showed us.
I ain't had a bloody nose in a while.
They been taking it easy on you?
Niggas know hit as hard as you want to get hit, pause. So niggas take that shit to heart.
They be looking at him like that's the one that's beating up the girl. That's what they be talking. That's what they be saying about you now.
Yeah.
That nigga beat up a girl.
And everybody else too. I hit too hard, so they know you hit me hard, nigga. We gonna find out. So you gotta pick your poison. Do you want to just spar and fit punches, or you want to really go? You know,
you'll never get a new person that don't know yet. Or they
yeah, we get a decent amount of new people for sure, but I be taking it. So like, I go in the morning, and I actually CJ inspired me to do 2 a days. So I go in the morning to the gym, right? And then I go in my garage, right, and work on certain shit and cardio, you know, and abs. So my wind is better. Yeah, so not I don't think I'm ever gonna have no abs you could see, but I could take mad body punches.
But you feel it on the inside.
Yeah, like when they be hitting me and shit, boom, boom, boom. I try to get like 500 sit-ups a day in some capacity. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man. So after I get off, like when I get off here, I gotta hurry up before the kids get home. I try to get at least 30-45 minutes before like the POV. Like on Wednesdays and shit, I just do, you know, whenever. Thursdays, whenever, but Tuesdays be kind of condensed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a lot going on Tuesday.
So I'm gonna try, after I do Golden Gloves, I'm gonna try to do like 1 pro fight and then retire. You know what I'm saying?
One pro fight? Who you gonna fight? You should fight somebody famous.
Whoever they sign me up with.
Jake Paul or somebody.
No. Jake Paul. And I try to kill that motherfucker. I try to kill that boy.
Y'all both off YouTube shit.
Yeah, but that
makes sense.
He been on Disney, YouTube, and some more other shit, man. Them 2 white boys making money, man. You know.
Listen, get knocked out by somebody that's good. Don't beat them. It's money.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to
fight Mike Tyson. Hell yeah, you know how much we would get paid.
Yeah, Mike look crazy. I think Jake Paul is decent, but I just see a lot of flaws. You know, I just see a lot of flaws. And I punch through his shit for sure. Yeah, I punched through. Nah, I ain't say it's gonna be easy, CJ, but I'm gonna try to fucking, like, I don't know. When he was fighting the guys who do mixed martial arts, it's so many skills, right, that they have to know. So when he knocked out a Tyron Woodley, but Tyron Woodley is a wrestler first, you know, so he has heavy hands, but you know he'll throw an overhand, right, to try to knock you the fuck out, and if he don't hit you, then they could just grab you. You know what I mean? Like it's almost like you know, that's how they kind of get out. But if you have to throw hands the whole time, you know.
So you gonna fight in DC?
No, I don't think. No, my shit still. I'm gonna do actual Golden Gloves. Like CJ, I'm gonna try to do Vegas. I think that's like one of the bigger like Masters Golden Gloves events. So yeah, man. I think by that time I'm trying to get to like 230. I weighed myself today. I was 251. So I got a long way to go. You know what I'm saying? So
it's 20 pounds.
Shit. That shit hard when they got these muffins that's a 4-pack confetti muffins
I
that
thought she was
fucking,
on the trail mix.
huh? Yo, you
What
must
happened
never
to,
had these muffins before.
what happened to the trail mix?
I got trail mix, but bro, come on, man. They got these muffins that's 4 in a pack. They be moist. It's like, yo, how you did that? Like,
They
how
call
did they?
little. They call little muffins.
I think so. Yo, damn, nigga, them muffins so good, man.
Too good to season.
Yo, them shits. Yo, they and then we get the big joint from what's it? Costco.
You got a Costco's account?
Hmm.
I need to go to Costco's with y'all.
You know how many
Instead
kids
of
like
mine.
hell yeah, we go to Costco. Yo, so I've been eating so Shy, you know what I've been doing? I fast though, so I don't eat until like 2 or 3 o'clock at the earliest, more so. Um and then no salt, but that no salt shit is sucks.
Do you use accent?
Nah. Mm-mm. I think
Yeah,
accent might be the cheat code.
yeah, accent the cheat code to no
Yeah,
salt.
accent might be the cheat code. But you know what it is for me? Late night. Like when I be up and I can't sleep, it be like just little snacks and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this like this nutritional person that I'm dealing with now, the coach, she be like, eat your pillow, go to sleep. She be like, that's gonna kill everybody. Y'all be up in the middle of the night snacking. Go your ass
Yeah.
to sleep.
Yeah. That shit is the worst. But yeah, man, it's fun, man. I hope everybody, after field day, I hope everybody understand like we gotta get in shape. Because everybody was hurting. Like even at the party, everybody was trying to party, but niggas was kind of hurt. Like Mufasa was standing there, right? He was just chilling. I ain't even DJing yet. I seen him shake his head. You know how something just be hurting. You just like, you know what I'm saying? Sway bought me a shot. That nigga limping over and shit.
Sway was limping.
Yeah, he his toe, he like his toe got crushed. You know, your nail kind of turned black and blue and shit.
Y'all stepped on him?
Yeah, but Sway was playing good though. He was playing hard. Pause. Everybody was hurt. Mr. Fantastic found a chiropractor. I said, "Good God Almighty!" Know what I'm saying? Yeah, the
Where you found a
chiropractor. Groupon, some chiropractor he found.
Groupon? He
And
really found it on Groupon?
I don't know where he found it. You seen Quan, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like Quan, like somebody flowered him like he was ready to fry. Said, God damn. Yo, they said I was doing too much. I was sore shit too. I couldn't move my arm for like 2 days because trying to shoot my arm, I ain't ready for that. So I shot probably 8 times, all air balls. I couldn't get my shit up there. But yo, we had a fucking ball, man. And when I tell you everybody was competing, like legit competing, Dr. G got ran over twice. Like
niggas ain't care.
She was working. It's like fucking Mufasa. Like I'm talking about from the Lion King, nigga. Like she got trampled and shit. Strada was out there cheating, had cleats on, all types of shit, man.
Why you couldn't wear cleats?
Huh?
Why you couldn't wear cleats?
I mean, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I'm just saying.
You
Who
got
was
to
cheating?
stay ready. He was ready.
Sporties was out there running in ACG boots. I'm like, y'all niggas is wild. Yep, UT wife. She was doing the tug of war and ripped off like the skin on her index finger and shit. You know what I'm saying? But yo, we had a ball, man. Niggas was working. Chi-Town, what up, kid? Good to see you, man.
At least y'all was
shaking?
willing to do it. Willing to, because some people ain't. So
Yeah,
that's
bro,
all that matters.
most people. We got in DC, my group, we banded with a few other groups. We got Lit Olympics, it's called. But it's field day more so. You know what I'm saying? But we got a track too, so we're running a 4x1 and shit. But it's probably gonna have. We posted it. It already got like 1,000 likes on the post, so it's about to be. It's gonna be a
Y'all
crazy.
have the run club.
Yeah, we're a district run
In
club.
DC?
Mm-hmm.
But
Of
you know they
course.
got one. They got one in Houston. They got one in New Orleans.
Yeah. Yeah, I DJ for them a couple times. Yeah. I'm gonna start something, a couple things in DC too when I get back. But we started it like jump rope for breakfast. I like that. I'm gonna try to do a bunch of shit for breakfast. I don't know what's gonna be jump rope, maybe hills, like something. You know what I'm saying? Like wake up and get it popping. And you be surprised. You be exhausted, but you don't be sleepy. You know what I'm saying? But like it's a good way to pop your day off. You know, you got time to recover and shit. Barring if you don't have 6 kids and shit like that. So you know.
I heard you was thinking about having some more.
Nah, fuck that.
It was a thought.
Yeah, I just thinking like, yo, I should be able to reproduce if I feel like it. But that shit came and went. Yo, man, hit the like button.
Got them diaper prices, child.
Yeah, man, shit crazy. I'll be looking at my expenses. I'm like, this is nasty work, son. I want to make it happen, though. Fish in the Fit was popping. Quincy in the building. Riri, salute. The Majesty, of course. JC with the upgrade. E-Dub, salute, my G. I miss you in the Discord, too, man. Carmen, what up? Okay. Mel, you already know. Herlandy was popping. CC, good morning. She said happy Tuesday. Hood Things was popping. Mr. Chill Out in the building, man. Yasmin, what's goody? Almond Eyes, I ain't see you yesterday. Good to see you, man. Jay Wells, what up, kid? I ain't see you either. Vet Life in the building, of course. B. Warren, salute. Melly Mel was shaking, son, kid. I need to send y'all the calendar, too, man. A Night Bot, what up? Tequila was shaking. Good to see you. JC, I got you already. My brother Fo in the building. You know what I'm saying? Salute. Fo held it down. That nigga lost his phone, lost the microphone, but we did what we had to do. For sure, man. Anthony, how you? Miss Bell's in the building. Mr. Williams in the building. Call me Queen T. Salute. Bobby Shield, what up? You already, man. Make sure y'all become a member so you can watch all the content that we have. Wife School. Hopefully we can get you on the POV tonight, man. It should be interesting. Rocky was popping. Salute. Impress putting in work. I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe. Nightbot behaving. That's good. Yo, Chris, what up? Salute. Sozon in the building. Missy T in the building. I ain't see you yesterday. Hope everything is everything, man. I'm feeling good, man. I was feeling dumb tired, but I'm getting my energy now, man. Homeboy, Shalom, Akim, Chrome, Yasha, Allah, Calvin Wiles in the building. No doubt. Appreciate you. Hit the like button. Nate, what up? Salute. Tiff, what up? You might have to hit the link, Tiff, if you got time today, man. Kenya, what up? So solid. What's poppin'? Oh, of course you here. Cause Sherelle here. Okay.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Damn, man. So
He was here yesterday.
Nah. Big Mufasa was goody. Mrs. Locks putting in work. That's always good. She's not even a stud, too. Fo was goody. CJ in a building. You're not even a member?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
God damn. J. Ali, what's up? Let me get everybody today. Let me see. No Country, I see you. Was popping. TN, I ain't see you yesterday. The Nameless Protagonist was popping. Broke Genius in the building. Salute. Fifi was shaking. Fifi did not participate in the field day, but she did come out and show love.
Me and Fifi are being movie buddies now. We've been watching movies together and discussing in Discord.
Shut, man. I like it. Shaw was popping. To get down to 12th, yeah, man, you could definitely do it, man. You could definitely do it. And I think for you, it ain't gonna take they hit them those muffins, bro. I don't think it's gonna take a whole lot, Shaw. Just a little changes, man. So I try to get a gallon a day, but I think I probably hit it, pause, maybe like once a week, for real. but I try to get a gallon a day. You know what doesn't help me? Those big ass cups that say you almost there and shit like that. That shit don't help me. Or like having a jug, it don't. But if I drink just the 16-ounce bottles, you know what I'm saying? Like I can kind of, I get a little bit closer at that point. Rainbow Kid was popping. I don't like the chocolate ones. Not only the confetti ones, man.
He want the confetti ones that with all the different colors in it. I know exactly what he's talking about, and that's probably for them children.
Hey, man, they don't got no money. They don't buy
Kids
shit.
snacks.
Everything that's mine is theirs, and everything that's theirs is definitely mine, man. Ray Sean was good. Yeah, man. That shit.
Accent trash.
Yours for sure. Sway, what up? I'm getting everything. Bobby Seal in the building. He's a Miss Sherelle. Delicious people. My people in Lafayette and Opelousas. But me, Opelousas. But me and my wife are about an hour from Houston. We got a debate of food. Oh, we got a debate of better food. 504-337.
504. You already know.
What's 337?
Them niggas obsessed with us. Oh my God. They all over the internet. We better than New Orleans.
What's 337?
They're nobody.
What is 337?
St. Marysville.
Huh?
Exactly. You might as well took nobody for the answer.
Orchid was goody. TK in the building. I like it.
Number one in the world.
The Informant Media. Salute. Good to see you, my brother. Aaron. Shalom Ak. Good to see you, Mr. William Graves in the building. I'm almost there. Salute off of Twitch. We had like 100 people here yesterday from Twitter. Rebecca was popping. Good to see you. Rebecca gonna get it popping tonight on the POV. James was goody.
I like seeing Rebecca on POV.
And she be cooking. She does well. Callie Bev was good. Granny in the building. Salute. Miss Jilly was popping. Good to
I
see
think
you.
somebody said something about her man gonna be somewhere. She was like, no, he ain't.
Oh, yeah. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat.
Hey, Miss Jilly.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip it, dozen,
Fantastic was up here fighting the whole panel yesterday.
He windmilling his ass off, man.
But wait, why do
Hold on. JC gifted 5 memberships. Look at my brother Rel in the building. If y'all got one, welcome to the family. Please maintain it.
How do you gift memberships? They on computers?
Yeah, you can do it from your phone though. 500 beats was popping.
Android, I think.
JT was goody. Salute. Quentin, where you been at, my nigga? What's good? Quentin with the 2000 HAMP. I'm getting married soon. We gotta talk numbers. Yo, hit me on the Instagram at DJ HAMP, man. Let's talk through it, man. Let me know the months, dates, times, and all that. We could definitely work the numbers.
You going
out.
DJ for the wedding?
Yeah, I'm a pretty good wedding DJ for sure. Daniel Phillips was goody, my boy. How you, man? Hope all is well. Let me see. I got everybody. I got it. Yeah, I'm good. O'Shea was good.
O'Shea forever.
Indeed, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Before we get into the main topic, I wanted to visit this ever so quickly since we did a hell of a job covering it last week. There has been an update to the Carmelo Anthony case that came out yesterday while we were streaming, but I didn't want to derail the conversation by pivoting directly to this, right? But I think it's good that we open up here today, just seeing what they're saying on the news regarding the update to the Carmelo Anthony saga.
17-year-old Carmelo Anthony has been released from the Collin County Jail after posting bond. A judge reduced his bond this morning from $1 million to $250,000. He's facing a murder charge after police say he stabbed another teenager, Austin Metcalf, while at a track meet at a Frisco high school. Stephen Dial is in McKinney with more. Stephen.
Carmelo Anthony left the Collin County Jail in a suit, but had nothing to say to the reporters before he got into that vehicle. The district court judge says that she looked at all the factors in this case, him not having a criminal history, and that led to her making her decision to reduce his bond. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony was silent after bonding out of the Collin County Jail and being placed on house arrest.
How is this self-defense?
2 days after the family of Austin Metcalf buried their son, they were at the Collin County Courthouse for a bond reduction hearing Monday. Carmelo Anthony is accused of stabbing and killing Metcalf at a Frisco track meet earlier this month. The case has quickly become national news, drawing a lot of attention, resulting in threats and increased security at the courthouse.
Threats and, talk of race war and all kinds of insanity isn't good for, obviously, the Anthony family. It's not good for the Metcalf family.
Cameras were not allowed inside the courtroom, but we did capture the Anthony family arriving. His father, Andrew, testified in the hearing. District Court Judge Angela Tucker said that she's never gotten this volume of calls and had to have this level of security in the courtroom in her 13 years on the bench. Court documents say Anthony stabbed Metcalf during a fight. When an officer arrived, court documents say Anthony told the officer, "I was protecting myself." Collin County District Attorney Greg Willis spoke after the hearing.
The judge has made the call, and so what's important is what's next, and it's our job to be level-headed, to be fact-based, and to follow the truth wherever it leads.
Anthony's father testified he's taking a leave from work because of the incident, and his wife is a stay-at-home mother with 3 other children. During the hearing, the prosecution brought up the fact that more than $400,000 have been raised for the Anthony family, saying a reduction is not needed because they have the funds. A big question in this case will be, why did Anthony bring a weapon to a high school stadium? It's a question that was asked of his attorney.
That's an understandable question, but it's not something that, frankly, we're prepared to even go into.
Now, in the opening statement to the media from that interview that you just heard, he led with talking about self-defense. Again, the court documents mention self-defense. We'll have to wait and see how that defense will be made in court when things pan out. Now, according to the judge, the terms of the bond are house arrest and ankle monitor. She told him to stay off social media, and he has to personally call her bailiff every Friday morning, not his parents, but him. And there's a list of other things that is set. And if he violates that, he'll return to the Collin County Jail.
All right, Stephen Dial, live for us. Thank you, Stephen.
Damn. Think?
I think it's good that they reduced his bond and he's able to go home.
Why?
The judges, because it shows that the judge is being somewhat fair and being unbiased. I mean, he doesn't have a previous record. It wasn't like he brought a Uzi or nothing and shot off the block. Most people who go to jail for stuff like that don't necessarily get $1 million bond. I think that was outrageous to get $1 million bond in the first place.
Murder one, you get $1 million bond for sure.
I've seen a lot of people go and they don't necessarily always have $1 million bond.
Necessarily always? Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know a lot of YNs who do a lot of stuff and their bonds don't be that high. When their victims be black, their bonds don't be that high.
Oh no. I've seen it all. Every time I see a murder one, they usually get that $1 million. So here's the judge right here.
Makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? So what you think? Is she not biased or biased?
She being fair. He got no criminal record.
So they said
He's a minor, he don't got no criminal record.
Yep. So Carmelo Anthony judge Angela Tucker goes to ground as she's blasted for letting teen killer out of jail. Damn. See, now the verbiage here is not fair. The Texas judge who reduced the bond on teen who killed another boy at track meet has been forced to go private on social media after being widely criticized for her ruling. Collin County District Judge Angela Tucker set her X account to private after she reduced Carmelo's bond from $1 million to $250,000 on Monday. Anthony, 17, will await his trial for Austin Metcalf in home arrest after bonding out of jail following Tucker's decision. Metcalf, 17, died in his twin brother Hunter's arms while after being stabbed in the heart at the track meet in Frisco. Tucker, who was elected as a Republican, has been receiving racist attacks after reducing Anthony's bond, with several social media accounts sharing her image and information as they slam the bond reduction. At the same time, the judge has been receiving support from Anthony's supporters, who have donated more than $425,000 for his defense. During Monday's hearing, Judge Tucker said they've never had the security issues they faced in this case. Meanwhile, Anthony's father, Andrew, said Monday they plan on using some of the donated funds to relocate homes after facing racist threats since the killing. The revelation comes after a spokesperson of the family said they can't leave there after their address was leaked online, leading to graphic and racist threats, which included images of black children with knives stuck in their heads. So this is Anthony here. Looks like security or whoever this is.
It's so crazy that some people was arguing that this is not a race issue, or why would we make it a race issue? And then the world always reminds you, oh, this shit is about racism. That ain't gonna never change. Because then why would every threat be a racist threat?
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, I think the thing that we mined out was it's a race issue created outside of these two boys, though. Like, was it a race issue between those two boys, or was it just boys from two different schools who play football, who, testosterone filled, or were they motivated by racism, the two boys themselves?
Yeah, I don't think the two boys was motivated by racism. I just also don't think there's a way around it. Whether you're racist or not, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they were racist. I just don't think it's a way around racism in America.
Oh, I see what you're saying. One way or the other is going to be added into the pot. Let me read this real quick. The Frisco community and the nation at large have been divided over this case, with misinformation spreading online. A spokesperson from Anthony was forced to deny that the accused killer had been bullied by Metcalf before the fatal confrontation at that match. The two boys had never met each other before the killing. Metcalf's killing has divided the Frisco community and nation at large. A spokesman for Anthony's family was previously forced to deny that the accuser killer had been bullied by Austin. Okay, I just read that one. The spokesman addressed the community after some of Anthony's online supporters claimed there was more to the story of the stabbing, said without the evidence of teen had been bullied. Okay, so this one obviously has a skew to it, right? And it depends literally who presents the the article, right? This is the
I still don't like the bully narrative. If they run with the bully narrative and they're able to prove that the deceased boy was bullying the one who deleted him, that is murder one. That's not what people should be pushing.
Yeah.
It's better for them to say, okay, they got into an argument, they got into a fight, and he defended himself. That's self-defense. He bullied me before, and I brought a knife to go sit underneath the tent with him, and we get into a fight. That's not helping.
I came there to put work in.
Yeah. That's murder one. That's premeditation. That's motive.
You see this one.
The disinformation that is going online is hurting this case, and it has to stop. It has to stop, y'all. As we know it right now, Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony did not know each other. They did not know each other. Let's stop it. They were not at a party together. Let's stop the lies regarding this situation. The
bully narrative to you. And I was saying that on the show, like you actually making a case for premeditation. Right? If you're saying, "Oh, I had smoke with this nigga," and I go see him and sit under his tent intentionally, that's not what. If you guys are trying to support Carmelo, that's not what you probably want to put out in the earth because it's not going to manifest how you think. I was actually saying that to the ladies on the POV as well last week. So
Now, if they can bring witnesses of other students who said that he was a bully to bring character witness to the fact that he was bullying Carmelo at the time, that's one thing. But don't say he bullied him in the past.
yeah,
That's niggas don't ever understand no type of court, no type of law they ain't never set. They just don't understand, they don't get it.
well, that's what it be. I think he's trying to intimidate him in the scenario.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to be intimidating, right? Push him around, shit like that. But yeah, to your point, if they can prove that Metcalf is a bully generally, then that would help Carmelo's case potentially. But I think the bully narrative is just I don't know. I don't know how much Mayor's gonna have. But the reduction of the bond from 1 million to 250,000, and then so you pay usually about if anywhere from 6 to 10% of that, depending on the bondsman and shit. You know, what's that, 25 grand?
Mm-hmm.
And they
And
seem
they
like
got 400.
yeah, that money's still accruing too. I never seen that site they were using, Fund and Go or something, but I don't know how they released the funds.
It
It
wasn't
was
GoFundMe?
similar.
More than
No.
likely, just like GoFundMe, you can take the money and it'll still just show as it's climbing, but it can be going into your bank account at the same time. You could be spending it, but it'll still be showing.
It'll show the accrual.
Mm.
Okay. Yeah. Damn. Well, I see that bond reduction, which and so just so people understand, that happens probably, I would argue, 90% of the time. When people go to arraignment after they get arrested, most of the time people get a bond reduction. They may get put on, how y'all say it, down, so like put on papers. They may get put on a bracelet. So there's different things that can happen. They may be remanded, but the bond will be reduced. So that happens a whole lot. So that's not something that it's unusual for a murder, but generally speaking, when people get arraigned, you do see a lot of bond reduction and shit like that.
Mhm.
Once the facts that are presented are assessed by the judge directly.
Yeah, because like I know people who go to jail on drug charges, right? And then when they get caught with drugs, they typically, especially if it's a weekend, they typically get this high bond. Then when the judge look at the record, they can tell, oh, this is a seller, we're gonna keep his bond the same. This is a user, we're gonna drop his bond or give him no bond, try to send him to rehab. It makes no sense to try to put a user in jail at the same time as a seller. So it's like the facts of the case when you first get arrested isn't really, you know what I'm saying, look through. So when they take the look through, yeah, bonds get changed.
Yeah, what
So
you
she
just
looked
saying?
through the bond, she looked through the case and changed the bond. I feel like that's justified.
What the hell you just saying what I said?
Huh?
Just saying what I said?
No.
You're just saying what I said. That's all you're doing.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You just wasted 30 seconds of my life saying what I said.
And you just wasted 30 minutes saying
We'll
that I said
never,
what you
we'll
said.
never, we'll never get the 30 seconds back because you
We're gonna
just
never get the 45 minutes in the minute that you spending now on saying what I said.
saying like, yo, you could have just saved us the time. Get the like button, hit the like button,
This
hit
why
the
I don't like
like.
short niggas right now.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping, dozen,
Uh-huh.
holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Deli Rundown in the building. Appreciate you. Welcome to the family, man. So, yeah. Do you have that video? What do you mean? What was he saying? So, Joan, y'all should play the video. Like at that moment? Or like what are you saying exactly? So I can understand. Like he's saying what happened in the moment? This one? This one? Because this family sure as hell on the news a lot. I haven't just lost a son.
I was mad. My son is not here anymore. And I don't understand it.
Well, when your family died, boy, the news be at your door every day, all day. You gotta dodge them for real.
From Hunter, he was screaming that Austin had been stabbed. I was at work, and so I drove. I work in Grapevine, so I drove up to the hospital straight away. I actually beat the ambulance there. Yeah, I saw them have him come out. He was on a lot of machines, and it didn't take long for them to come in to say that he had passed. So, not sure, senseless act of a boy that was in the wrong tent, and my son doing the right thing by telling that boy that he needed to be removed from where he was, and just doesn't make any sense. I mean, that's just because it was mad, my son is not here anymore, and I don't understand it.
Tell me about Austin. What do you want to know about your boy?
Oh, he was the most amazing kid. Oh, so smart. He had college football. Guys looking at him to play in college. His goal was to play in college. He just wanted to play football. His life was going to the gym and working out and being a leader on his football team. And he just had such ambitions and a drive that it's hard to find in a kid. And he's just such a good spirit. And so many kids loved him. And his brother lost his best friend.
They're twins, right?
Yeah, identical twins. Yeah, they've been like they are the best of friends. Like, just I'm so worried about my son because he's gonna have to face this world alone now because he had a brother that was with him the whole time, and now he's gonna have to do it alone. And I'm just so worried about him. I really am.
Is Hunter with Austin today?
He was. They made him go away when they were doing CPR on him, but he was there when he was stabbed, and he was holding, I guess, the wound to keep it from. He was trying to save his brother, but I think he said he saw when he took his last breath and before the CPR came back in. So for what I heard, he was unresponsive for 5 minutes. They were able to revive him a little, but I think it was too little too late.
What can the community do for your family?
They need to support the kids at the school. Austin was loved by so many people. They need to know that there's other people out there for them and not against them, you know? And Frisco Memorial has got a football program that's it's in a process, and we want everybody to know that it's a family.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. He's a good kid. We just found a little altercation. That's really it, but he has a good heart. Everyone around you knows he's a great kid. Just one mistake from that dude, and just took my brother. Just he didn't deserve it. No one deserves a loss from a family like that. I know people that lose their family members all the time, but I just didn't know it's gonna be mine so soon. I'm not best friend with my brother my whole life, but if y'all could just not y'all, sorry. Just thank y'all for just comforting us in the Frisco area has been comforting my family and me. I just really appreciate everything that everyone's done. It's a really hard loss, but we're gonna get through it with my family, so we'll just stay together. I mean, our relationship is really the tightest I've ever seen in somebody between two human beings. I mean, we did everything together, clean the dishes together, do the artwork together, sports, anything in the world. It's always us two and one thing. So you're always just basically one person.
And that's just a few minutes apart?
4 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Austin was first by 4 minutes. He got stuck in me.
So technically your bigger brother.
He does a lot of big brother stuff around. He's always on my back. Even if I'm in the wrong, he'll always take my side no matter what. So it's just really heartbreaking to see someone that cares for you that much and does everything even by your side no matter what, just pass away like that.
Mm-hmm. Your mom told me that you were there.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I looked at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So that's just what I saw.
All right, so that statement right there, right? He even put to bed essentially the bullying thing, right? Because he's saying he didn't know his name and all that other shit. And if he with his brother all the time, then there would be some recognition there,
He also can't be an eyewitness if you're saying you heard an altercation. Your brother approached him. There was an aggressive altercation. You wasn't paying attention enough to see what happened during the timing that led up to the stabbing. By the time you turned around to see how the commotion had died down, your brother was already stabbed. So it's
Well,
considered like
he's saying two things at once because he's saying that Austin grabbed his backpack, his being Carmelo, right? And then he also said we asked him to leave, and the kids started talking reckless. So
but yeah, if somebody come up to you and grab your book, say, what you think? What y'all thought was gonna happen?
Then I look at my brother, and I'm not gonna talk about the rest. See, the stab, the kid. I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see backpack. The kid, and my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. The kid. I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and I'm not gonna talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I tried to help him, but
it was just senseless.
It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like that man has a family. That man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid, real strong. And I know I'm strong too, but he's a little stronger. But he did a lot for our family and a bunch of stuff that we just don't recognize. And it's just like, especially throughout our friends too, like everyone knew, like he was the peacemaker. That's what I'm saying. Like, I heard someone who really makes peace, really calms peace, and makes everything sail smoothly. And because I get upset, but then he calms me down. He was just always there for me. So it's just really heartbreaking to see like how this happened.
Goodness, you guys are
17.
Yeah, they'll be 18 in July.
I saw a lot of articles say you guys were 16. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, they're 17.
This man.
Yeah.
Austin wanted to play football.
He wanted to play college football.
He would have.
He
For sure.
definitely used his mindset, his skill level, his IQ at the game was probably the best I've seen in the Frisco area.
Yeah.
As a linebacker, he was a stud, and I always try to fill those shoes with him and play with him. And I had a blast my whole life playing sports with him my whole life. It was just me and him always good against people. Last year together was this year, so it's just really heartbreaking not to see him next year on the field.
I'm so sorry, my love. Oh my goodness. I saw that he won like linebacker of the year
for the Frisco Memorial. He was
second team all district, which he should have been first.
Yeah.
But it's just everyone knows around this area the impacts of what he does for football and what he does for families and friends. Like he's just a great guy overall to be around, and
hard worker.
Extremely. It's just really hard. It's just really hard to see someone go like that just for like recklessness.
My focus of my story is, of course, on Austin. That is what's most important. But what would you say about the suspect and what's next?
I don't know anything about him. We have nothing to say.
I've never met this kid until right then. It really was under 30 seconds this altercation. I've never met this kid in my entire life. And it's just.
And to be honest with you, we don't want to give him any recognition or any care because we have no desire to have anything to do with that man. So.
If Austin can hear you, what would you say to him?
I'd say. That's really hard, but I'd say a lot of things because I saw him before his last moments, and it was just
how much we loved him. He knew that.
He knew how much I loved him, how much I do for him. I do anything for him.
Yeah.
No matter what. He's called me anything that he needs, I'll do it for him. He's just a great guy. So when you have a great guy, you want people to be around you. They're going to be around you no matter what. Like he's a great leader. That's why I always want to tell him. Like I always wanted to be like him in that sense. Is like how he just communicates and has great ways with people all the time. And I always looked up to him for like that. He was a big brother in a sense. He was the same age, but he was a big brother than me.
We just want to make sure that everybody knows how much that Austin is going to be still in our lives, as far as in our memories and our hearts forever. You know, it's going to be really hard. This is going to be really hard.
But see how much you guys love and adore him.
I don't know. I think they talking too much. If I was them and if I was the prosecution, and I would tell them, yo, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Because he double talking. Like he's saying a lot at once. I don't think he's doing it on purpose, but the fact is he just went through that shit. He trying to think of what to say, what not to say. I ain't gonna say nothing else, you know? And who knows? Maybe they ain't even looking for an outcome. He just talking.
Stuff. You know what I'm saying? Your brother just died in your arms. That's traumatizing. You're gonna be all over the place. Stop getting in front of the camera.
Yeah.
I can't believe nobody not telling them to stay away from the cameras.
Yeah, this early on. You know? Yeah, this one, right? See? all this shit is admissible, right? The double speak, you know, because he trying to make it seem like something, but he know who his brother is. He knows how his brother acted.
Right. And so it's like this because it's you. Like people will start with you and then they feel like you went overboard. Cause he should have just let my brother kick him out. He should have just let my brother throw his stuff out. Like,
Yeah, that
move
really don't
on.
make
You know
a
what
lot
I'm
of
saying?
sense.
It wasn't that deep for him to die. That's how he feeling. That's how people be feeling when they start shit and people finish it and they let things escalate more than what you do. You shove somebody and they shoot you and you mad that they shot you. You never want to take into account that you shouldn't have shoved this person.
Yeah,
Never.
yeah,
I
yeah.
remember a girl, her baby daddy got deleted. And she was like on the internet because he used to be robbing people, like breaking into people's houses. And she like, it's nothing that he could have material thing that he could have took from y'all for y'all to take his life when he had a child. And it's like that nigga shouldn't have been stealing. Y'all will miss the whole point.
Yeah. Yeah. No, 100%. And there's a couple people saying, "Oh, they don't have to be quiet. They can use anything, right? If they want to put somebody up there for character, you know, they're gonna use different things. They're gonna even use hearsay. And then this is a first-hand account witness that literally said Austin grabbed his book bag. It's a lot,
They were
right?
gonna eat him up on the cross. So,
No,
but
I wouldn't even put him up there, right? He double talking now. Now, mind you, this is fresh after his brother just got killed, right? So, you know, um, and again, maybe they don't have an agenda. Maybe they just talking, but I just know, I just seen it where things backfire because I think people don't understand the burden isn't on the person who's on trial, right? The burden isn't on Carmelo Anthony and his family and his attorney. The burden is on the prosecution. And so all they need to do is create reasonable doubt in the jury's mind, and one juror can hang it.
period.
All right.
That's a total eat up. You said I'm with my brother right or wrong. So if your brother was wrong,
Mhm.
you wouldn't admit it, right?
No, hell no.
So how can you be a credible witness?
Well, I mean, the credibility, I mean, it would just be character, you know, to speak about Austin, right? But I think they have a lot of other people that can particularly do it, right?
Right.
So let me see. I read this one. Got Quentin. Marcus Antonio Castillo with the 2000s. People can't cry racism. Black judge lowers it 250,000. No, I think you would, right? she said, "Fuck it." Aaron with the 2000s. Let's take a wild guess. Who threatened the court? Marcus Antonio Castillo with the $2 says, "People on the outside projected their selfish agendas." Kiki with the $5 says, "It was a video of the friend of Carmelo that was there." Really? Somebody send me that. Rainbow Kid with the $5 says, "Yeah, she called Carmelo a man, but her son is a child/kid. This is what, quote, they do to us. We're men at 17, but they are still kids. How's that work?" Zagu been a member for 8. Perfect. Hamp, is it fair that my opinion changed after I found out that the dad has sexual assault on his record? Twins from single mother household. Damn, is it fair? I think yeah, I think all of people's influences speak to how they conduct themselves. And if them two big ass boys is in the house with their mom, right? I guess what type of direction and discipline is she able to instill?
And they bigger than her.
Yeah, and usually boys are, right? Now he did. Now during this thing, I did notice he did apologize to his mom for talking like in slang for a second.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, "Y'all," he's like, "Oh, sorry," you know what I'm saying? So there's something there, you know. But I think here's the thing: Zagu is being fair to the single mom rhetoric, essentially, I guess, right? So he's saying single mom here's the product, regardless of race. So, I mean, it's
Black boy coming from a two-parent home now, child.
damn.
Somebody told me his daddy was from New Orleans.
No, Carmelo.
He from Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge. Yeah, same shit.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Ain't your best friend from Baton Rouge?
Mm-hmm.
The one will be arguing Mr. Fantastic?
Master C.
Yeah.
So, this is interesting, man. We'll continue to boil it, have it break down as we go along, right? But I think people have already decided where they stand on it. It don't even matter what new information. I don't see a whole bunch of people changing or viewing things as they're coming out. They're still erring on the side that they aired on when it first popped off.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever most people thought it was, it still is. Regardless of new facts, new information, this shit don't even matter for real. But I like to cover it just to see if we learn something new and what does it back the defense or back the prosecution? The black judge, what does that do? What's the impact of that? You know, is there an implicit bias? Was there an implicit bias for her to go down to 250,000, or did it make sense based on the facts presented in the case? You know,
Right.
So, and I think she was damned if she do, damned if she don't. Anyway,
we got a lot of black judges too. So hey,
yeah,
black judges with clear lines.
Yeah,
especially black female judges. They be clear on the lines.
Yeah, and the dad having sexual assault. I don't know how much that matters, really. But he wasn't with the kids, right? So I think it speaks to the stereotypical conduct, essentially. You know, interesting. So we've been having a whole bunch of shows, man. Racism, and it stemmed from this. Shad had said something, that was pretty interesting. In one of the clips, let me bring it up. Make sure y'all hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. And so we were walking this down yesterday, essentially, and Cheek came up here and kind of still manned what Shah had presented. And I mean they both were working through it, but just saying like one thing he presented was pretty solid, essentially. God damn. Hold on.
Please.
I just
let him go.
You can't see it.
DVD said a whole bunch of nonsense.
Hold on, let's get reply. You got two people that want to reply, so let's get both.
Let me go. How fucking ironic. We can't have a conversation about white people because that makes us victims. The niggas are sitting on the internet for hours and talk about how bad they struggling with the women, and that's a legit conversation. But
we have real encounters with the women, not with the police. I said most people never have real encounters with racism with the police.
Shit.
Go ahead. My bad.
I didn't even want to. Like, we lost. But the problem is this, right? You're acknowledging that it exists, right? And we never actually discussed the premise that HAMP laid out, which is that when we're on these panels and we're having conversations about other things, and particularly women, we take the liberty to speak for other men, right? So why is it that we can't do that? Why is it that I have to endure something specifically in order to have a conversation about it, or in order to see it as a problem?
And one more thing about racism.
DVD, I asked him a question.
Okay, all right, damn beans, chill.
Come on, man. Y'all supposed to be smarter than me. Pay attention. Go ahead, Fantastic.
So the difference is this, being like you said, it's the wants of the few outweigh the needs of the the wants of the many outweigh the needs of the few, right?
Yeah.
So you're talking about this very, very small thing of what's name. you can't possibly know that many people. I don't know nobody that's in prison, bro. You feel me? I don't know nobody that's in fighting a murder charge or a drug case or none of that shit. Right. Am I saying they don't exist? No. What I'm saying, they're a very, very small percentage of people that are actually going through that. All right.
Right.
So if we were to multiply it exponentially, still, even then, it will be a very small percentage. So what we're getting a lot of the time is a lot of shit that we've heard other people talk about, or we know of that other people went through, but we never did ourselves. You feel me?
But fantastic. Here's the thing, though, right? So I think the problem with this argument, though, is that we make it seem like it has to be this one thing happening to all 42 million Black Americans, where it's more like it's 50 different things happening to 300,000 Black Americans over here, 1 million Black Americans over there, 2 million Black Americans over there, 50,000 Black Americans over there, right? All of us not going through the same thing. So the anecdotal that I didn't want to give you, fantastic, is something that I'm actually going through now, where so many properties have been purchased by companies and businesses and banks, right? And then they're creating these statutes that you have to meet. Your credit score needs to be 700. You need to make 3 to 4 times the rent. You need to be 6 foot tall. The last one was facetious, right? I'm saying they make all of these rules for you to be able to get into the complex, right? But they doing that in neighborhoods where they know people don't fucking make that kind of money. You see what I'm saying? So is that not a product of you still in 2025 oppressing me?
No, well, no. Again, and that's what I'm saying. That's not racist. That's business. Black people do the same thing.
Wait, you doing it in my neighborhood where you can literally see the income, right? Income in that particular neighborhood. We know over here these people only make this kind of money.
Any commentary so far?
I would do that property in that particular area and then put in restrictions that those peoples won't meet.
To force you out, man.
Hold on, Trigger Mike. It's business. Okay, it's business. That's simply what it is. You can't put a race on a business. Blackstone is a business. It's not white people. It's business, right? It's a conglomerate of different. Hold on, that's what I'm telling you. Because hold on, Beans. Because where you gonna lose all that Beans on that? There are some Black people that qualify. Does not one single Black person live there?
Absolutely.
All right, so that's what makes your argument fall apart. If the most of you can't do it, and you can't meet it from a financial standpoint, and so on and so forth, that is a business and a money issue. It's not a race issue.
But you just said it, Mr. Fantastic, right? If most of you can't qualify, so when they put qualifiers in, they know who can and cannot qualify. That's literally systemic on its face. So if you know that these people specifically are not going to meet the criteria, and I put the criteria as such, right? You can mask it as business, right? But we have to understand.
Now, how many?
And then Cheek, I'm not gonna reply. You can go because you didn't say nothing yet. All right, so we about to get to the cheeky part when he start kind of presenting the how the women and the systemic issues, and then got knocked off.
So I'll say this. I think there are 5 times more poor white people than Black people. So a white person would get the same fucking standard. But the same shit he's talking about, that Bean's talking about, you don't meet the income, you don't have the credit score. If you white, you Hispanic, you whatever. Again, it's business. You're proving my point by trying to take something and then automatically transform it into racism. No, it's business. Everything else is speculation. Everything else is speculation because it's across the board. Now, if you can show me where they got the poor white trash person that don't meet the income expectation and don't have it, now you have a case for racism. But as long as it's applied equally,
I understand the point well. I'll just say this one thing, Chief. You could jump in. They're not doing it where them crackers live.
They do. It's called a trailer park. No. That's why you have trailer parks.
They're not gentrifying where them crackers live. Don't do that because you know that's not true.
Gentrification is a nigga problem. It's niggas' fault.
Wait. All I'm saying is this. You presented an argument that they poor rights don't qualify either. What we're saying is where these qualifiers are being hatched is where niggas live. So that's a disingenuous argument is all I'm saying.
It's not disingenuous.
They don't live there.
But if niggas own it, you can't take it.
Your daddy. Go ahead, Chief. So exactly what I'm saying. Go ahead, Chief, and then we get set in.
If we start using these qualifiers for male conversation, then the conversation that men can have is completely over, right? How many men are actually on child support? The actual number is under 20%. So automatically, most men can't complain about that. It's 18.6, I believe, something along that line when I looked it up maybe a couple months ago, right? So if you look up how many men are actually on child support and actually have these issues, it's not the majority, it's the overwhelming minority. If we start talking about men and women being equal on paper, we're equal. So what is the complaints about? It's not that we don't have the same rights as women. We do, technically we do, because if we didn't, it would be illegal and you would win a lot of your battles or issues that you have, supposedly. The problem that most men are complaining about is how we apply those said rights and rules that we supposedly have, right? Because We've heard too many men come on the panel or talk about their experience, like, oh, well, man, the system is unfair. The court system is unfair. But I promise you, when you look at the documentation and when you look at whatever law or state, whatever the case may be, you have rights. Whether or not you're utilizing them or you are aware about them is not the court's fault, but it's there. So if you want to make the argument, hey, on paper, all of this is fair. All of these things, what are we complaining about? Is the real question.
It's an oversimplification, Chief.
It's funny that you're saying that.
I'm saying, can a man go get custody of his kids right now out of his baby mama's house? Because that's what equal rights.
Hold on. Can a man get custody of his kids? Are they his kids?
Right now, can he go show up at her door and say, hey, you know what? I feel like raising those kids these next 9 years. Run them.
Did he go to the court to
No, I get what you're saying with rights. You're absolutely right. He does have rights.
So you're asking me
he exercise them in the exact same way.
You're asking me a question, but you have rights. So what is the complaint?
You're right. We have rights. Can we exercise them in the same? Can he go pick the children up from school without them calling the mom?
They literally can.
Oh, so Trigger might
They literally can.
That's why I'm kind of confused. That's way too low, brother. Again, if 51% of custodial mothers have child support orders, that's half of the women. Is way more than 18% of men that deal with child support, brother.
So I'm seeing something that's totally different. I'm looking at it now.
I think you were looking at something a little bit lower. That's where they were saying like
the 51 is people that's actually in the system.
Yeah, I think this
come on, man. That's common sense.
Yeah.
Is this a black thing? Is that a black stat or just a stat period?
It's not a stat.
Just men, period. Just men, period. Men,
that's men that's in the system itself.
Yeah, that's men that's on child support and women that's
exactly. That's not the overall.
Yeah,
that's not the totality of men.
Yeah.
Like
it's not people in general.
Right.
That's describing people who actually get the support, and it's differentiated between which
real quick. I wanted to say
so. Before we go, real quick, I'm just saying, let's deal with some of the things. Let's deal with this idea of rights, it being on paper, and the allocation of rights, or those things being quote unquote simplified by you, who seems to be oversimplifying the same rights that African Americans talk about they have, but don't fully seem to experience. Right?
What you think? Good convo, right? What do you think about what Shiki was lining up essentially?
No, it's true. The majority of us are always talking about something that we ain't went through. We just some opinionated people. But then when it benefits us to want to tell somebody else to shut up, that's when we like, oh, well, we didn't be talking about this. Well, then we didn't be talking about nothing.
Yeah. So yes. Well, yes first, right? And then more specifically about he talking about like the dealings with women and what men are seemingly subjected to. But when we start talking about racism, us being subjected to those things, like you said, are minimized and things of that nature, right?
Yeah, especially like if they haven't experienced the type of racism the next person has, then it's irrelevant.
Yeah, but it's not
doesn't even exist.
But even if you ain't going through child support or divorce issues,
you could be mad.
You could be mad about that, right?
Or to think about it, even the men who don't win, right? Because
hush for a second. You ain't about to say nothing. So let me ask y'all: do y'all want me to keep playing this? Just say I have the context, or should I present the thing that I want to present? Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to keep playing it, just so y'all can hear all of it. It's still another 10 minutes though. Or do y'all get the gist of the comparison that Cheeky and Shaw were making? Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to play a little bit more. I can also just drop the link, or 2 if y'all want us to move forward now that we have like the perspective. Okay, so they got it. Okay, most people got it. Go ahead, Stro, you about to say?
No, I was saying like when people up here, they may be complaining, but then we always ask them, are you the man that's having trouble getting women? No. It's never them. But they're the ones that's leading the march. I don't get that.
Yeah, because it's like ass backwards here, right? So I think we understand that pretty thoroughly. Jay Rel was goody. Rubbing a member for 10 months. He said black people can't even hit the fucking like button for a black content creator. That shit is weird. It is a bit weird. I must be honest, man. The cloud watching is a weird thing to do. I will drop the link in the chat really quick for this clip, and then in the clip's description it also has the live full show. CJ was saying something before I clipped this that made kind of Shaw jump in to say this part, but I wanted to encompass just this argument itself, you know. So here's what I'm asking though, based on what's being compared here. We have racism and we have seemingly the matriarchy, right? So if we assess the last 25 years, my question is, what has hurt our people and our culture more, essentially? Has the matriarchy after the last 25 years, so let's say 95, like kind of at the end of the crack epidemic, so to speak, up until now, so that's almost what, 30 years, right? Yeah, that's like 30 years. Our people are where we are, where we sit, right? We often say, you know, women lead our community, you know, our kids, right? Men are being ousted or taken advantage of, divorced, and all this other shit. We the least married. It's been argued that it's because of the women that we're tied to. The other men in the earth aren't in opposition with their women. Their women aren't opposing them and questioning their leadership. But because that's what we're subjected to, it gets us to where we're at now. Is this the biggest epidemic for us in terms of a people? It's being under a matriarchy? Or do you think racism has done more damage to us in the last 25 or 30 years?
I choose racism.
Why?
Racism, the systematic parts of racism has pushed us back and crippled us way more than being the matriarch. The matriarch literally is a like consequence of racism, right? So I understand that black men would say patriarchy. Black men don't get patriarchy. Patriarchy never belonged to black men, not here. Patriarchy gave black community matriarchy. That's what, because the patriarchy holds the power standard, right? And they said, okay, we want this community ran by the women, and that's how the patriarchy set that up to be. So it's like, what? Patriarchy don't belong to you. It never did. We've always had to go hand in hand, tied, right? Like we worked together. They had us in the slave quarters together. We was picking cotton together. We was doing this together. We was doing that together. They have worked the black man. They have worked the black woman. We was both. Whatever we had to go through, we was going through it together in this country. So I don't think we ever existed where it was just a time where black men ever really ruled over black women or ever
When?
they worked. It just.
But why are you pigeonholing black people and culture to when we was in chains?
Because our history before that is so
Is prevalent.
topsy.
No, we know exactly what it is. For our people specifically, we don't even have queens. We have wives and kings.
But the majority of people don't know our history.
But what you're saying is, if you know the history, why are you pigeonholing us to just us being in chains is my question.
Okay, because I'm talking about it here, right?
I'm talking about here too.
Okay, I'm talking about it here. We're talking about it here, but even if we're going to talk about the Israelites' history, patriarchal systems within that confine of the Hebrew Israelites was never to suppress their women or abuse their women.
Nobody's saying
We
that.
never did that.
No, but nobody's
that's
saying
the
that.
white man's patriarchy. The white man's patriarchy puts his foot on his woman.
When?
Puts their foot on everybody.
When?
The white man's patriarchy? When?
Puts the foot on the women, like in what way?
They silence their women. They don't give their women opportunities. That's why their women are always the ones that stand up for feminism first. Their women are always going through the suffrage movement. Even Asian women went through it when they went through different things. Like,
but you can
other groups of men.
You can only do that with support of men.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a patriarchal system that puts down their women.
What I'm saying is the movements in which you just named only got legs because men supported it.
Yeah, they had men who were supporting it and helping it because they felt like the patriarchy was wrong. Because patriarchy also has a hierarchy system, which in there's going to be a few men at the top who always run things, and the men at the bottom will most likely try to be sentimental towards the women and what the women want, right? But the men at the top will still pull the strings and say, okay, we're trying to show y'all, then we'll just make them compete with y'all, but we're not going to give them power over us. We'll just give them power over you. And y'all will have an issue with that too.
Well, I'm just trying to, I understand what you're saying, but I'm looking at patriarchy right? So women lead, or excuse me, men lead, and it's not it doesn't have to be a dictatorship, right? It doesn't have to be tyranny. The leadership can be benevolent even if it's a dictatorship.
Yeah, because that's the tradition that you're coming from as a Hebrew Israelite. But white men's patriarchy has always been tyranny. The history of them is tyranny.
What do you mean by tyranny though?
They're tyrannical. They're dictators. They don't care about nobody but what's at the top in their end goal. It's not a compassionate, loving type of control. It's not benevolent.
Okay. So your premise as we move back towards our people, because that's what's in contention right now, you're saying that the patriarchy was calculated in making our people a matriarchy.
Mm-hmm. Because
Okay.
in the way that I
Why did y'all
patriarchy
carry it though? Why do y'all carry that mantle up under a matriarchy? Why is there no recognition of how haywire our people have been? And so now in 2000 to 2025, what has kept us on low? The racism that we seem to go through, or us as a people being out of order?
it's still the racism because women are in survival mode. Like if a man says, I'm not going to take care of you, I'm not going to marry you, you're disgusting to me, you're the worst looking woman in the world, you have the worst attitude in the world, listen to the critiques, you're undesirable, nobody would ever want to be with you. I am not then supposed to say, okay, no black man wants me and die today. Now I'm in survival mode. So now I'm competing against them for my own survival though. And
Who told you that?
My number one instinct is this. They say it all the time online.
Who told you that though?
Huh? Told me what?
What do you think came first? Men not marrying or women saying black men ain't shit?
Men not marrying or men
Came
cheating.
first?
Came first.
I asked two distinct things. So what do you think came first?
Men not marrying.
Men not marrying came before or after men ain't shit?
It's men not marrying.
It's before men ain't shit.
Men not marrying, men leaving. When you read the, I don't know why I'm not thinking about this report. The women who were getting the welfare
Monahan
report. The women who were eligible for the benefits in the beginning was women who were married, who husbands won't even who dipped on them. Those were the first women who was able to get the benefits. It wasn't just the single women who was just having kids willy-nilly. It was the women who was doing this. So everybody has their critique or they're going to read reports and things like that. My dad, literally born in 1949. I've had these conversations with my dad. My grandpa died at 96. I've had these conversations with my grandpa. And I've just been honest with the elders in my life. Was these men being put out the homes or were these men just leaving? And I get the same report. They were just leaving. These men were just selfish. Men just walked away. Men just chose the streets over being home with their families. Women were in dire need and survival mode. And when you leave me for dead, you don't get to dictate now how I survive.
And that is so that's not.
We left them. They got left for dead with kids.
So that's not matriarchy. That's just how our community is the manifestation of men's actions.
Mm-hmm. You know,
so that's
our grandmother's telling us, go get our education. Do not depend on no man. Have your own money. Do not depend on no man. Like from their survival.
So wait. So you're saying it's not. So is it racism that got us there, or why did black men leave?
Because it is during the racism, like I said, it was deeper than just slavery. It was literally making us hate each other.
Why did black men
literally
leave?
A destruction of the community. Black men was leaving because they couldn't provide.
So what? So they left because we couldn't provide. So the government could.
The government could provide.
So were the men leaving to help their families?
Right? Because post-slavery, black men are tradesmen. Black men have all of these skills. And then what does the patriarchy do? They shut down all the shit. They start shutting down these manufacturing jobs. They start laying off black men. They start laying off black tradesmen.
You got a whole lot of years though. So post-slavery, under Reconstruction, we were doing well.
Mm-hmm.
Our families were in order.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so as we progress through quote unquote Jim Crow era and things of that nature, right? You also get infiltrated with the feminist movements and things of that nature, right? There's several movements. I'm not even at drugs yet. So you got the feminist movements, and there were several movements outside of just the overarching white feminists and etc. Right? And so we start to see the rights come in for women, and then we also see, to your point, the infiltration with the drugs and more freedom and all that stuff, right? And then we get hit with the 80s, right? And before that's the Reaganomics, where you start getting Section 8 and all these different programs. And so what happens at that crossroads? Men are just leaving, or are they leaving because the government can provide better for their families?
Men were leaving before the government started providing. The government started providing because there was an influx of men who were already gone and women who were already in survival mode who needed assistance.
So you ever saw that clip where the lady was like, there's more money that comes from Section 8 and welfare, so he can't be here. He has to leave.
Yeah. So I think that, of course, it bursts into that. But like I said, in the beginning, the benefits were only for women who were wives, whose husbands were gone. When it evolved into, the men can't be in the home, it makes sense not to get married so we can have benefits. But the women who were not marrying to the men were still having 4, 5, 6 kids for the same man, allowing the men to live in the house, having to hide his clothes and things because he was living in it. My aunt told me the same thing. The projects wasn't bad because only women and children lived in the projects. The projects was bad because women was allowing niggas to live in the projects that wasn't supposed to be back there, and they was causing that drama. They brought the drugs back there. They brought the violence back there. A whole community that was only supposed to have women and children because we're living impoverished and the government has to help you. That the government has to assist you with your living. You're bringing men in here who's going to be destructive.
But think about okay. I understand that. I'm just thinking about it though. What section is that allowed married families to get these benefits? Because it ain't Section 8.
It was public housing in the beginning and food stamps. You still allowed to marry as long as you were separated from your husband.
Yeah, be not there. I mean, I guess they're married under the title, but I just wonder. Here's what the retort would be. When they came up with the different sections, Section 8 and the welfare, and how a man can't be there for you to get the benefits, did women see that, realize that they had an opportunity, and take advantage of it?
Definitely.
So is it the men? So what?
Because my grandma didn't put my grandpa out when the Section 8 stuff came because we owned that house. He owned that house. He bought that house, and as she had kids, he was building more rooms in that house. So when they started having to give out Section 8, my grandma didn't have to go sign up there because my grandpa owned that house. Both of my grandmothers, my mama's mom and my daddy's mom.
Are they the minority? We don't care, Sherelle. We don't care about the anecdotal. We talking about everybody.
Okay,
are they
so that's
outliers?
Yes, it's on you if you can't provide for your family.
Are
How
they
is that not your job to provide for your family as a man?
Are they outliers?
They're outliers, but it's proof that guess what? If you could provide for your family, it wouldn't have been nothing that you had to deal with. So how is it not your fault?
But you just said they started moving the jobs out on purpose. So why?
But black women wasn't moving jobs out. So how was the black women's fault?
Wait. They were moving the jobs out. Because now you're saying they couldn't provide, but they're moving the jobs out. That was your premise, right? And so now there's an opportunity that essentially comes up to where the woman can say, man, we struggle, find a way, or government support, but he can't be here. So, were men just leaving? Were the women just choosing? Were the men unable to provide? So you blaming them? What is it?
No, the men were unable to provide and they was dipping. They felt they was falling into drugs. They was falling in the streets. They was falling in alcoholism. And these women ain't choosing to, oh, is either I could just struggle with me and my man, we both work. No, I could be homeless with these damn kids and have nothing. Trying to chase behind a man that's gone. That's their reality.
So now, 95, drugs started to decline. We start getting new laws early 2000s and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now men are doing better. Are what's the issue now? Is it the women in the conduct and what y'all think y'all willing to accept and how y'all think y'all leading the community, but we in a pile of shit and piss? Are women ready to now say, okay, let's reorganize this thing? Or is it still systemic oppressions that keep our people down low?
No, now women have entered into their I'm every woman, I can do it, I can do whatever a man can, that muscle thing. I'm independent and I don't want to be told nothing. Because I literally don't need you to take care of me. The government do. So whether you here or not, I'm gonna be okay.
Mm.
So it's a whole power dynamic that's pushed away.
So what's our biggest issue now then? Women's mindset or systemic implementation?
The right now it's the women's mindset, but
How many years has it been like that?
I don't know when it started. I don't think it started in 94. I think it started before that. Maybe like the 50s.
The
Honestly.
50s, you said?
I think it started in the 50s and then it caught up.
Yeah.
I think we just started paying attention and maybe in the 90s, but I think it was definitely like that in the 50s.
What was women out of order for all intents and purposes?
Mm-hmm. Like the last generation of women who were getting married the most was like my grandma's generation, and that's when they was getting married in like the 30s. The marriage rate starts to decline around 50s, 60s. Like right here, this is when it starts to be tyrannical, more in the 50s and the 60s, more than the 90s.
So, but so damn. Who you putting at fault for the decline in the 50s?
The system.
The system?
Racism, layoffs.
Let me ask you a question.
Shit.
Let me ask you a question. The system puts these things in place that tear your families apart, literally, by proxy of being able to take advantage. Do you blame the person that knowingly takes advantage of these programs that also break the family apart?
I don't.
How not?
Because they in survival mode. I'm not gonna tell a woman gonna do whatever she gotta do to take care of her kids. Who am I to tell somebody what they gotta do to take care of their kids? The same way we felt like, oh, when they dropped off crack in the hood and niggas wanted cars and be flashy and it was good, they didn't understand that shit was gonna fuck up their whole entire community. They didn't understand that y'all got these parents ODing in front of their kids. Y'all don't understand that y'all starting gang violence and about to wipe out dudes. Majority of y'all going to jail. Y'all can't see how this is gonna mess up the whole community. But no, they just know that they was hungry and they didn't have nothing. They didn't have nothing. So when you give them an opportunity to have something and the money coming this quick and I'm able to get this lifestyle, same with rap music, same with death music.
But you got to ask the question. Yes, they are to blame. Ignorance is no excuse. End of discussion. Now, what about the women?
What about the women?
Yeah, because the niggas who in survival mode destroying their communities in the process are to blame, right? They fucked us up with that shit. That shit did not go how they think it was gonna go. It's uberly selfish. I would argue that them niggas is coon ass niggas, right? But they still gotta wear that jacket. So now, when I ask you about the women, you saying what exactly?
No. Because no woman doing what she got to do to take care of her kids is messing up no community.
Hold on. If you know that daddy can't be there,
Then
how
what you
is that?
do?
How is that not messing up the community?
How you know their daddy not gonna be there?
He can't be there.
How you can't be there?
What you mean? You don't qualify, right? You just said they had to be separate.
But he was still there. That's what I'm trying to tell you. These men were still there. How would they continuously having kids? They wasn't having one kid. They was having 3 or 4 kids. On
They
the
got kids by a bunch of niggas too.
They even went to the court and made the court change the rules
Stop.
so the men could stay in the houses.
Stop. Stop it, Five. The kids look like cousins. Her kids look like cousins.
What they gotta do anything?
Because they got a bunch of different dads.
Which means a bunch of different niggas was there.
What?
They're in the house.
Fucking. That's what they were doing.
They in the house.
Come on, man.
They in the house.
Come on, Sherelle.
Y'all, I'm not doing that. Y'all can have it. I ain't never.
No. It's not about what you're not doing. It's about keeping it. Oh. It's about keeping it tall.
We gonna keep it tall. Women gonna do. Women break their backs every day. Big mama be holding down a community. That all of a sudden y'all
holding down? Slow down. There's no need to diatribe it. Holding down, are you like pun intended? Like putting us on down low?
Holding it together, and all of
What
a
does
sudden,
together
people
look
want to
like?
go to people want to go to their proximity to. Oh, I want to assimilate to this type of culture that ain't our type of culture, and then all of a sudden, it's fuck all the mamas who was taking care of these children, all the grandmas, all the women in the community. Every community I ever been to that was downtrodden, it was some old woman taking care of shit. They ain't got no old grandpas.
Let me ask you again.
Black men ain't never sat around and just had a house full of kids that don't belong to him. It's black women in the communities feeding children. It's black women taking care of shit.
Here's what you got to do. Break down your points. You just going on we are the people shit don't mean nothing. So now, when you say holding it down, are you saying based on our results, literally holding us at the bottom?
No,
are
not
you
holding
saying
us at the bottom.
wait? Are you saying because they maintained children by proxy of government assistance, you can't say that this wasn't a good decision?
Whether it was maintaining them with the government assistance, whether it wasn't government assistance. Like I said, even the women who wasn't in government assistance got 2-3 generations of people living in her house. They all live off Big Mama. They all living off Grandma. Now,
you said living off. Are you saying that by proxy, because she has a Section 8, everybody lived there, and so she holding it down?
Even people who are not on her voucher live in her house.
I understand that. That's what I'm saying. Because
and I'm
she
telling
has
you that even the black women who are not on Section 8 do the same shit. When children are out there and they got nowhere to go, it's gonna be some black woman holding that shit, taking another person in. To this day, HAMP. To this day, I can go to personal black women who got children living in their house, taking care of other people's responsibilities.
Here's where the premise falls apart. You talking about Big Mama, right? Right? But guess who bought that house for Big Mama? Guess who had a beer in the truck on the front porch? To your anecdotal example, which actually expands itself, that's the people that had the houses that people a little bit older than me, Generation X, sold off.
Mm-hmm.
But Big Papa and Big Mama bought that house.
Yeah, Big Mama.
But
Big
wait. But just because Papa dies, now you giving all the credit to Big Mama. That don't make a lot of sense. You just told us that's who had the house. And Gen X started selling them bitches off.
Together. They was working together to get these.
But why you didn't? I know, but why you didn't mention Big Papa?
Because Papa either left or he did.
God, niggas can't even die, man. God damn.
My grandpa's left, but I'm just saying. Or they died. My grandma's not married at 15.
You can't even die around these niggas.
You can die. Y'all gonna bring it back to like we could. The shout out to the older grandpas. Old grandpas were holding shit down. The older generation of black men, they were holding shit down. They knew how to.
Yo, fellas, listen to me, man. Don't die. They won't give you your credit, bro. I don't know what you got to do. Get you on
But
some life support.
you're not talking
Hold
about.
on. Can I finish talking to the fellas? Fellas, do not die. You will not get your credit, man. All right, do what you got to do, bro. After we get off this stream, we all gonna go on a jog, bro. All right, they ain't gonna give you your credit because Big Mama gonna outlive you, so you can't die, bro. Please don't die. Go ahead, Sherelle. My bad.
Nah, I'm just saying. The older generations of grandpas, them 20s, 30s grandpas, yeah, them that was real niggas. But it fell apart. The old heads, when they put the drugs in the system, the old heads was bumping heads with the young boys because the old heads was men like, listen, I'm gonna work this sanitation job, I'm gonna work this janitor job so I could do what I gotta do for my family. And the young boys like, yeah, y'all making slow money. They couldn't even respect old men because the old men was telling them you poison in the neighborhood. Even in the movie in the show Snowfall, they demonizing the daddy because the daddy trying to tell them they need to stop, and he was the bad guy.
Yeah, we understand that era. And we demonize that shit. And we say, yo, this fucked us over, right? We understand what the men did at that juncture. Why can't you also have the women wear that jacket in that era? Making a decision where you disband your family. And then even now to this day, we are quite literally seeing the results. And you still saying, nah, I don't care.
Because I don't think they disband. I see niggas leave. I've never seen women just die just because I'm about to put all these niggas out for the Section 8. Section 8 hard to get anyway. I just don't.
So
I feel like a lot of times y'all will never admit it. Niggas left black women to die.
So
and when
now
people
remember,
go into survival mode, like, bro, after you tell me you left me for dead and then I'm supposed to work in your favor, what the f I be working in your favor for?
well, so we've been moving all around, right? That's why I was intentional about the last 30 years, right? But we covered the history, so I entertained it a bit. But I'm looking at now. We are seeing the fruits or lack thereof of our labor. We understand that we are the lowest in a bunch of stats. That's why in the title I said last 25 years, because I wanted to make sure it encompassed when crack versus coke and the disparity in charges kind of started to change, right? Because that was a systemic issue, right? Where black men were getting prosecuted for selling crack, 3 times the amount of like coke and things of that nature. So now I'm looking at when that stuff started to change, things started to get a little bit more normalized to where maybe the racism wasn't so overt, right? Not to say it doesn't exist. So now we look at the state of our community in the last 25 years, right? And we aren't doing great. So what is hurting us more, the matriarchy or racism at this juncture in terms of how we moving and all that and how well we're doing?
So you telling me if I come over there by you and me and you do a fist fight every day and I get tired of fist fighting you, so I just decide to throw a grenade and blow you up and I gotta come back and fight. So if I drop off drugs and I can just be like, look, I'm gonna just find a way for y'all to learn how to destroy yourselves. So now what I do is not that important. If I say I don't want to have to keep my foot on your neck out in the open all the time because I want to go out in the world and conquer, I just need to find a way to slow you down. So I'm gonna come here and systematically create a bomb to make you hate each other and keep destroying each other. Well, I don't even gotta worry about it. So I can go build my nation.
But that's the and see you run, and that's why I made sure to ask, right? More recently, like when the last time you've been outside? The streets is dry. Crack Crack ain't doing it no more, right?
No, it's pills,
You
opioids, fentanyl, dope.
well, but you look at the main abusers of that, they don't look like us. So
Dope?
what I'm trying to
Heroin?
assess it, huh?
Heroin? They got young black boys on meth.
I'm not saying it's zero, right? I'm just saying when they didn't have hospital space to put dead bodies, it was in Seattle, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, right? Predominantly white is all I'm saying. I'm not saying we never use fentanyl and all that shit. I'm not saying that. But now when I assess where we're at now, 25 years, is it racism holding us back or the hierarchy that still exists in our community? What do you think has us in shackles the most right now? And whatever you think is what you think, right? I'm having fun minding it through. Feel me?
Yeah.
So you think
Right
the
now,
women's decision making, it was out of sheer desperation? These niggas ain't doing what I need them to do. So now
yeah.
we gonna run
But
it
what
until men.
they took it. People take some shit and run it into the ground. Just like I don't feel like Section 8 is some shit that you're supposed to go on for the rest of your life. People take something that's supposed to help you. It's like wearing a cast for the rest of your life because you broke your arm when you was 9. You gotta take the shit off. It's like you broke your foot and now you on crutches and then you stay walking on crutches for the rest of your life. You're not crippled no more. We let something that was supposed to help uncripple us cripple us. But I don't think them women in the past who was accepting it because they were in fucking destitute need to be harped on so negatively all the time.
So what you think?
I can give bitches like women's right now sad. They get over on the government. They choose the wrong men to have children with. You understand what I'm saying? I can give them the negative jacket, but Big Mama them, no, hell no. I'm never.
Sherelle. Now this is where you're giving me cause for pause now, because you're too smart to keep going back to a place that I already, even in the title, 25 years. That's a good number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quarter of a century. I ain't even talking about Big Mama, right? I just want them to clearly hear your answer to what's being presented, right? We fucked up. Is it the matriarchy with the women being in charge, kind of, cooling the shots? Or is racism still the biggest impact for us right now based on where we are? Because these are the two things that are always in contention.
I'm still choosing racism.
Okay. So you're saying systemic oppressions are keeping us where we are more so than how our community's set up?
Definitely.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps.
If that was the case,
then that helps the channel. That's the last part.
Most. I'm just saying because I'm just saying.
But why you start? I wasn't even done with the.
No, because I'm just saying if that's the case, black women would be much more outpacing y'all. We would be far outpacing black men.
Get your wife, bro. She literally cut the slogan.
How the hell are we the problem? We can't. How we running shit? We can't even get ahead. We at the bottom with y'all. We beneath y'all. How are we in charge?
Because there's a misunderstanding, right? The misunderstanding is you were even saying the women held it down and provided, right? And you even gave them that jacket of positivity while being funded by the government. Sway with the $2 says patriarchy just means father-led households. So Solid with the $10 says, wait, you want to respond to this?
No.
So Solid with the $10 says capitalism led to racism. Racism led to the matriarchy. Capitalism is the origin. But on the low, we like capitalism and are too cowardly to admit it, thus blaming racism and matriarchy for everything. I disagree with So Solid. Capitalism is what? RBN was popping. TJ with the 20 ball says You are seeing in real time how Sherelle's mind is no different than any other woman. She's out here saying loud and proud that women are not responsible for their choices as long as it's for their ugly kids. Wow. You want to respond to this?
His mama love his ugly ass. That's why you here.
Salute to my OG TJ in the building for the first 20 ball of
the day.
Didn't fit. Malawash. Mr. Wilson with the $2 says, when will women admit to keeping the child away?
These men don't want no children full time.
They don't?
They don't.
Damn, I gotta drop the link, man.
The majority of men do not want it. Me and AK was just having this argument. They don't.
I gotta drop the link, man. I gotta do this, bro.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. What prices on my head? The cock my shit and I pop my
I'm gonna drop the link. Did I drop it already? Oh, I did drop the link. This is fantastic in the building. Brother. He looking so serious. You got a little. Oh, he about to get in the car. Check. You good? Unmute. You good? You gave me? Transition to his car and shit like that.
I had nothing. It was playing on the app. My bad.
Okay. Yo, what's popping?
Nah, man, what's going on, man? Shout out to everybody, man. Shout out to Sherelle. What's up? Even Sherelle, man. You know what I'm saying? She can't betray the sisterhood, right? And it's right before her. She want to go back to Big Mama. It ain't Big Mama. It's your mama, right? 25 years ago, it was your mama, not Big Mama, right? And I heard Sherelle say this specifically now. Sherelle is a subject matter expert in this because, I don't know if you remember her saying this. Sherelle said she know the ladies that was teaching the younger ladies how to keep the benefits going by you have a child. What was it, Sherelle? Whenever you about to get off, they about to kick you off.
5
just
years.
Just have another baby, right?
5 kids.
So that's what I'm saying. So the problem with this thing is, right? Everything was a choice. Be it niggas selling crack, niggas smoking crack, niggas picking the guns that they dropped in the community, and women choosing, to get on welfare and leave the niggas alone. Because last time I checked, welfare was available to everybody, right?
Not really.
Yes, really. Because y'all love talking about who the people that's most on welfare, Sherelle, by a lot.
White people.
All right. So if you got more white people on it, but yet still Billy Bob and Sally Jean, they still live together in the trailer park, right? And they struggle together, they figure it out, and so on and so forth. Methed out and all. How is it that? And at some point in time, remember when they first started out, the men were still there. So this myth that all the men just left, that's a lie. Because the reason why you had the whole thing about not having men's clothes or men's shoes in the house was when they did the checks, you couldn't have evidence of the fucking man being there, you would lose the benefits. So even when y'all claim that the man left, no, he didn't. And how many of these men, every man apparently, according to niggas, had a second, third, and seventh family. It's just not the those are all excuses you're gonna make up to take the accountability off the woman. Like Hamp said, bitch got 3 kids, though none of the last name match. Okay? But you know what? She only let one person do her hair.
and she'll let every nigga touch her pussy and put a baby in it. I'm just saying.
Okay, so fantastic. One, yeah, I said I would never discredit Big Mama. In the beginning, with these assistants, these women actually needed these assistants because they was in destitute and they needed to help their children. I've already admitted that women fertilize, not my mama them. More like my mama kids, my mama older sister, my mama oldest daughter. Those women are kind of ones who started the wave of abusing the system. Some people needed the system, and then the system went from we need the system to it's abuse of system. I already said that. I already admitted that. So
But that's what I'm saying. But you did admit that. You just admitted it
Hold on,
now.
hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Tiff. Come on now.
Yeah,
That ain't put the shirt on, Tiff. She trying to tie her shit up in all types of, yo, put the shirt on, Tiff. Golly.
I just
Go get
said
your
the
roll.
analogy. I just said the analogy of it's like keeping the cask on after your arm heal or staying on crutches after your leg heal. I literally said the analogy. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I already gave
It's
that.
fantastic. You got a crazy like echo thing. So you just gotta mute if you're not talking, or try to drop and come back if you want. But it's like when she talking, it's like saying what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? And like Rugrats parents voice or whatever show that was. But I want y'all to finish that back and forth though. Mr. Williams, you got any commentary before Mr. Fantastic come back up? What's goody?
What's up, everybody? Good afternoon.
Williams.
There you go.
Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic. Let me hear.
Check. Is it better now?
Check. No.
I think I have to stay muted when he on.
Oh, both of y'all got some bullshit going on. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
I was just saying, if you get to that point, that was an analogy. My bad. But still, like I said, to give the attribute to you emphasize the women being destitute and all these different things and so on and so forth. And like you said, we're not talking about that. The original one, yeah, you needed it, right? That's why they started it. But now these women choose a combination of Section 8 projects, child support, EBT to replace the man. And then still come out here and have more kids by different niggas and talk about how much niggas ain't shit and how niggas don't want to get married. But okay, baby, who the fuck gonna marry you when you got motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, more kids than niggas got fucking cars. So that's what I go ahead.
Okay, so let's see this. It's about 30% of women, black women, who are on Section 8. Which we're talking about a minority of women who are on Section 8, right? So I always want to make sure that we're letting them know this is not all black people. Another thing is this. Okay, just like you just said, you don't want to marry me. I'm unmarriageable. I'm not going to die because I'm unmarriageable. If I made choices, if I didn't have the guidance, if I made poor choices, I still gotta live and I still gotta raise these damn kids. These kids still gotta survive. I still have to survive. You can leave me for dead. Great. Find you a better woman. That's all promises to you. But after you already left me for dead, what am I supposed to do, Fantastic? Fantastic is not gonna marry me. Fantastic don't want me. He left me for dead. What am I supposed to do? I'm not gonna go die. I'm going to go survive. I'm going to go grind mode. I'm going to go get my education. I'm going to go find some type of assistance. I'm going to go do whatever I got to do because whatever mistakes I made, I got to make sure I clean my bloodline and give my opportunities better for my kids. And we have been pushing it. Children, little girls are not having teen pregnancies no more. We going to school more. We're not dealing with the same bullshit that we was dealing with in the past. We have been pushing it. We have been pushing it forward. Even if we made the mistakes, my older sisters, my mama, even whatever mistakes that they made sure I didn't make it. So because I get to come out clean, that means generations after me get to come out clean. But just because y'all get to throw us away don't mean that our fucking cleanup job is done. We still got work to do. That's
Yeah.
what y'all missing. Y'all can throw somebody away and then try to critique how they operate. I'm gone. You threw me away. You opt me out. I gotta survive.
Yeah, but if you continue, like I said, remember now the pivotal part is the, like Hamp said and like I said, you continue to have multiple kids. You keep having kids in poverty by different dudes. So, and like you said, it's I'm glad you pointed that out. It's the older women now. The younger women, y'all learn better. Y'all was like, hey, y'all seen how hard it was. Y'all seen the struggle and all this shit of trying to raise kids when you kids or when you too young, when you poor, we all these things. So the women have of your age group, right? Y'all learn the lesson. That's not the problem. Now I'm gonna use the same shit that niggas used yesterday. If y'all said that motherfucking crack, okay, which there was way more motherfuckers on goddamn welfare and projects and Section 8 than crack, okay, now we gotta have the same motherfucking ripple butterfly effect or whatever the fuck you want to call it for a poverty mindset of all these women having these kids in motherfucking impoverished conditions. The fucking heart of that shit.
Yeah, so we get to hold them accountable. But let me tell you what they didn't do. When people decided to say you didn't have no guidance, these girls don't have no guidance, their parents was on crack. Like I said, y'all never want to talk about the chicken and the eggs. Baby, listen, the racism already affected that first generation. So when Big Mama was sitting there trying to raise all them damn kids by herself on some Section 8, she couldn't be at home. Why? Because she was working to the ground. So majority of them kids was working by themselves. So guess what? The moment they dropped drugs off in the street, either half of them got hooked on the shit and the other ones was selling it. Niggas was going to jail. A lot of stuff was going on in the communities. But let's just be real. Even when it comes to them women who have a whole bunch of kids, them women who people left for dead, the ones we look down on, who you think be telling me the way? Who you think pulling Sherelle to the side and saying, go get your education? Who you think telling Sherelle don't have no fucking kids? Who you think it was girls who y'all would judge, who y'all would overlook? That's my sisters, that's my mentors who went through shit and didn't want me to go through shit. So they told me better. They teaching their daughters better. Because they could understand and say, I didn't have the fucking guidance. I didn't have the common sense. If my mama was a fiend while I was growing up at 15 and I had my first baby at 15 and she had her first baby at 15, because my mama had her first baby at 15 and that girl turned around at a 15 and had a fucking child. Sherelle wasn't even having sex until she finished college.
But Sherelle, do your friends have babies?
Majority of my friends don't have kids.
How many friends you got?
Like 10.
10. And you saying out of the 10,
the majority of girls, like I'm about to do a 10-year reunion right now in my high school. The majority of girls that went to my high school don't have kids.
the majority don't have kids.
The majority don't have kids. And the boys too. We're just a kidless generation. Generation Z, Generation X is on the millennials are having a baby bus. We're not producing. We're having a baby bus. We're not producing enough kids to replace the people that's dying right now. My generation is not producing enough kids to replace the generations before us. We're having a baby bust. Baby boomers, people having access to kids. We're having a baby bust.
Yeah, so Hamp. So they literally just came out last month to where the women that are having the highest group of kids are 35 and older now. So you had a flip to where for the first time 40-year-old women are having more kids than teenagers, right?
I saw that. I'm just looking at this anecdotal example. How many sisters you got, Sherelle?
11 biological sisters.
How many of them got kids?
All of my sisters have kids.
So does that render what you saying, you as an outlier that you can't solve for, that won't be the norm? Instead, your 11 sisters would be the norm?
My 11 sisters would be the norm. What I'm saying is this. Just because they made mistakes don't mean that they just get to be thrown away, because at the end of the day, they're still serving a purpose.
Not thrown away, Sherelle. This is the analysis, right? This is the analysis.
And the majority of my sisters are married, just to let you know.
Salute to them, right? So we looking at these last 25, 30 years. We looking at the detriment and where we at in our community and all that. We trying to figure out, because these two things were compared. That's why I played the clip for y'all for the context of why we having this conversation. Is it the matriarchal society that we under, the decision making and all that? Or is it still systemic racism that got us at the bottom?
I'm still choosing racism.
I'm not saying you need to choose racism or not. I'm just saying that what's the crux of the issue the shit that we continue to repeat, is it outside of us or is it inside the community? And what's the catalyst for this shit?
It's inside the community because somebody, if the black community was a computer, white man put a fucking virus in it, and all we can do and talk about is how we got a virus. Duh, somebody put a virus in us.
Okay,
and it's gonna
now
take some time to unwind all the shit that we did. You don't skip you don't think
perfect.
that,
Sherelle, we don't need the diatribe. They're not helping no more. Let's bring it down. All right, bring it down. So we looking at the virus. Okay. So now we start talking about men and all that specifically, right? Do we see progress there? Do we see progress in the women? Do we see progress in our families? Do we see progress in our we already identified that there's a virus. So where are the changes? What is the issue? Or are we still being affected by that same virus from 40 years ago, 20 years now, from the 2000s on up?
We're making the changes. The changes are being made. We can't talk about it. When it happens, it happens. When the fire is hit, it takes time to put the fire out. We're putting the fire out. You can't kill us because we were born in a burning house, especially when we work into debt to put the fire out. Are there gonna be some stupid ass people in here just feeling like they can't put it out, so they gonna do dumb shit? Hell yeah. But guess what? That means we working overtime. The ones that's doing it, we working overtime to put the fire out. Salute us for that, because we is getting better. Our little girls ain't getting pregnant no more. We going to school, we doing that. Marriage rates are going up. We having the conversations, we working on all of this shit. We're crossing the bounds, we're doing it. We don't get our progress doesn't get to get dismissed, especially when we was born into some shit. We didn't cause this shit. Fuck no.
All right, let me do this. That's what I needed. Just make it clean. Mr. Wilson, what's popping?
I want to say thank you, everybody, for allowing me on your panel. And I hope I'm not too ugly. I know people don't like to look at old ugly people.
Yeah.
Question I have is this. If we are progressing and if our women are progressing, how come a 58-year-old judge just went to prison for shooting her second black man in the head? I mean, is that progress? I mean, also, what I also want to ask another question. What did crack in the past have to do with that woman shooting that man in the head?
You think black men need to be asking why anybody's shooting people? Black men, y'all the biggest shooters. You're the shooter with the shooters. I'm a shooter with a shooter.
You got to mute, Miss Fantastic. You got that reverb thing.
I'm not having no conversation with black men about who the shooters. You're the face of shooters. You're really the mass shooters, the drive-by shooters, your bodies, and then you put it in songs. You go to their graveyards and talk about how you shot them. Please, it ain't got nothing to do with nothing. That's not happening all the time. It's an anomaly. So yeah, we're still progressing because the majority of black judges are not shooting people. What?
Well, before you play it, you know, I would.
Hold on, let Mr. Wilson retort. Mr. Wilson, what you think?
See, we're talking about progress and et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Now, as an old man, I could talk your head off, but I don't want to do that because to me, there's nothing that happened in 1965 or in the 80s with the crack epidemic that has anything to do with today. Just like you brought up today, the past 25 years, yeah, it does go to the women. We have Jerry Springer shows that have been going on for more than 25 years because of black women going on the show, having 10 and 15 kids. Now, and it's not just women in poverty. We have a judge shooting their men in the head. We got two black female American women who were mayors facing prison. And none of this had to do with anything with crack or welfare or with anybody else committing crime. Because now, I just want to say this. Crack did hurt. Yeah, funny. Crack did hurt our community. I know. Friday, September 2nd, 1988, because of Jesus Christ, that is my crack day. And from that, I lost my dad to crack, lost my brother to heroin. Yeah, drugs did mess us up. But none of that has anything to do with today at this very moment, especially when women will have singles events and nobody will show up. You can't pay a guy to go to a singles event where there are a lot of black women with fake hair, overweight, with education, talking about their bad babes. I'm sorry, ma'am. There's some of you women, you can't even keep a homeless guy. Okay? And it has nothing to do with yesterday. So that's where I'm gonna land my plane on that. That's all. Oh, last but not least, I want to say this. How can a man meet a woman who won't even smile at him in church? Black women have been known, you can't, they don't even smile at you in church. These are the church women jumping up and down talking about joy is mine. And that's a fact, and that has nothing to do with anybody of the past. I'll land my plane there.
Black men don't even go to church.
Why would we go to church and you don't smile at us?
You going to church for women or you going to church for God?
I go to church for Jesus Christ.
All right, then you don't need a woman smiling at you.
Yes, you do. 1 John chapter 4, verse 20.
It ain't a woman's job.
How can you love your fellow man whom you got? How can you love your fellow man whom you walk with? How can you not love your fellow man whom you walk with every day? No, how can you love Jesus Christ whom you've not seen, but not love your fellow man whom you walk with every day?
Because Jesus saves and other people do the work.
And the truth ain't in you. And that's 1 John chapter 4, verse 20.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've been reading the Bible by myself since Tuesday, September 6, 1966 at 3:30 p.m.
I wasn't even thought about.
So if we're going to talk about Jesus Christ, the Son of God, the Word of God, no, I don't go to church where Jesus Christ is not. Because I go to church for Jesus Christ.
When you don't go to church, so how you know the women ain't smiling at you at church?
I went to church from 1966 to 2016.
Well, maybe it's you. They always smile at me. That every church I've been to. They smile at my daddy. He be at church every Sunday and Wednesday.
Well, if I'm lying, are there any other gentlemen?
It's your anecdotal experience. That's your
I'm
anecdotal
asking gentlemen, when you walk down the street, do black women smile at you? Do they say hello? Or do they give you this mean look like they could fight crime with their face?
They smile at all the men on the panel but you.
Ma'am, black women are so horrible. Watch.
Okay,
in the future, no, watch. In the future, you're going to see used male sexual robots. They're going to be complaining about they can't be with black women because black women are so horrible. Black women are so horrible, they could beat up a hurricane.
Once you feel that way, go do something else. We're not going to die because you don't want us. We're not going to go away and stop existing because you don't like us. We're going to deal with the people that
go to Walmart and shop because you're around. When black women are around in Walmart, Safeway, any store, they just start fighting with you because they got nothing else to do.
The black woman is the oldest thing on this planet. One thing we're going to do is survive.
No, she's not. No, she's not. No, she's not.
We here to
no,
stay.
She's not.
We here to stay.
The first thing God created was the fishes and the fowls.
The oldest thing on this planet, oldest person.
The first thing God created was the fishes and the fowls. It's in Genesis.
Mm-hmm. Go be with the fishes and the fowls. They gonna smile at you. You the one came up and said you
are choosing over you. The men are choosing the fishes and the fowls.
Go choose
And
the
we're not
bitches
complaining about
themselves.
it's black women that get on the internet.
Upset with anything that make black women happy that has shit to do with y'all. You don't want us. You hate us. If you hate us,
No,
leave us alone and let us move
you
on. We
hate
don't want to hear
yourself.
that
You
shit.
hate yourself. The wigs and the weaves and the makeup.
We
That's
hate ourselves. Let us
self-idolization,
hate
and that's you
ourselves in
hating yourself.
peace. Let
That's
us hate
not us
ourselves in
hating you.
peace. Let us hate
That's you
ourselves in
hating
peace, baby.
yourself.
And you hate us as well.
How can I hate you?
Because you
And I
just said
believe
it.
in
We the
Jesus
worst days in the
Christ.
world. What do you
I
think you
believe in
speaking
Jesus
love?
Christ.
You think you
So I
speaking
hate
love?
no one.
You
I
think you
hate
speaking
no
love? You think you came
one.
up here speaking love about black women?
I
Find
speak
you
the
a black.
truth.
They got a bunch of black women who
I
don't wear wigs.
speak
They ain't
the
smiling at you
truth.
either.
There's not a bunch of black women that don't wear
They got
weave.
a bunch of black women. They got a whole. They got a whole
99% of black
natural hair
women
movement.
wear fake
They
hair.
all on Peachtree. They all at Piedmont Park with no shoes on, saying Mother Earth, Mother
Everywhere
Earth, Mother
you
God.
go, the judges,
They got
the
dreads.
lawyers, the homeless black
They got
women
curly
wear
hair. They
weave.
got a lot of women who don't wear wigs. Go find them and let them smile at you. You only need one. It's about 10 million of them.
You couldn't get a black
It's a
woman to
million
smile
of
at
them, and you
Jesus
can't get one
Christ.
to smile at you. And data problem?
Yeah. Ask the panel, did I make my point?
King Sunny with the $2 says 30% is a lot. Damn.
It's the minority.
Mike Brown with the $5 says the 40s and 50s years old, the 40 and 50-year-old women are the biggest detriment to the community. Reaper Rel with the $2 says, Malo, how you say your name, Mr. Wilson? Your first name?
Malaj.
Malaj used to hang with Nebuchadnezzar and them niggas. Rainbow Kid with the $5 says the girls aren't getting pregnant anymore because the boys are wearing protection or not having sex at all. The boys are smarter. I hear them. Reaper with the $10 says salute. We need to use racism as a driver and tool, even propagandize it for future generations to fuel people to want to build economies, sustenance, unity amongst ourselves. Tiff swear she Petra. Cali Bad with the tells us there's a concept called ripple effect, Mr. Wilson. Reaper Rel with the $2 says Malash used to get hoes with Paul Robeson. Reaper Rel with the $5 says Malash told God, quote, that nigga ain't better than me, end quote, when Enoch went up to heaven instead of him. Jesus Christ. Aaron with the $2 says only way black people coming together is a race war. Reaper Rel with the $2 says Malaj and Saul used to rob niggas in Jerusalem. HQ, what up? HQ with the $5 says natural hair and no makeup don't make men act right. What the hell y'all talking about? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Tiff, what's pop? Mr. Fantastic, you wanted to add something to that or you good? That was an hour ago.
No, yeah. I'm trying to
What?
I think it's about the kid, the not having kids.
Your mic sound like it's covered up. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, you gotta properly track the shit, man. Just the timeline, and again, you guys are giving credit for the girls not having kids. When Rainbow Kid told you, y'all gonna come to see. I ain't never lied to y'all. Black men are the most sexually responsible group of black people. Straight black men. Let me make that clear. Straight black men are the most sexually responsible fucking demographic of black people, hands down. Okay, the young boys not motherfucking having it. Yeah, I know we got fucking Anthony Edwards out here, but outside of him, for the most part, the young boys ain't fucking falling for the shit no more. Not to mention that, hey, I told you a lot of these young girls got motherfucking fast passes to the damn priority passes to the abortion clinic, to Planned Parenthood. So just because they not having kids don't mean they not getting pregnant. Okay. When they are, they not having them. They just had a thing. I don't know if you saw it, HAMP, on I think it was TikTok, and it was a group of girls. One of the girls said she had 8 abortions in her lifetime. She was like 25.
Yeah, I covered it. It said listen but don't judge or something.
Yeah, one girl said she had 2 abortions this year, and the damn video was posted in fucking February. So again, man, I mean, I guess, but it's not that the behavior has changed. These girls are out here still benefiting off the system. They're not benefiting off the system. They own OnlyFans, right? It's all these things and all this shit as to where you still have the women choosing any and everything to try and, make it in life except the men. And again, a house of value is never gonna fucking stand. A racist group of people where the men and the women don't get together, never gonna be successful, never gonna gain power.
The majority of black women haven't had abortions.
Tiff was good.
Hey panel. Hey Mr. Will. Hey Sherelle. Hey So Solid. Annie.
You got the floor, Tiff. What's poppin'? What you think? What's holding us back right now? The matriarchy or racism? Systemic racism?
I think there's an issue when we try to attempt to separate it, because I think both. I think it's a yes and. Yes, racism is very much still alive. And
You
yes,
know what I'm asking you, Tiff?
what?
Yeah, we know that both things exist, right?
I don't think
I
one
guess.
outweighs the other. I fundamentally don't.
What did you say?
I don't think one outweighs the other. I said I fundamentally don't. I believe weighted, it has the same impact. It just depends on who's experiencing that. So if we talk micro, on a macro level, racism is still an issue, systemic racism. And then even some of the stuff like, we know it's real because we wouldn't have responded to what happened with that young man the way we did. A lot of people like, what happened? You had all eyes on, because we understand that policing is not necessarily kind to Black bodies, specifically Black men. So you're well aware of that, right? So you have, that is what you have to deal with, being outside and potentially being criminalized. When we start talking about homes and matriarchy, I think, again, it kind of depends on, and not depends, but based on that family. I think that you need both male and women leadership, just at different times. And I think because we don't have the balance, because people want it to be an all or nothing, we continue to suffer. Because if I say, no, it's just this, you can attack both issues. You can strategize for both.
Okay, so you think that women's conduct is hurting us just as bad as racism?
Yeah.
Okay, but you made more of a case for racism being an issue than women's conduct. So what break it down? I guess you have to expound on the women's conduct being just as detrimental as racism, essentially.
Well, you said matriarchy, which that's a woman leading. When you're saying how
That's the thing. So I have to title it, right?
Uh-huh.
So, I'm just trying to pick and choose, like, how do I define the topic to get people to understand, okay, I can understand the discussion, right? So now that we're here, right, our community is seemingly out of order, right? And just because the hierarchy usually stems from like Abrahamic teachings and things of that nature, right? So I'm looking at conduct, I'm looking at how we out of order, how men, it's not assumed that men are the leaders, women buying into certain things that's essentially hurt our community speculatively. And so I guess what I'm asking is, do you think racism still affecting us more heavily to this day, or you think the conduct of women's choices affect our community negatively more heavily today? And if you don't think it's the women, do you think racism, if we dealt with racism first, would that be more effective for us to get on high? Or are you saying, nah, women fucking up if we
So I'm trying to
fix that?
process, like,
Yeah.
in my mind, when you say Abrahamic, I'm like, okay, well, that's patriarchy. And if it's failing, it's because the man fell. It's the system that you created. So you can't be mad about patriarchy not working when you created it. I think Black women or Black people, the fail-safe has been because there have been issues with Black men not being available, that then, yeah, they become the makeshift leaders. But if we are in a patriarchal society, who would be failing? It wouldn't be the women. It would be the men that weren't meeting the expectation to maintain the homes. The men would fail. It's not the women. Or you can do like I said, we can say both. But I'm not going to say that
Well,
it's
you
just
can't say both. You can't say both here,
But
right?
I'm
Because
not
it
going to
won't.
blame a woman for
No,
contact
hold on,
specifically.
Tiff. Hold on, Tiff.
Okay.
You can't say both here, right?
Okay.
So that's the one rule that you guys know that we already have,
Mhm.
right? So, even if you're saying fix this first, we'll be better off, or fix that first, we'll be better off, right? So if you had an option to fix both, which one would you address, imminently?
Black men's behavior.
Okay, so racism, and the reason why these two are being comparative, just so you know, it was based on a conversation that you were here, right? When I played the clip with Cheeky was talking about comparing, because they say stop complaining about racism, and then Cheek and Shab was like, well, y'all complain about the women all day.
Oh, the show y'all did on Monday.
Yeah, so essentially it's like, seems like the women are always the problem, right? But then racism is being thrown like, nah, racism is still an issue for our people. So those two things came up. That's why I'm kind of putting them against each other. Like, what would help us out more? Women fixing their conduct more quickly, or dealing with the racism more quickly?
I would say women fixing behavior, but then men have to be ready to police the racism. You get what I'm saying? Like if a woman fixes everything and she does everything right, if she can still be infiltrated because men don't defend her, it's gonna be a problem.
Go ahead, Miss Fantastic. Then we'll get Miss Williams. So solid. She do. Hold on. John, can you wave your hand? John, can you wave your hand? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, real quick. I just never seen John. John, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
You got a shirt on?
Yeah, I can put one on. Just really hot. I'm Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
Give me a minute.
Shirt on, man. Y'all be on some
Yeah,
weird
no
shit.
problem, man. Give me a minute.
All right. I'll bring John up when you put a shirt on. I'm telling John to stand up and fucking be butt ass naked. All right, go ahead, Miss Fantastic.
Tell him put some pants on too.
don't forget your pants, John. Go ahead.
There was no fucking just outrageous outbursts. The title ain't got black men in the nowhere, and fucking Tiff automatically jump to the black man. I'm gonna play out for you.
I didn't. I did not.
How do you not? You can hear yourself
I
talk.
did not.
All right, I'm everybody. Y'all just yeah.
Okay.
What happened to?
Like he coming, was she blaming the men? No, I said both. But if one has to be picked, fine. And I even said, okay, racism. Then we said what? Women conducting and fixing their behavior. But yes, if I'm going to ask black women to fix and correct their behavior, I'm also going to ask that black men step up and be ethical as well. And I don't think that's asking for too much if we have to be in partnership and community together. If I'm improving myself, I have every right to say, as I improve and correct my behavior, I want my partnership or the people in the community to be doing just as much work as I am. That's not a blame game. That is saying we're in this together and one person shouldn't be doing all of the work at all. That's why we are here right now.
Okay. What's up, Mr. Williams? What you think?
Hey, what's up, everybody on the panel? Salute to the chat as well. It's a great topic. I do feel as though racism is what affected us, the majority of us, and then it intersects with the patriarchy. It just intersects with it, and that's why we have the problems and the issues that we have now.
So, okay, so let me just make sure I frame it right. So I'm looking at the last 25 years. You see, from 99 to now. Because what we see, I think a majority of the time when racism is called out, it's slightly covert more so. Right? That's why I'm trying to make this assessment in the last 25, 30 years or so. You know what I mean? So I understand the different eras that we went through. You know, the reason why I was more pointed in the last 25 years, except we even started to see drug laws change to where the disparity wasn't so, you know, between like crack and coke and the different trafficking laws and etc. Right?
Yeah.
So now, because when we get asked that question, when have you experienced racism? Every time I've heard that question asked, I've seen the majority of people struggle. You know? And then this topic presented itself when we compare complaining about women to complaining about racism. That's why it's on the forefront now. So I want to understand what y'all think.
That would put me right at 25, right? And
What you
so
mean?
24, 25
Years old? Oh, okay.
Yeah, 25 years ago. So that would
Yeah,
make
come
me
on.
24. So,
Yeah.
So at that time, that's when the shift really started to change. But I can also say, as a black man with affirmative action and all of that really being pushed, that actually helped me with my careers because I made more money as well. That actually helped me where I could get a job just through having experience. You get what I'm saying? So to speak, instead of having to go through what you have to go through now. But by me having experience, I didn't have to have a degree in certain things. A certificate was pretty much like a degree for me. So I could make 30,000 then. And so, but when you look at it as a whole, it hurt us with the racism because women empowerment, but then it also hurt us men because we started giving up. It started going that way, especially pushing toward my 30s. More men started giving up, but it empowered women to where, you know, now we can push y'all on the back burner. Or if a man decided that he didn't want to do something, the woman didn't have no choice but to run to the government. So they were watching white women actually that had jobs and everything. They were the one that were abusing the welfare system, and they taught black women about it. People forget about that. We've copied them because they started seeing, oh, I can work and I can get over on the system. And if the white woman's husband wasn't doing what he's supposed to do, guess what? She was working and she was getting welfare. She was getting all those benefits. They were getting food stamps because the one thing about white people, they always used to live above their means because they had to put on the front.
What year you in? What year you in, you think?
Well, it started when I was a kid, though, and I was born in 1976. So by the time I was 10 in 86, yeah, that was really getting abused.
And that's why I'm kind of asking us, right, in terms of the exercise, to look more recently, where you start to see things slightly normalized, and that's not fair to say normal, but you see things start to slow down, like street hustling and all that type of shit.
Yeah,
you know.
Now, come to now, street hustling has slowed down, but what hurts our people is the fact when they started building all these pain management offices, because now you can get pills, and then more people are getting on different man-made drugs like ice and things of that nature. So it's changed where you're not hustling on the corner, but they're doing it through the government offices and through Medicaid and all of that type of stuff.
That's
because
facts, Mr. What? Young black boys on fucking meth. Ice. Ice. Black people on ice.
Hey, remember HAMP like in the, what was it, 2000?
So you're saying it's still
meth.
Huh?
Yeah.
Ice is meth, Tiff.
Oh.
Crimson Cure with a 20 ball says, to answer the title, what's up, Crimson? Says, over the last 25 years, the gynocracy has been a collective issue. However, feminism / gynocracy is fathered by, what's WS?
White supremacy.
White supremacy, in my opinion. By the way, hello. Friends in, salute. Okay, so she pointedly
Very
answered,
dynamic answer.
right? And I'm sure, yeah, she pointedly answered, right? And I'm sure she could expound if she had the time, right? Because we're looking, and that's why we're looking at this microcosm of more recent. You know, we understand the catalysts, right? But at a point when you perpetuate things, at what point do you have to own the things that you continuously do? See, Rich for the $10 says the matriarchy and feminism is a product of white supremacy racism. The so-called black man did not team up with the white power structure. The women never acknowledged that fact. King Sonny with the $10, what up? Says, so the other is 70%, making up 1.5 kids and aborting at a high clip. The other 30% average 2.5
young men.
We are in trouble. King Sonny with $2 says 30% and making multiple YN. Shaking my head. HQ with the $5 says natural hair and no makeup. Okay. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So let's go. So Solid, CJ, and John. So Solid, what up?
What's going on? What's happening,
Goody.
panel? Man, I didn't change my answer like 3 times, huh?
All right. That's how listening works.
Shit. You feel me? So the first time I was like matriarchy. And then the second time I switched to racism. And then I ended on matriarchy again. Because like I said in my super chat, I feel like capitalism created racism or put it on steroids. I'm not gonna say it created racism, but it put it on steroids because everybody was competing, trying to get all this money, and they was using blacks to do it. And throughout the evolution of slavery, people started hating blacks, and then racism just became even greater, right? So then the racism created the matriarchy, in my opinion, because if everybody's sitting here fighting for the most spoils of war and resources and all that stuff, and everybody know women want a more cushy and materialistic life in total, then that made us fight for it just like the white people fighting for it. And as expectations grew, you know what I'm saying, I think we got to divide. And then when matriarchy was created, how the women are in charge and all that shit, it's like, at this point, we just trying to satisfy the woman. So it's like, I just think that matriarchy is the biggest detriment in the last 25 years because, like we say on the panels all the time, you could live a comfortable life without being like super rich and balling and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? You can be okay, but the fact that the woman wants more and more and more and more, it makes the man get out there and try to fight for more and more and more. And I think that's what's got us more fucked up than racism at the end of the day, because if I'm fighting with my wife on where we're gonna live and how we're gonna live and how we're gonna do things, I don't see how racism enters that. If we fall off, you know what I'm saying, and she ain't raising the kids right and I ain't getting the money and we ain't doing things together, I don't see how racism infiltrates that and influences that from the outside. That's an issue between me and my wife and my race and how we do things.
So question, what system would you do you dislike capitalism?
For the most part, I don't. For the most part, there are parts of it that I do dislike, but for the most part, since we're majority minority on this show, for the most part, no, because I'm used to it.
What system would you prefer?
I prefer capitalism out of all the other systems that I see. Now, I haven't experienced those other systems, but when I see them and I research them, and when I see the effects of them on people that come to this country, I prefer capitalism.
Okay. Well, wait. So are you disliking capitalism? Or are you disliking the hypergamous nature of women and then men playing into it?
Yes, the second one. I don't dislike capitalism as much as I dislike how the effects that it has on my people and how we do what we do with it. I think we should be able to handle capitalism in a better way, a wiser way. You know
Okay, because you're saying we dwell or we indulge in consumerism.
Yes, and then we blame matriarchy and then we blame racism for wanting to be in the fight. We want to be in the race. We want all these things. We want to live like white people, whether we admit it or not. You know what I'm saying? But then when something happens and it knocks us off our pedestal, knocks us off our pivot foot, we want to blame the symptoms of capitalism. When reality, you could change the way your perspective is, you can change the way you live in, and you could thrive in capitalism. There's plenty of black people that do it. And they don't cry about women, and they don't cry about racists. There's plenty of them that do it.
Okay. All right. I got a couple questions. I'm gonna come back. CJ was good.
Good, what's good, everybody? How y'all doing?
Good, man. What's good here?
Good. So, the biggest detriment in the last 25 years would definitely have to be the matriarchy. So, the brother was spitting, Mr. Wilson was spitting. He said majority of these women are wearing weaves. And it's the truth. Like I said the other episode, 90 to 95% of our women wear another woman's hair. They are in charge of their community. They like, let me tell you what I see. I see the women put the men that are the most detrimental they give them the most pussy, the most attention. The men that have the most resources, they'll use them men, and they'll still give the pussy to the men that have nothing. They don't like men that are smart, that are competent. They don't like men that have standards, boundaries, like y'all say. They don't like these men. They like the men that are crash outs, like y'all call them, YNs. They give these young men all the attention. I see it daily. When I was growing up, I saw it. And like the man said, most of the women wear weaves. Tiff has somebody else hair in her hair. And her head, Sherelle does 100% of the panel. Like, I don't know what we discussing. It's crazy. The racism. Okay, let me gather my thoughts a little better.
Wait, but let me ask you, why? What does the weave define? That they what? What is it? What does it say?
That they don't even like themselves.
Preach.
They don't like themselves. They don't like their natural hair. They don't like themselves as black people. They think white ice is colder. Like we said, like they say, they put that on the whole race in general, but it's just the black women who believe this. So I believe that the top people understand how women operate. Like, people are smart. People, we've been on this planet for hundreds of thousands of years. They know how women operate. They say women are like this. The top people put women over it. They say, we're going to give women reign to run their community because we know that they're going to destroy it. Especially the black community. The women have the reins. They do what the fuck they want. They talk however they want to talk. They shut you down when you're trying to speak. They are in charge, brother. I don't know how we're not seeing this shit. I see it every day. I see it on the panels. Tiff is a horrible woman, a demon. I know in her relationship.
God damn.
I'm just speaking how I see it. A horrible woman. These women are horrible. They show no diplomacy. They have no kind of decorum. It's ridiculous. Somebody put the woman in charge. And then then the women propagate this racism shit. When they don't get their way, they propagate the racism so they make it a bigger deal than what it really is. If we got our women in line, the racism part would be less effective because most of the society is ran on classism, not racism. Classism is what most people are what rules. We are bottom class because of our women. Our women like degenerate behavior. They like the degenerates. So we are at the bottom. Now, if we got our women in line, we can raise our class to higher levels, but we can't get the women in line because they rule. They have the reins, and I'll stop there.
Okay, so essentially, like, do you believe, like, the Willie Lynch letter has been debunked essentially, right? But it always said that the women were weaponized against us. Do you think that's true?
Definitely, 100%.
But you don't blame it on racism. You still blame it on their independent conduct.
I believe that. Somebody got the
Hey, everybody, mute if you're not talking. Somebody got the sirens in it. Go ahead.
Really, I couldn't tell you. I think the racism started. So if the black man would have more power, if we were at the top, we could get our women in line more. Like, they would see us as more. They would respect us more if we could implement consequences. They don't respect us. Most women don't respect men in general. They respect them. They respect power. Women respect power, not men. They don't give a fuck about men. They'll use men because they wanna use the man with power. I told y'all this shit. They don't give a fuck about men. Go ahead.
Tiff, Sherelle, y'all want to respond to any of that? And it looked like John was kind of agreeing too, so I want to get him in.
I agree.
I
don't talk to
I
dummies
would
and I
say,
don't disrespect my elders, so I'm good.
I would say that majority of respectable men get respected. I think it's always a mediocre black man who's not that intelligent, who does nothing for his community, who doesn't provide any substance to the community at all, who's bringing up something dumb like black women wear weave. Yeah, and it made the Chinese people rich. Yeah, invest in it, buy it, open up communities that sell stores that sell hair so that you could capitalize on it. The beauty industry is $1 billion industry. $1 billion industry. All women wear extensions. All women wear makeup. None of the men are complaining about it. We do have a lot of black men in the community running around with poor decorum, like CJ, and it's no reason to respect men like that. And all they do is grow contention between men and women. But I mean, if you're a smart enough woman, you will understand the difference between somebody like HAMP, somebody like Mr. Williams, somebody like So Solid, and then we have the CJs. At the end of the day, everything that they say is going to fall on deaf ears because they're not actually doing anything positively in their community to try to build any type of strong families. They're just young boys running around, fucking hoes, bragging about it. And that's what they do on their day-to-day life. But when they feel like they can humble a black woman, always looking for an opportunity to try to point out something negative about a black woman to humble them. We're educated, baby. We're taking care of our families out here. We're doing a lot. So you're just being disingenuous. And when they become disingenuous to that point, you have a bigger issue you need to take up with your parents or whoever that hurt started from. But it ain't us.
So
I'd like to
they
ask
don't
a
real quick, Mr.
question.
Wilson. I got you. I'm gonna give you the mic real quick. So they don't.
Well, I'm gonna get a mic
no
to
shots.
John. I'm gonna after you retort. I'm gonna get the mic to John. How you say it, John? Orc?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay.
All right. So no disrespect to HAMP at all. They don't respect HAMP. They respect the power that HAMP has. The power that HAMP wields. That's the first thing. Second, she tried to disrespect my intellect, but you see her retort to my fucking weave argument. She didn't really have it. She said the Chinese are getting rich off of it. So what? She didn't really say anything. Like, what the fuck did she say? Nothing. She said, so why don't you invest in it? Why don't you get rich off of it? We don't want y'all wearing the shit. I don't know how she don't.
We want y'all to
don't.
make more money, CJ. We want y'all to be educated. We want y'all to be
Thank you.
respectful.
No, they don't. They don't
We
fucking
don't
care
want
about
y'all to
us.
be a
They don't.
degenerate, but you walk around being a degenerate. And maybe you should work on what you need to work on before you worry about me. I got long hair, so it don't matter. But I don't want to put heat on it all the time because it never ruin my natural hair. So for versatile, people wear weave. When people want to change colors, lengths, styles, they wear hair. Every race of woman does it. Why? Because when you put different chemicals or heat on your natural hair, it can actually destroy it. So it's something called protective styling. And we're not going to stop protective styling our hair to keep our natural hair healthy just because you don't like it, even though you fuck
I wasn't
girls
even
that
finished.
wear
How should she
weave,
steal the
which
mic
means
from me? I
you
wasn't even
actually
finished.
like it.
First of all, she just making
So
up shit.
you
Most
don't
of these
need to
black
tell
women.
Sherelle don't wear weave. You tell your girlfriend don't wear weave, but you're going to be with a girl that wears weave because you don't actually have a problem with women who wear weave. You just
Like
have an
Mr. Wilson,
issue thinking you can come on the internet and try to humble women.
like
That's
Mr. Wilson
all.
said.
And
Can
Hamp
I?
is very respectful. You respect Hamp because he's respectful, not because of the power he holds. None of us respect him because of the power he holds. We respect him because of who he is. He's very respectful. Stop trying to discredit somebody's greatness because you're mediocre. Stop trying to
So
discredit somebody else's influence because you have none.
I didn't discredit hemp at all. First of all, second of all, like Mr. Wilson said, most of y'all wear the shit. It's hard to find a woman without weave. Second of
You don't
or
need
third
to
of
worry
all,
about everybody. Find your one. You need one woman that don't wear weave, and everybody else that wear weave ain't none of your business.
And it's
What's
not
going
hard
you
to
see how
find
they
them.
y'all
They
see how
want to
they
be able
interrupt
to
me? You see
police
how they
other
will
people. Like,
interrupt me?
I'm not trying to tell you don't
They
wear a
have the
do-rag. I'm
reins
not
in
saying
most
don't
communities. Y'all see how
wear
they don't even
locks. I
know
don't
how to
care how
protect
you
Please,
themselves from
present
please
talking.
yourself. I'm
ask
saying
This is
be
what they
later.
do
polite
to their
and
men.
manly. And
This is
that's
what
not
they
what that's not you.
this
You're
is
not manly. And because you're not
right.
Please,
manly, you don't
can I
understand
ask a
why we
question?
respect him. You don't get it because you haven't reached it yet. You do not understand how horrible you look right now. You look
So
a mess. You look
Okay,
less
all right,
than
all
stellar
right,
as a
okay,
black
okay,
man
okay.
attacking black women. It doesn't look good.
Okay, so she said I'm not manly, right?
I
So
just
before we
want to
got
ask
to, hold
one
on real quick,
question.
Mr. Wilson. She said I'm not manly, but before we got to all these resources and shit, what was a manly man? I'm 6'3". I fight fucking really good. What is she talking about? My voice is not manly. My voice is not fucking deep enough. That's the only thing you can say that's not manly about me, and that's not even
You
fucking
grown.
a
You know
qualifier.
what? Let me
That's the
stop. I'm
first
acting like
thing.
I got some
Second
decorum.
of
I'm
all,
gonna respect him.
thank you. They and you still talking.
I'm gonna
They
respect
don't know how to
him.
not talk while you speaking.
You
Tiff,
called
Don't
me
know how to
off.
not interrupt.
You
Let
see
him,
this.
Tiff,
This is
Tiff,
where you
Tiff.
messed
Let
up.
him finish. Let him finish talking. Let him finish.
And,
Right?
and
You
y'all
relinquished the floor once you were done. Now let him finish what he's saying. Then you can retort, and then I'm gonna get John in.
y'all
Go ahead.
just think this is the decorum they show on the panel, but not in their real fucking lives. You think they husbands don't see this fucking treatment? They husbands get the same fucking treatment, but worse. Y'all are crazy if y'all believe they get on these panels and treat us like fucking like they don't give a fuck. Then get in their real house and be all giddy and fucking happy. The shit is a lie. They get in a fucking in real life and treat their
You been
husbands
here?
worse, but their
You
husbands
been here?
accept it. All right, now
If you
I'm
think
finished.
that,
I'll let my
so
boy John Orr go.
literally what you're saying is nonsensical and stupid. The way that some people present online at work is very different than how they present at home. And my husband is a real man. He doesn't talk to me crazy ever, would never take the tone that you just did. And we don't have these kind of issues because he's grown, and he takes care of a household and a family. And because he does that, the respect that I have for him for being a provider is something that you know nothing about. Nothing. So once you become a provider and you get you a vow and you make a ring and you make a family, then perhaps we can have a discussion. Until then, do not talk about me nor my marriage. And specifically, and I mean this for everybody that can hear my voice, don't say shit about my fucking husband or my marriage. It's not to be discussed. I took a vow to that man. Our marriage is private and personal. It's not to be played with up and down. Do not do it again.
Hey,
I would
Tiff,
appreciate it.
You know I gotta say
question
this
on
one thing
question. One question I have. My bad, John. I just popped in my head. Is your behavior contingent upon how you treated?
Typically not. No, because you can't control how other people treat you. But you can have
Well,
one person that
I
even
guess
in
what
this
I'm asking is
no.
because what was presented was um based on how you're talked to or not, based on the disrespect that you receive, is why you're responding as such. So that's why I'm just listening to what you said. So I'm asking, like, are you maintaining yourself? Because hold on a second, let me just finish the premise, right? Because there's 600 people here, so I'm talking to you, but I'm also kind of lay it out because people keep coming in and out. Pause, big pause. It's, fucking crazy. Right. So, do you conduct yourself no matter what? Or do outside influences control your behavior?
No, I act like myself regardless. And I think really, again, him because I respect you so much on your platform, I'm not going all the way in the way I would love to. And I also don't want to go all the way in because I don't think it's beneficial for black men and black women to be yelling and hollering at each other on the internet every day. It's not something that we want to send out to the world. However, if you continuously pick at a person
That
that
part.
hasn't engaged you, at some point, what you're saying is you want that work and you want that smoke, and that's what you're gonna get. I'm giving you what you want. But for the most part, the demeanor, but there are a woman or a man can say there are certain things that personally don't play with me about. Most people understand what don't play about my kids, right? Don't play about my mom or my daddy, my all of those things. But my husband, who's my covering, you never gonna be able to speak on him slick in any type of. It would be better for me
So
to
this
correct it than for my
Well, let
husband
me
to
just
correct it. You get what
yeah.
I'm saying?
So no,
I don't want
100%.
my
I
husband
understand. I
situation.
understand. I understand. Right. I think I've seen a lot of shots, heard a lot of shots, things of that nature. Right. People to talk behind your back as much as it can be on the internet. But very rarely do I respond to those things. Very rarely do I get out of character, right? Because I control my behavior,
okay.
and if it was in person, I may react differently, right? I think that's generally men respond differently in person, but up here, very rarely, maybe once or twice, maybe, but usually I'm pretty like even. So I'm just thinking about that. You know what I'm saying, Tiff? But all right, last point, CJ.
Last point, I swear. So to the point. So on the panel, the women feel they safe, so they can talk to you however they want, right? In real
Mhm.
life, they feel they safe too. They feel like men shouldn't hit them. They feel like if a man do hit them, other men are going to come and protect them. They can call the police. So they still show the same, they display the same behaviors in real life. And I will say whatever I want to about whoever I want to, Tiff.
John, what's up, man? So I noticed you can address whatever you please. I just noticed there was a couple points CJ was driving home before they got into this back and forth that you kind
Yeah,
of nodded with. So
I wanted to bring the conversation back a bit because
yeah,
to the main topic of actually racism and matriarchy, or we can bring in patriarchy or wherever.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was noting more for I think classism part of it, that it's more important that the classes of society rather than the actual races and so forth. Me myself, I'm actually Russian, but I was lucky enough to live in different places in the world, and I experienced discrimination or stereotyping in many ways and in different parts of the world, because Russians are a very stereotyped group in many ways. And I think that things such as racism and matriarchy, they are constantly injected into society from above, from the media and so forth, to bring discord between the people, because it's really hard to have a proper conversation about what's important and so forth when you start calling the other person, well, you white or you black, you don't understand what you're talking about, or you say you're a woman, you're a man, you cannot express an opinion or something like that. I believe it all comes down to people at like a base level, just regular people you see every day, of how much influence they have on the society, how much economical or how much connections or how much political influence they have on the community around them. And things such as racism and matriarchy, they all just brought there to bring discord between the people, disagreement. And it's a really good distraction from the actual topic of who influences the society for it to be the way it is. Because think about it, like you cannot be a racist unless you're in a position of power. Well, I don't think an average white man in America is in a position of power. Like an average white man in America is just a regular dude trying to get a work, like, trying to go to his work, gets the things together, and has like pretty much the same problems as a black man has in America usually. I don't want to. I understand that sometimes, especially back in the old days. Now I think an average white person is not so racist, but I don't really want to get to like white and black points. It's just me being once again distracted from the topic of classes. That some people just have resources and influence on society which are incomparable to a regular person. Like, for example, like how many people, like let's say wherever we all get together, how many people we need to get together to build, let's say, a football stadium? I don't know, 10,000, 20,000 people, 30,000 people. Well, a billionaire can just do it during his breakfast. Like, he can just drop some money and, like, let's say there's going to be a football stadium right here next to my house. And that's kind of things that the influence is. And that's my main point I wanted to make. But
what about the correlations between racism and class, right? And depending on where you move and what you move in particular classes, you have races represented differently, right? And then you have several traumas that people come through that don't give them the same trajectory or don't give them the same baseline. And so to eliminate race would be disingenuous because it has a lot of effects on where we start and where we're able to end.
Yes, I think you make a fair point in that. And I'm not saying like you eliminate race. You cannot eliminate it completely. I mean, I'm not gonna, I'm white. I was born white. I'm gonna be white all my life. And there's always and I'm Russian. I'm gonna be Russian all my life, no matter where I go to.
Sure.
But the point is that for me, it's much easier. It's much more important to connect with the people of the same class level than I am, than of the same race as I am. Because it's all about who gets to control how the society functions, who gets to control the media, who gets to control the financial movement, who gets to control the big decisions in society. And I don't think any of us here control any of the big decisions. Like, I mean, I don't know anybody personally, but I don't think anybody here like has a singular like control of big decisions.
Okay.
So
but John, how do you, because the race shouldn't be on the precipice. I understand your premise, right? But then we look at the effects of nepotism, and we see people of the same culture, right, putting their own people in power, right? That's why race is imminent. When you look at media, like you mentioned, right, you got the Jews who overwhelmingly dominate music, TV, movies, right? So now, are you saying that's a class thing more so?
Yes, nepotism is, I'm glad you bring it up actually.
Okay.
I mean, nepotism is extremely important because it's how people usually advance in society. It's much easier to have a influential friend and move through the connection than actually do the work and raise your talents in the society. And that's what I mean when I speak about classes. That I mean, if the main discussion is focused around things such as race, if main discussion is focused on things such as matriarchy, then people of the same class have harder time of bringing together and actually seeing the problem of such as nepotism, which raises from not exactly the race. Race is a consequence of nepotism, because I mean it makes sense that people who would be benefiting from the nepotism would be of the same race. And I mean, if you lived in alternative history, it could have been people of a different race. It's just about who has the family links together, who has the family links, who goes to the same school, who goes to the same parties, who goes to the same events, who has opportunity to meet people who are influential. So that's what I mean by that. And I mean, it's very interesting. I think I've done some research into black movements from the 60s, like back in my days, like Black Panther movement and so forth, because I think that's when there was a really big push for end of racism in U.S. society, like really big pushes, when the racism was really ravaging through the society. And I mean, it wasn't exactly like your regular white dude who was stopping it. It was CIA who, I mean, pretty much injected into the movement and literally murdered their leader. I mean, assassinated him. And I mean, it doesn't come from racism. It comes from people who control the society, who don't want people to make in communities. They don't want people to organize. They don't want people to communicate with each other. They want you to talk to your neighbor. They don't want you to go out of your house. They want you to have conflict at your level. And racism brings conflict. That's what I mean.
But when on your research with the Panthers, what was injected into those communities?
I forgot the exact name, but there was the big
not people. I mean, you got Fred. All three of the main were killed in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yes.
But when you look at the injections, right, they pick a group of people, right? There's plenty of poor white people, right, that they could have picked to inject different things in those communities, but they pick specific communities to inject guns and drugs into, right?
Yes.
That also do a lot of funding, right? If you look at the CIA, there's benefits to the reason why but why did they pick those people specifically?
Well, but they inject different community in different ways, because I mean, it's a big science of how to subvert your community. If you look at, for example, hippies in the 60s or 70s in US, hippies were anti-corporate. That's one of the main that's one of the main points of hippie movement in the 60s, to be anti-corporate, to bring things to a small business and so forth. And they injected in a different way. They made it so those people care about issues such as transgenderism and so forth, which are, I mean, not really a big issue in society in general. Like, it's a small issue. It's not that important to regular person's life. And they subverted their movement in a different direction.
The hippie movement?
Black Panthers movement, the reason why they had to inject it in such a way to assassinate the leader is because Black Panthers were really dedicated. They were really dedicated. They didn't have any stop points. They were ready to be aggressive and so forth. So they couldn't like diverge them into a different philosophy.
Well, we still have to run down the hippie claim. What did they do to the hippies? They made them more gay or less gay? What are you saying?
Okay, it's not about being gay or anything. It's just about that hippies back in the days were the kind of alternatives of the lefty SJW.
I know, but what did they do to them though? Did they kill them? Did they infect? Did they kill all their leaders? Did they inject drugs? Did they drop off guns?
They diverted their conversation points from corporatism into different areas.
What are those areas? Is what I'm asking.
I mean,
yeah, John, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. So I'm not gonna let you off the hook, but I know you hooked, right? So that's just a poor comparison, right? Because you don't have murder, death, kill happening to those people. You don't have their families being broken apart, right?
And also, hippies were not such a kind of cell-connected movement as. Well, I use Black Panthers as an example, but there were several other movements. Unfortunately, I don't remember names. They were mostly black movements because black people were much heavier discriminated. They were more motivated to build into close communities, ready to do some action, ready to actually, go out there and speak. If you know Aaron McGruber, creator of Boondocks, have you heard about that man?
Yes.
Yeah. The creator, Aaron McGruber, he's not really a public person, but he gave a very interesting speech about it. It was one of his only performances, I think, in early 2000s. And there he mentions all of those points in a better way than I do, because, I'm not prepared for the speech. But I think the hippies, in general, were diverted in two different things. They were diverted into too much of a spiritualism. So instead of going against like a corporate message, they were diverted into too hardcore of a spiritualism, spiritual enlightenment. So, they would, I think spiritualism is really important, but there's a certain point where you become too spiritual, where you stop sensing the reality around you. And I think that's what they did to the hippie movement. They made people not feel reality around them. They made them focus on
and weed and popping mushrooms. The hell are you talking about?
That's part of it. That's
Guys,
part of it. Yeah.
if I may, I'd like to just have two quick questions. I mean, I understand what he's saying, but guys, for real, he's talking about my childhood. And the thing is, like I said earlier, what does any of that have to do with black women today bothering black men dating women in Thailand?
But
there's videos of black women in Thailand.
Mr. Wilson, you're not you. So John's premise is classism is the thing that needs to be assessed. The matriarchy conversation, the racism conversation,
what comes from that
is what tries to is blurring to the real problem, to where money and people aligning based on where they are and banding together in this example of a stadium to get on high should be what we focus on. But instead we look at a quote unquote hierarchy that's placed in front of us to blind us, or race that's placed in front of us to blind us, as opposed to I got $10, Be Nice got $10, John got $10. With that $30, regardless of race or gender, we can move up. That's
That's the thing. That's my point. We cannot. We don't have enough.
No, that's what I'm saying. Sorry, John. I'm literally just trying to kind of consolidate all that you said so they can understand. So, but so that's so he's
my point. Don't that connect to my point about capitalism?
Yes, it does. It does.
All that shit.
Yeah.
That's why I started that I liked some ideas of you, So Solid and CJ, because he mentioned both of it, but a bit of a different angle.
It's a different angle, but it's I would say it's adjacent for sure.
Adjacent for sure.
Yeah, because the money is the motivation, right? So I was just summing it up, right? So, Mr. Wilson, are you saying fuck all that? It's still the women?
Sir, like I said, or the question.
First, answer the question, and then you can give me your context. Are you saying fuck all that is still the women?
Because guys, when we look back at the 60s, there again, like I said, why is it no one talks to old folks like me who remember the hippies? Okay, I remember a lot of that shit. I remember the shootout with the Black Panthers and the police back in 1966. None of that has anything to do with today, like I said. Back then, we still said hello to one another. Even though when I was a kid, white folks used to go by and yell out the window, nigger, we still said hello to one another. So now, press the fast forward button to today. The women are more educated, they're really smart and great, and they don't have to go through none of that stuff back then. They go to Thailand and bother Black men who are with Thailand women because they can't be with a woman who disrespects them. Like I said, how can a man be with a woman who fights a hurricane?
Do you think people in power want you to have kids? That's the question. Do you think people in power want your regular dude to have kids?
Sir, I'll be honest with you. Nobody wants me to have kids. Hell, I don't.
Not me personally, but like abstractly.
Sir, I don't want to have kids, but I'm not gonna lie to you. Some tequila, some weed, and a whole guy pregnant.
Mr.
Okay.
Wilson, Mr. Wilson, can't
I'm
take
not gonna. You're not gonna
personally.
stop fucking around the world. There are two people in Africa, in Sudan, and they're fighting the lions, the tigers, and the bombs and the guns. And somewhere in a mud hut, they're fucking. Excuse my language. So what I'm saying is, let's stop. We can't stop the fucking. But what I'm saying is this: we can't ignore today when we have women. Like I said, all the answers are in the Bible. And bottom line, just like we have the BBL and it stinks, that is in the Bible. And who? Yeah, the BBL's in the Bible.
Hemp, what is he talking about?
Isaiah chapter 3. Yeah, when black women stink, the black women stink from the BBL. The reason that answer in the Bible. The Bible knew black women was going to stink from the BBL 1,000 years ago.
Serious right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
The weave and the bald head, that's in the Bible. Isaiah chapter 3.
So he pursuant to he's Isaiah chapter 3. You can start at verse 12. He's essentially saying because the women were acting like they shit don't stink, God smite them with a scab upon the head.
No, this is the curse we're living under now. Remember.
Well, Mr. Wilson, you said no. You would say yes, and you wouldn't say no to what I'm saying.
Yes,
I'm just giving them the
Right.
context of where I'm just letting them know that you're not making that up. I'm just saying Isaiah 3 and 12 is where you can look and say they had haughty spirits, like how they act, mincing along, and then they were smite with a curse of baldness. No, he's talking about the smiting of the hair and all that shit. When you see the weave thing, it's not by accident, essentially.
All right. The question of modern women, and I mean, we have to relate it to the building relationships, especially in places like US. I think it comes down to how the media portrays values in relationships. I don't think it's really the women's fault for being, and I think it is a problem in US society that women generally have demand of men, and the general approach
Somebody
is
has to mute.
for,
Somebody has to mute.
You got to mute so solid. You got to run them background.
and the general approach to man's relationship is that the man has to really give way to the woman. The woman has to simp out. He has to simp out to the woman. That's like a general approach in US relationships right now, and it all comes from I think pretty much media. It spreads the value that man is about money, man is about, things like that. And people, they don't want you to build families. They don't want you to have kids. They want you to build families. That's what it's all about. But I'm going to stop speaking right now. I want to listen more, to be honest.
All right, let me, because I just don't want them to think. So this is Isaiah chapter 3, verse 12, right? So, sorry. I always start at verse 12, right? Because it says, as for my people, children are their oppressors, and women will rule over them, right? You jump down to verse 16. Moreover, the Lord saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore, the Lord will smite with the scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and will discover their secret parts. So that's just so y'all don't think he just pulled the shit out his ass.
Hey, Ham, good
That
show,
got nothing
brother.
to do with no BBL or no
Great
booty
show,
stuff.
brother.
That's
And I'm gonna
all I
say,
was saying,
I'm
Sherelle.
gonna say, I
Like
agree
And
that's
with
all I
yeah,
was
the,
and
saying.
people want to
I agree
Bible
with
thump
the
and don't
white
be
man.
living
Let
them
me say this.
laws.
I agree with the white man to the point of the show. Good job, white man. I appreciate you, brother.
The
All right,
Bible
CJ,
also
you
lists
safe.
godless
Go ahead,
men
Cheryl.
and godless women, but they always complain about godless women when they godless men. It'd be a bunch of Jesus save my soul. I ain't gotta follow these laws, ass niggas who always worrying about your curse that you're in. So eat that. How about you eat your curse? Go back
John,
that. How you
John,
fell
do you
into white
date black
supremacy?
women?
Eat your curse because you wasn't keeping your laws. Go all the way back
John, do
and blame
you
the Most
date black
High
women?
for you going into captivity, or blame your actions because you wasn't following your laws. Oh, but skip over your accountability. What you think
No, the
happens to the
only
weakest
question
among you
I
after
asked,
you get captured?
okay, the only question I asked the young
Oh,
lady,
fools.
can you comb your hair like that?
My hair is longer than yours, prettier than yours,
Can you
healthier
comb
than
your hair
yours.
like that? The hair you got on your head right now.
Believe it.
Hey, Ham.
You worrying about me. You like old enough to be my grandpa. They got plenty of women your age that got hair like you.
Nobody
You couldn't get a woman when
can
in
be
your
with
age.
a
Y'all be
woman
old and
who
foolish.
will
Y'all go
fight
into
with a
y'all old age
robot.
and foolish, and then y'all spew y'all hatred for women because y'all didn't do what y'all was supposed to do in y'all life.
Truth is not hate.
Simple.
When men tell the truth,
Simple.
it's not
It
hate.
is hate.
It's the truth.
Your eyes can't even look
Matthew
at me
chapter
straight. That's how I
12,
know
verse
you ain't supposed to be wicked.
36.
Your eye is leaning to the other side. I know that ain't
Yeah,
you
but
wicked.
I can still comb my hair like
You're
this.
wicked.
I bet you can't comb your hair like
I bet
that.
I can.
I bet you can't comb your hair like
Bet
that.
I can. Every
Take a
black
comb
woman that
right
you,
now. Take
I
a
know
comb
you
right
think
now.
that
Do
every
your hair
black
like
woman that you
that.
come across is
Why you
bald
letting this
head, but
happen?
every black woman is not bald head. So I
Like,
already break the news to you.
Pharrell is a damn co-host. I'm trying to figure out when she gonna try. I guess I'll organize it.
why are we doing this?
So
What's up? Be nice. What's popping?
what up, guys? I mean, I only really have a couple things to say, and I think the problem we're having is like it's a class issue, yes, but also the fact is that in order for people to
Your mic.
oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so in order for people to start a movement, they have to love the people that look like them and love the people that are in that movement, as well as love themselves at the same time. And the problem I
That
see
part.
is if if these weaves and BBLs are nothing to worry about, um, yet they're detrimental to the way that people perceive themselves. Because if I feel like I have to change my hair every day or do all this different stuff when in reality I'm a beautiful person, but I just don't see it that way because society's told me you're not beautiful, you are lesser than, you are this, you are that, then why wouldn't I want to put on fake hair that's supposed to be more attractive? And the fact and the problem was, and the thing that Sherelle said that made no sense was she pretty much said what DJ wants. She said what CJ wants. She said, "Oh well, you like the weaves and stuff because you still date women with that." How are you telling another person what they like? That doesn't make any sense. Like, can you read their mind? Is there like some
I've
sort of
seen his girlfriend and she has weave in
so
her
what?
head.
So what does that mean about his
So
opinion?
he likes a girl who wears weave, and that's a fact.
He likes a girl that likes weave. That doesn't mean he likes weave though,
It
right?
don't matter. If you have an issue with it, don't
Wait,
deal with
wait,
it.
am I right or am I
You're not
wrong?
gonna stand
You're
on
right.
nothing. You're
Am I
wrong.
right or am I wrong, Sherelle?
You're
That if he
wrong.
doesn't like weaves, that doesn't mean he doesn't like his woman
If he
that wears
doesn't like
weave.
it, he wouldn't deal with it. I don't deal with nothing I don't like.
That's cap.
I deal with nothing I don't like. Now you do see how you tried to check me about calling cap on something, and now you trying to call cap on me. Well, you have zero proof that I deal with anything that I don't like. You see
I mean,
how
do you like? Wait.
see how you just
You
tried
like
to
this?
check me about something you're trying to do to me.
I'm not trying to
But
put
come up
any
here for
words
your
into
moment,
your
baby.
mind.
You have
I'm
it.
not
That's
trying
all
to.
I'm looking
I
for.
think they
Come on,
think
Mr. Rap.
everything that women do is for the male gaze, and it's not. You might be a woman that she just likes to change her style. She likes different things. She enjoys variety. She's
And
doing it for
that's more of a woman thing than it's a race thing.
And the problem I'm also seeing is that she was the one who said, "Oh yeah,
Hold on.
since women are into this stuff, why don't we as
Hold on.
men just support it? We can make
Hold
money
on.
off
My
it."
bad. My bad to be nice. So we got to get the extension if we want to keep going. If we already at 3 hours and 25 minutes, I apologize. So I'll give y'all 5 minutes, $60 to the cash app. We can extend the show. All right, so I get ready for this evening. Hold on, be nice. Let me just read these super chats. You can go right back in. Hank with the $5 says, "Boy, you want to respond to this, Tiff?"
I don't disrespect my elders, and I don't disrespect men that I have a monicum of respect for. So I'll
No,
just say
the super chat. Oh, you
that's
talking about Hank?
it's a cheap dig, and I would never do it. But I'm classier than that, so he can be tacky. That's fine. It's a tacky comment. But thanks for the donation.
And he said, "Little bus riders like CJ are holding us back." And Crimson Cure with the $10 says, "While I acknowledge the origin of the gynocracy, I blame the women who perpetuate it, even as we saw it destabilize the family/community." And that's kind of what I wanted to understand. Is like, at what point do you have to own it if you continue to repeat the behavior?
Once they knew better and they didn't do better, that's when it became on them.
Okay, but you're not blaming them still.
No, I blame the ones who knew better and didn't do better. I said they was problematic.
Aaron with the $5 says, "Wouldn't it be racist white men who put the black women in charge? So wouldn't that make black women a puppet, just like a coon black man? So who's really the problem?"
Back to the white man.
Yeah, well, not really, Sherelle. That's why I'm trying to reconcile, because this part, literally at a point, right, for it being on the white man in the system, won't apply if you continue the behavior after a certain amount of time or after knowing that it's detrimental. You see?
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is what I wanted to have the conversation with you. When was the reconstruction? When was the cleanup?
18.
We act as if we can cause issues, and then from the next generation, it's just going to automatically know. The poison gonna run down. It's going to have a ripple effect. Everything has a ripple effect. If you throw a rock in the water, it's going to do a complete ripple effect. So now we're starting a generation where we're having conversations. We're starting to examine things. We're starting to have the conversations to what is problematic and what we need to change. It's not going to change overnight. It's not going to change our generations. This ripple effect might not hit until 3 generations from us for it to actually implement the changes that we're literally looking for, because things take time. You can't set a house on fire and then think, oh, we're going to rebuild the next day. We don't even know how to rebuild. We don't even know how the fire started. We don't know what the heck is going on.
Yeah, I got you. You know the first rule of AA?
Yeah. It's admitting you have a problem.
Yeah. So if you keep blaming somebody else for your problem, do you ever get a change?
If they cause the problem, yep.
Onikasu been a member for 9 months. Onikasu, salute. Onikasu with the $5 says, "You gotta pay women to act right, even if it'll be just an act. Women are the daughters of Eve. They want to control and to be in gods in this world." Mike Brown with the $5 says, "Sherelle, is there any correction on average black man can offer a black woman?" Sherelle, you there? You want to respond to this?
There's a lot of correction. When she need to be corrected. When they got something positive to do, nothing about her beauty.
But HAMP, why do they do this? Because again, right at the beginning, like I had my outfit on, I was ready. I put my little sweater on. What you say? Go put on your robe or go do so and so. There are certain men that they can ask you to do things that without pause, you just go ahead and you implement that. There are males that want to give information like men can give, and they get frustrated when they see women push back because a man that trusts and I feel like cares about me and he's giving guidance, I'm not bucking to that. But if I feel like you are doing this in a malicious type of way and it's really not for my benefit, but for control, it's not gonna go as smooth. It's just not. And there are certain men that can come up here and regardless of what's going on, if Mr. Aaron come up here, all hell could be breaking loose. If Mr. Aaron said, y'all, what would happen? Stop. Mr. Will, it would stop. But there are
And
other
what
people.
Aaron do? What power do Aaron have? Or he just a respectable man? Correction comes from love. You correct people because you love them. A bunch of niggas that hate us don't need to tell us nothing. Move on with your life. You do not get to leave somebody for dead and hate them and then want them to listen to you. What you think you is?
So, oh my
Pause.
bad.
So could I easily control the women if I can just get the men to shit?
Good morning, Lee.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lee.
Wait, you said something to me? My bad. It's a helicopter.
Morning, Negro.
Good morning. Good morning.
Oh, buenas tardes, my nigga. It ain't the morning, nigga. It's afternoon, nigga.
Whatever, nigga. DC Slim with the $5 says we need tariffs on opinions. Life is great, but people make it complicated. Mind your business and do you. I don't like that last part, DC Slim. T, what's up? Reaper Red with the $5 says John O looked like Kylo Ren. Before he screamed more. I don't know. Can I get a Bible verse for research purposes? I knew Esther had a fat ass.
Wow.
That was the new Dark Vader ham.
Oh. Rebecca with the $10 says take a nap, Paul Wilson.
Come
That's a
on,
kid.
Rebecca, with that queen-like behavior. Let's go.
Period. Get that old nigga out of here.
Please, looking like Frederick.
So, Mr. Wilson, I don't know if you're new to the show. You might just be new to the panel, but we have the bathroom open. So, hold on. So, Mr. Wilson, they kicked you off for 10 minutes. You'll be back in 10 minutes. Now, somebody can bring you back too. So, just hold tight for a second. All right.
But since his eyes don't match, shouldn't it go like twice? So one for 10 minutes and 10 minutes. So 20. See you in 20.
Damn, that's cold.
Is this hate of the black man I'm hearing?
That's fucked up. You said your eyes don't match.
Can't find my shit. Hold on.
Yeah, dude.
What you looking for?
This might be risky. Mr. Wilson be back at 3:20. Unless we get the extension. Moke Loke, what up? The $5 says peace and blessings, Hamp and panel. What's goody? Onikasu with the $5 says Sherelle, my girl used to wear weave. I told her to stop and she stopped. Do I like weave just because I initially liked it, who she was, and like natural?
No, you didn't like weave, but you knew that was something that she could change if she cared about you. Okay, she changed it. If she wouldn't have changed it, Anika Sue, you wouldn't have left her. Don't get me wrong, you're still not marrying her, but you would have left her. Like you wouldn't even be in a forever engagement with her if she would have kept that weave in her head. Okay, that's because you stood on business and you don't like weave. You told her you gotta stop. But if you currently with a girl who said I'm not gonna ever stop wearing weave and you're still with her, shut up.
Anthony Means with the $5 says keep going. I'm almost at the crib. We got to get the extension. And if you don't get the extension, I'll see y'all later. Aaron with the $2 says we blaming each other for the sins of the ancestors. Yo, go ahead. Be nice. You want to finish your point and we get Lee in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, personally, I don't agree with the hate of black men that I'm hearing. Somehow we're talking about the hair of women, things that can change. Yet a smart black man just came up here, brought up his own points, and you're talking about his eye, something that can't change, and making fun of it. So something about this isn't adding up.
He can have corrective surgery, which you just said is not a true statement. Kids that are cross-eyed get corrective treatment all the time. So try again.
So you're saying people with eyes that go different ways,
they can fix it. My friend lost the eye, got a new eye.
That's something they can go to the bathroom and change in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Really?
Yep, my friend got a whole nother eye. She lost one and got a new one.
Medicine is amazing. Medical miracles. Like,
Period.
go look it up.
And this is the problem we have. They hate us, genuinely. They may not say it. They may not act like it's what's going on, but we hear it. Like
So you
black
put an
men,
insult, and then we responded to your
This man
insult,
dates white
and
women.
now he's a victim. You didn't hear him say
We hate them.
This is the
We
type
hate
of
white
him,
women and Asians.
but he
You
insulted
definitely
us.
like this
Let
man.
him finish. Let him finish.
Black men listen very carefully. This is the hate that they have for you. It doesn't matter. They'll make an excuse for it. I made a point that, oh yeah, he might not like weave. And then 10 minutes later, Nikasu said it, and all of a sudden she understands what's going on. They hate us. It's not our fault. It's their
No, it's
problem.
not us. We just don't like you.
Exactly.
Black
We-
men,
we-
there's
we
no
love
hate for
them.
black
We
men.
love
I don't
weave.
like
We love
non-smart
Mr.
black
Williams.
men.
They
Why
black
y'all
as
wanna?
hell.
You can control yourself with dummies. I choose to be around people like Sherelle or Hemp or Mr. Williams.
Like, look at
that
Mr.
are
Williams. Look how
intelligent.
black Mr.
If you
Williams
want
is.
to
We
connect
love him.
yourself to the dumbest bottom of the skull because that's a man, that's a you thing. That's not a me thing. And if I pulled myself up and did what I needed to do, if you want to stay at the bottom of the barrel, baby, that's a choice that you're making.
It's not even a him
I don't
thing
have
because
nothing
nobody
to do
even
with
had
all black
smoke for him.
women.
He looking
And
for
if
him.
every black woman is looking at you and has no compassion, no grace, no space, no desire, you need to check inside yourself.
I mean, we're used
Because
to that.
most black
That's the
women are
problem.
able
That's
to
the
have
problem.
some type
No,
of carry
that's the problem.
concern about
Miss
the
Tiff,
majority of black men. And when
Miss
I
Tiff,
say
that's the
most and
problem.
minor, most black women love black men. Most.
That's
The
the problem.
minority do not.
Yo, CP
No,
Nice can't
no.
even finish his statement.
Yeah,
Y'all
can
see
I
what he
finish?
doing to him?
You don't love us. You love what we love. You love what we do for you. That's it. You
Who
don't
do
like
shit
us
for
for some
us?
What are
reason.
you
They don't
doing
even
for
like
what
Hold
are you
on.
doing
All
for a
right,
woman
let
right
him
now?
finish.
Bianca?
Let him
Be
finish.
nice.
Let
What
him
are you doing
finish.
right now for a woman?
Listen. I don't want to keep having to say let him finish. Stop doing it.
Look
Stop.
at her face. I told y'all.
Be quiet for a second, CJ. Stop doing it, man. I don't care what the next thing he says. Just let him finish the sentence. And then y'all can have the floor. Go ahead, be nice.
The problem I'm having, and this is something that I've seen a lot, is okay. Well, you can choose who the super niggas are because you're the women, but you can always change that, right? Maybe 2 months ago you guys thought I was cool. Oh, now I'm saying I'm maybe saying something that you disagree with. Oh, all of a sudden you guys don't like me. Okay, sure, that's fine, but you're different. You're showing different sides. Like you were not acting this way 3 months ago. So the fact that you're saying, "Oh, we just don't like you. You're the problem," it wasn't that way a couple months ago. So I'm trying to figure out: is it what we're saying? Is it the person who's saying it, or do you just not like when black men have something to say?
Well, y'all got the floor.
Y'all always try to make it about all black men. It don't
Right.
matter that we love way more black men than we don't love you. We always thought you was weird since the first day you showed up. We thought you
From
was a
the
super
beginning.
nigga. We never did. At the end
We
of the
never
day,
saw it for you.
black women don't gotta love nobody that hate them, baby. We
Never
gonna
have
turn
to.
right back. And you being a black man is just your predisposition,
Facts.
honey. Every black man that got love for us, we're gonna show them love back. Every black man that got respect for us, we're gonna show them respect back as we continuously do and we have been doing. And once you feel like you're going to be a disrespectful, hateful black man towards us, you're going to receive that same energy back. Or no energy at all. Period.
See,
Move
they
on
showing
for
their true
life.
colors. They showing their true colors.
So
You see,
is it well, let me ask this question, CJ, and let me get Lee in. But this is more rhetorical. So I want Lee to be able to say what he's gonna say. But and Hunting Wisdom shot $10 to us, so she bought us a little bit of time. We need 50 more bucks. Is it overwhelmingly people being rude, or is it we don't like the information that they're presenting? So if we dislike the information, are we allowed to be rude or disrespectful to a person because we don't like their POV?
They be being rude. Mr. Fantastic says a lot of things that I disagree with, and he comes up here with information that goes against the information that I have. Yet
Okay.
neither one of us have ever disrespected each other.
Should be here there.
Even today, like at the end of the day, neither one of us has ever disrespected each other. When people come
Okay.
up here with bad energy and being disrespectful, yeah, it can be matched.
because even when he and I went back and forth, him, you saw what he did. He was like, "What? Okay," because there will be times when he's absolutely right, and I don't agree with it. But you know what I say? You're right. Just like now, this simple. Would you say? Do not interrupt him. Allow him to have this finish. It's not about women not following directives. There are a bunch of men that want to boss hog and control women, and they don't have any connection or care to them. I trust
women.
If I don't trust you, why? You know what I'm saying? Like in real life, that's dangerous for me. Me trusting the wrong person, me submitting to the wrong person, that shit gets me killed. No.
So they don't even like Fantastic. He got power too. He's 6'5". He got his own channel. He's popular just like you, Hamp. She don't just listen to Fantastic. He has the channel.
I don't go to Fantastic channel ever. I've never been on Fantastic channel.
Can I finish?
Ever.
Surreal has a little crush on Fantastic. So
No, I don't.
It's disingenuous.
Never
man. I like
did.
to play this game.
That's a big lie.
Well, the thing is this: they don't understand the level of when a man is respectful to women. I think as men can kind of morph and they put themselves as the same person. So they believe that they're just as kind, just as respected, just as
And then they're trying to discredit other men so that because they feel inadequate. I gotta have a crush. Somebody gotta have power. What about Aaron?
How do I feel inadequate?
Aaron don't have no power.
How would I feel inadequate? My girl looks better than you. My girl looks better than you. How do I feel inadequate? My girl looks better than you. How do I feel inadequate? My girl looks better than you.
Make sense.
And she don't talk as bad as you do.
Hold on, yo.
Make her stop wearing weed. Pay her bills. Marry her.
Sherelle.
What the fuck I look like? She ain't got no pride in you. You a cheating dog ass lying ass nigga who ain't gonna never do nothing for her but waste her time.
And I still got her.
And you brag about it.
And I still got her.
She's winning.
Exactly.
You?
She's winning. Exactly. She's winning. Like you just said. Yes, she's winning. Yes, she's winning.
I just want just one answer to just one question. Today, why are black women flying to Thailand and bothering black men who are dating Thailand women? Past all the segregation, Jim Crow, all that stuff I lived through, past the crack era, all that stuff I lived through. Today, why are educated black women bothering black men who are dating Thailand women?
The majority of black people don't have passports.
No, Sherelle, we have to acknowledge that black women have resources. No, Sherelle, we got so much money that we taking our hard-earned money. We're flying to Thailand to look at a black man and be like, why are you with her?
He's talking about one or two people. The majority of black people
They sound like
do not got no damn passport. That's the women and the men. The majority of black people don't even leave the block.
Condense it down. So I think that I understand the question, right? But the question is slightly disingenuous, Mr. Wilson, simply because the majority of us as people as a whole is about 30% that have a passport. So if you did simple math, it'd be 15% of women that have a passport. So I think that you may have had you're speaking on an anecdotal experience and you're saying, why would she do that in the first place? Right. I think your overarching point.
All the stuff we've been through.
Hold on, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, real quick. Yeah. Right. I think your overarching point is just the why would that happen in the first place at all, and you're saying that speaks to the macro picture of their conduct in general. So I just wanted to surmise it that way. Lee, what's popping?
I don't know what I'm supposed to talk about right now. Y'all talking about a whole bunch of shit. I ain't trying to jump in none of this shit.
The question, Lee, is
the biggest detriment.
Biggest detriment. Do you think that is white supremacy or the matriarchy?
White supremacy.
And you be wrong.
Just start to explain. CJ, shut up. CJ, you're not the moderator.
I'm not talking to you.
Just shut up.
Shut the hell up. You shut up.
Just shut up. You talking for no reason. It's Lee's turn.
You see what we see?
It's Lee's turn. Shut up.
You want to speak to me for some reason.
Mute him.
Thank you, man.
So All right, so Lee, so essentially what's on the table, salute. What's on the table
Salute,
is
my boy.
the
Salam.
issues. KG, Shalom. Is he right there? Okay, let's see. Shalom Ak. So
Shalom.
Volvo was popping, kid. So essentially, there was a conversation that was being had about how it's okay to complain about women on the internet, but not complain about racism, right? That was a premise of a conversation we had essentially. And so it was mind out and mind down. So that gave me the premise of this show in a way, right? Because we just walking down these ideologies. So I put matriarchy, but we're more so talking about what's more detrimental in our community in the last 25 years. So let's say 99 to now. Is it the conduct of women that's constantly talked about holding us back, or is racism more of a weight on us than the
Racism.
conduct of women?
Racism. But a lot of racism trickles down into a lot of other shit, like maybe what CJ talking about a little bit, maybe what Sherelle talking about a little bit, maybe what the OG was talking about a little bit, but racism is definitely you better fucking believe it. I would say bigotry, more or less, because now it's not about the people that
Racism.
got power. Is you said that's racism?
Yeah, I mean, the bigotry. Well, go ahead. My bad. I didn't mean to say. I was thinking. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right, right. I would say like it's because man, I be having conversations, man, and you hear people, it's like they got it's this bad taste in their mouth about black men, and then you hear where they get it from. And you see it's like social media, and then you go, man, you just getting brainwashed. You really ain't. You don't really got your own idea. You listen to what people told you. So that's what make me think that it's kind of still racism, because I feel like America always going to want to try to persuade they niggas, and keep it 100 with you, they niggas to where they want them to go, to what they want them to do, or because like it's a lot of leverage off of that, man. Like think about it, America is the most powerfulest country. Why? Because they have the most consumers, right? China go make our iPhone for $5, and then they sell it to us for $1,000. They can't go back to China and sell that iPhone for $1,000, because everybody gonna be like, I ain't buying this shit. You better sell this shit for $50. That's the mentality, is that we got the most consumers here. So the goal is to keep niggas dumb, right? And I mean niggas, I be calling all of us niggas. We all in America, we all niggas. We all dumb as fuck, just consuming as much as possible, and caught up in this whole back and forth shit when it's and colorism shit, when it's really just the rich versus the poor. I use Fred Hampton all the time when I bring up why they killed Fred Hampton. Not because he was trying to help out just the niggas, because he was really actually connecting white people with Hispanic people, with black people, and saying, you know what we all got in common? It was like, what? We all fucking poor. And guess what they got in common? They all fucking rich. I tell people this all the time. Niggas sold niggas. You feel me? Understand that. So guess what? It's niggas at the top too. It's niggas. It's niggas. I was about to be so mean, but I'm not. It's niggas at the.
He went off camera, but he didn't put the mute button. That's all.
Okay.
Nah, it's cool. You got something to say? You want?
No. Well, so
I think he's sick.
He was caught.
That was the
Mr.
old
Wilson
man.
was caught. Mr. Wilson was coughing by accident. He turned his camera off. He should have also muted. But
I heard that my heart jumped up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, in the midst of what you're saying, Lee, Volvo shook his head a little bit. Is there something that you disagree with what Lee said, Volvo? What's popping?
Oh, a lot of it, but the main thing, we not all niggas. We not all. Everybody in America ain't no nigga. No, we ain't doing that. I ain't never giving away my culture. Never. I don't care about no. That's what I disagree with, brother.
That's cool. I can understand that. I don't mind you disagreeing with that. I just think that we all the same. My whole argument at the end of the day was that it's niggas at the top too, black people at the top too, manipulating niggas and putting them in ill spots, and they all benefiting from the fact that we beef with each other, and they profit off that shit at the end of the day. So it is what it is, man.
Go ahead, Volvo. Got it. And Lee and Volvo, you can address what Lee said, and I'll give him an opportunity to retort if y'all need to mine some shit out. But
no, it wasn't nothing really. I just disagree with that. But it's always going to be white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? The white supremacy is global. That's why they can sanction countries and drop bombs on people and all that. They run the whole planet. They got everybody subjugated. They can do whatever they want. They created the matriarchy. They when you drop drugs in a community and you do things to take the father out the home, you know what I mean? You giving away project housing and food stamps, and they got social workers walking through the house and saying, "Whose shoes is those? Why these men's shoes in here? We giving you this money. You know what I mean? You ain't supposed to have a man in the house. That's taking the man out the house. You know, the social worker coming this week, surprise visit, and we don't know when the social worker coming, and I gotta move everything out my own house. Where I'm gonna stay for this week until this social worker comes? I gotta go to Mary house down the street. Now I done started another family with Mary. This is American history. These things happen. What they should have did is rewarded the man being in the home. They should have said you don't qualify for this housing unless it's a man in here. Where is the shoes that in here? Where is them size 11s at? Where is them size 12s at? That's what they should have did instead of giving the project house to the girl that's 18 that get pregnant and she qualified for the project and the food stamps and all that. Why not give that to the college kid? The college kids.
We had that conversation, Vovo, before you got here, man. Have had the conversation.
Oh, y'all did,
Why we don't lift the middle class? Because we always giving subsidies.
If I could just
let him run it down because we've been. Yeah, no, you got the floor. I'm just because really we've been here for 4 hours, so him running it down will bring it back full circle for somebody to retort. Because we was, you know what I'm saying, that was at 11:30. So go ahead, Bobo.
Yeah, sis, I didn't see it, sis. My thing is this. It's a lot of weenie shit online right now. It's a lot of weenies, and they got microphones now. A lot of these weenies got microphones. Since when the black man started complaining about women?
Lame.
When as a man you start sitting around these men sitting online crying about women?
But I will argue that's a part of racism.
Hold on, wait. Well, since when did men
That's
start sitting
what I'm saying.
around?
Nobody want to have They don't want to. He just ignored that.
Let him. This is what we're gonna do, Lee. Let him finish running it down, and you could tell him what the real issue is. Go ahead, Bobo.
Men don't. I ain't about to be sitting around. All the women in my life love me. I don't know nothing about that. I ain't got no mommy issues. I ain't got nothing. Who lying? You lying about what? What am I lying about? Like, why would I be lying? Like all the women in my daughter love me. My mama love me. I take care of my mama. I pay my mama 70 years old. She been in the wheelchair for 20 years. She don't pay no bills, nothing. If I gotta clip her toenail, I just clipped her toenails. That's my mama. She love me. She clipped my toenails when I couldn't.
Listen. All right, man, that's cool, bro. We don't want to hear about you getting your toenails clipped, B.
The women I work with love me. They love to see me come. As always, hugs. Come here, give me a hug. All that kind of shit. My cousins light up when they see me. Also, I don't know nothing about no women bashing and women hatred and all that. I love women. All right, let me close with this. A man sitting around complaining about women all day, he not having no women in his life. He got a hole in his heart.
Or they making excuses for
how you gonna hit on a woman when this woman's sexing you? She massaging your feet, massaging your back. You roll over. You ain't never smelled the sweet smell of a woman.
They gay.
Soft titties, that soft ass. Who complaining? What you got to complain about? These niggas some lames. There's a lot of weenie shit going on. I'm telling you, I ain't never seen no shit like this.
Can I say something?
Big Daddy ain't never complaining about no woman.
So Lee, what you think? All right, Bobo, let me get it.
Brother.
Lee, what you think?
I don't know. Son just went on a rant. Like he kind of. I kind of agree with him at the end. Like, you know, dudes.
No, you agree with that part.
Yeah, I agree with that part. I don't like him complaining either. I'm just saying it's a form of racism as well. Like that's a part of it, man. Is if I can make the men look bad. Listen, and that's what I was saying earlier. I wrote this shit down. Let me just go back to this because Sherelle and Tiff was kind of saying something to CJ. Was like, we respect him, we don't respect you, right? So I was thinking like society is pushing our men, right, to not be respectable men, right, by all the shit we saw, like CIA running through our neighborhoods, throwing drugs and guns, all the shit that we already know, yada yada, right? We know that they did that. right? And for these two women to admit, like, yo, we only like the men that we can respect, the men that show us respect, right? So if I can then get so like, bro, I think like I like to watch, not just like play Monopoly, but I like to look at the rules very like intrinsically, right? Because I try to think like, damn, how do I beat the person that made the game? And I think we don't think like that. Instead, we think like, let's just go back and forth with like the stuff that we can now deal with. Like how Homeboy was talking about how he got shit going on, and you know, they coming in and now they telling the women, yo, you can't have no man in here, and we better not see no shoes here and all this racism. I get it. But at the end of the day, my whole thing, I think CJ whole thing, right? That's why he bring up the wigs. I ain't gonna come at the wig shit, right? Niggas know my history. But look, oh shit, damn, my phone.
I kind of
So
want
he
to
out
hear
of
what
here.
he's about to say though.
I did too though, but all right, can I go real quick?
Hold on, let me see. Let me see. Give me 2 seconds. Aaron with the $2 says we blaming each other for the sins of the ancestors. That's where perpetuating comes in, bro. Remember, the Most High only sending His Son back once. How many of us wake up? So until we continue to perpetuate the bullshit, we gotta wear that jacket too.
Preach.
So it's probably perfect. Who just saw it? Been a member for 1 month. Said, when did the divide between men and women become so deep? Pause. How can we grow and move forward as a society if we can't even find common ground? That life for the $10 said, well, so I think that common ground means that there has to be a meeting, right? There needs to be concessions. Somebody needs to say we fucked up here. Everybody needs that we fucked up here and there, right? The accountability has to be paramount. But I catch your drift though. Vet Life with the $10 says, salute Hamp and Rel. What's poppin', Vet? Says, I got mad love for you, shits, but you have been you have to stop saying we left y'all for dead. This is not true. We wouldn't even have the conversations if we did. Yeah, here we are. You respond to this, bro?
Even if you can't see it, I've seen it from my life experiences. Black men have left black women for dead. Plenty. Them and them kids.
Oh, Nikasu with the $2 says, Sherelle, you a funny one. I'm gonna send you an invite.
I'm gonna be in the front row too.
Big James with the $2 says, John is 100. Class/power is how women/races view us. Anthony with the $5 says, PAT, not lying. They don't fuck with black men. Do y'all hear them? What does PAT stand for? I don't be knowing.
Peace and tranquility is my name.
Oh, he's talking to you? Okay. Rainbow Kid with the $5 says, maybe Mr. Wilson will look into. Y'all want to respond to this?
You get D in your butt, and then you put it in your mouth.
Vovo
God
got the
destroyed
link.
whole countries because of shit like you. Fix that.
It's hard to fight from the chat. Vovo got the link.
Fix sodomy. Then get back to me.
Reaper with the $10 says, why are y'all lying? I've seen y'all on panels say that the only men y'all take instruction from are the ones y'all fucking or are like your fathers, which isn't fair. But if Hamp wasn't popular, y'all not listening.
No, that's what he say on
Y'all
panel.
are so
We don't
dense.
say that on panel.
Y'all are so dense. No,
how
you know what,
we feel about
Sherelle? It's a coping mechanism.
Aiden is
It's a
attacking
coping
again.
mechanism. They have to say this to cope instead of saying, whatever he got going on, let me figure it out. Instead of becoming a better person, let me just say, it's a coping mechanism. And we see it for what it is. Grow up. Be better. The example is here. Leave us alone.
Aaron with
1, 2, 3. I don't find it odd. The top row is full
I'm
of
trying to
grown
read the
ass
super
men,
chats.
and the bottom row is full of males.
Aaron with the $2 says,
UTO.
everyone who is Israel isn't Israel. 1/3 matters. Jonathan with the $10 says, crazy how Tiff can't even stop talking, married and all. It don't change how you act. Jones be trying to separate who they are on and offline. Even Hamp got to keep telling you, close your mouth. You respond to this too?
Hamp, you've met me in person, correct?
Mm-hmm.
During that weekend, did you have to correct anything?
Yeah, but it was one time.
One time.
Yeah.
And any other, and that's when I walked in and didn't have my jacket on, right?
Oh yeah, and you kept walking in the camera, but other than that, that's it.
And I was taking care and serving, right? Because
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
who I am. So you've seen me go into servitude and or what a person would say lesser than and make sure that everybody's okay quite naturally, just because I care about the people within the community. But it's okay, they can go off. I know who I am. I know who I am, whose I am, and what I offer.
So
And that's why
sometimes
the men in my life are men.
she do not shut that up.
Anthony with the $5 says nobody want to control a woman. It's boring. Aaron with the $2 says a generation of black people need to be left behind. My Ak in the building. My brother KG that was just up here. He was having some connection issues. Been a member for 15 months. Shalom Ak. I'm gonna call you after this for sure. Shalom Ak. My bad connection is bad. No worries, man. Aaron with the $2 says every group is the racist white man puppets soldiers. Aaron with the $2 says racist white people started feminism in the manosphere. Opinionated reality with the $2 says is the CIA still pushing drugs with the young fiends? Nah. Reaper Rail with the $5 says somebody tell the Dark Seed from DC Comics in the face as Volvo to stop. I don't know what is Dark Seed. Is that a person?
I
Comic
think
book?
it's they keep me dark side.
No, it's dark side.
Dark side from
He got
Superman.
beans coming out of his eyes and
Dark
shit.
side. Oh my.
Oh.
He's dark
He,
side.
he must be a handsome
I thought you was a
motherfucker.
nerd.
He must be a handsome motherfucker. That's whoever the
Thing.
secret of the dark side, handsome ass
Ugly as
motherfucker.
fuck.
So
Ugly as
He must
shit.
be really handsome. That's what
Ugly
he
as
talking
shit.
about. Huh?
Ugly as a.
He has gamma rays. Him. He has gamma
be
rays.
Oh, okay. I know who Dark Side is. Okay.
so
Black
bad.
women can't be
Must
the.
be handsome. Outside must be
Is
handsome.
that
All
a
right, let
reference?
me read these real quick. I got one more. Black
Can you
women
say the
can't.
reference, to, please? I'm sorry.
About what?
The reference. What
the
is
dark
it?
side.
Oh, it's just a character. It's a character. He's
an ugly-
like
it's an ugly
he look,
Handsome ass character, just a handsome ass character. Don't worry about it.
he look crazy.
Yeah.
Black women can't be the beautiful if you sold crack to their moms. Nino Brown. All right.
All right, can I go real quick? I
Go
gotta
ahead.
leave anyway. I gotta go to the gym.
Guys, if I may, real fast.
Hold on, Mr. Wilson. Let CJ go. He got to go real quick. Go ahead, CJ.
So the thing about the white supremacy, I don't believe white people are superior supremacy. I don't believe in. I believe in power supremacy. Feel me? Black people, I don't know why we keep saying this white supremacy shit. White people are not superior to us. They are. Some of them have more power than us. But like Lee said, there's black people at the top with more power, and there's white people at the top with more power, and they all can manipulate the shit that they can manipulate, and most of them will. Power is what rules. Stop it with this white supremacy shit. Niggas, and let me say this one more last thing. He said that Sims have the mic too much. Dumb niggas and women have the mic too long. Dumb niggas like Bobo have the mic too fucking long. They talk too fucking much and they think they're saying something of importance, but they're not. And I'm out of here, man. Y'all be easy.
Whoa, wait. You call him a dumb nigga. You can't just leave.
And then run off. Now, let me ask you this, brother.
That was crazy.
I'm not sure. Are you LGBTQ?
No.
Oh, I'm just
that's
saying you
even
got a
crazier.
feminine manner. You just not to be funny or nothing. You just got a feminine manner. You got a feminine voice.
You got any other questions?
No, I'm just curious. No.
Right,
I was
so
just
he didn't
curious.
have nothing to say, Ham. I knew he was dumb. I'm out of here, bro.
He know what he was doing. He know what he was doing. He know what he was doing. He just got a feminine manner. He didn't really say nothing. He just wanted to hit me and then run. I gotta go, Ham. Get out of here, bro. He gotta go pick his boyfriend up. Anyway,
Yo, you think you would say that to his face though?
Why wouldn't I, bro? Like, why do people say that? Like, somebody
Because without any weapons, you would say that to his face.
No, he wouldn't.
Like, why not?
Because
you wouldn't.
bro, you're not built like that. Stop. Let's just move past that. Let's just move past that.
Before we
Let's move past that, bro. You're not built like that.
We ain't got
You're not built like that, bro. Stop. You don't even know who you're talking to. That's what's wrong with you niggas. There's nothing for you to say. Stop. You capping.
No.
Let me
say this. Why didn't nobody ask him would he say that to my face?
Because he would beat your motherfucking ass. And we bet
Well,
money
you
on
called them
I put
gay.
my house on
Like,
it.
that's
So
different, though.
Volvo,
Like,
here's
that's
the
a different.
context.
Like,
Yeah, the homosexual.
Put my fucking house on here, beat your ass.
So
All
here's
right,
the.
bro. All right,
So
we don't have a way to test that. I don't.
Volvo.
don't need it.
Wait.
We
Y'all,
don't
y'all,
have a
yeah,
way
hey,
to test
like, I ain't
that.
gonna lie. Everybody kind of getting on my nerves, with the exception of Mr. Williams, Be Nice, and Mr. Wilson right now. Just chill for a second. Oh, Lee too. Lee wasn't. Lee. He was.
Nigga, I just got back. I ain't been here long.
I don't like.
Billionaire.
I don't
Don't try
like.
to
I
shit
don't
with me.
like. I don't like Lee's blue shirt that much. But other than that, he's straight.
We didn't say
Hey,
that.
Volvo, question. So what the context is that CJ boxes. So we had a couple boxing events.
I box too.
Oh, how tall are you, Volvo? If you don't mind.
I'm 6'2".
Oh yeah, so he's 6'3", and you box.
I'm an amateur Golden Gloves. I made all the way to the championship in 2014.
Last nigga said that. It's a nigga that said the same shit before.
Do you?
Well, what if I show you a picture on my phone? Would you believe that? Or
yeah, let me see the picture. I would believe.
All right. Would you? And you can look up. I don't want to give you all my name though, because you can look in the archives of the Cleveland Golden Glove. Ain't nobody like just like just
you know we.
Box, that don't mean what that mean? Because you went to a gym and boxed. What did that mean? That
So
don't mean
Volvo, would you be interested in boxing, CJ?
I still spar. I still go to the gym and spar. 100%.
So we have an event either coming up in July or August. It'll be a boxing event. Are you interested?
Well, I'm not sure.
You
if
want
I
to
can
fight? You want to fight CJ? Or you want to fight Fantastic?
I work every day. Huh?
In DC.
Or well, you know, Mr. Fantastic had 2 boxing matches. Would you want to box Mr. Fantastic?
100%. He stood here. He big, slow, fat. Yeah, that's easy work.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's
Do
easy
you
work.
brother? I will give you the haircut you need. Don't do this. The last nigga that tried that, bro, I promise you, dog, it's not gonna work out the way you think it's gonna work.
So Volvo, wait, well, everybody mute.
Before you sign,
Mr. Fantastic, hold on. So
Bro,
Volvo,
I can't.
Well, hold on, Volvo. No, we had structured boxing events. We literally had a card. I'll make sure you get out there if you're interested.
No, it's not. No, it's not that. It's not that. I work a job. I'm not about to go like you.
It's on the weekend. It's on the weekend.
Are you paying? I work on the weekends. I'm called a weekend warrior. I put the gas in the ground. Like I'm the guy that put I can't even take a Christmas off.
We could do a winner take all.
Are you paying?
Yeah, we could do a winner take all.
How much are you paying?
It'll be whoever wins get $1,000.
$1,000 ain't enough for me to go all the way out there. That ain't enough for me.
It's only DC. It's not far. DC ain't far.
That's about 8 hours away from me.
He don't want to fight him.
No, I'll fly you there.
Yeah, the nigga don't want no smoke, man. He's come on, bro.
Let me finish.
I can see the bacon grease on the nigga hairline.
And do all that weird shit.
I can see the bacon grease on this nigga.
Listen to what I'm telling you. You can't shame me into nothing. I'm a grown man. Y'all can't shame me into nothing.
I'm not trying to shame you, bro. I'm trying to stop people wasting everybody's time because you're not built like that.
Who ain't built like that?
Hold on.
I'm not built like that, Dean. I'm not built like that. Anyway, let's get back on the topic, fellas.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's get back on topic.
If I may.
You just got fat.
Yeah, so you know what? HAMP, I just realized something, bro. I'm gonna need y'all to stop trying to attribute this fucking, quote unquote manosphere shit y'all talking about to the white man. Because I recall you showing the clip, right, of the black man sitting down and having a conversation with the black woman and about how he felt betrayed or the same shit we saying now. Did you not show that clip on your channel, HAMP? One of many?
Yes.
So if that was going on in the 70s, how dare you basic ass, I ain't gonna say the rest, niggas, try to attribute something that black men were documented on for back then where black men barely had a voice. And now that we have the voice on a regular day, y'all complaining about women, they was complaining in the 70s, you dumbass niggas, you fucking idiots. You can find it on YouTube. Several situations and occasions where the black man was saying, hey, y'all are choosing the government over us and the family. And those men were actually giving warning. So now, and I'm still, nobody want to answer the question. We shitting on the men today, right? Nobody has raised one motherfucking objection. As soon as I said women yesterday with women's title, oh man, we gotta get that. You niggas you are proving Be Nice's point. Y'all don't fuck with black men like that. Black men don't fuck with black men like that. Okay? We have been so fucking programmed, bro, and so brainwashed. Niggas are so fucking pussy whipped and so maternally minded. You don't even see you going against your own interests. An Asian woman wouldn't dare, okay, raise her voice against in public against a whole bunch of Asian men and so on and so forth, no matter how the fuck she feel about it. Hispanic woman, same shit. And I told y'all this shit. This shit is no excuse. Y'all try to make every excuse. Well, the black man not making enough money. So explain to me how fucking Pedro make less money, he whooping ass, but Pedro get the respect.
Fantastic. How can you say that?
You're in the Latino community all the time.
Both of y'all talking at the same time.
I'm in the
Sherelle talking
Latino
first. I'm listening,
community,
Sherelle.
and I can confirm that.
I'm listening, Sherelle. I can't listen to two people at once.
It's more of a retort for Mr. Williams, in my opinion. So, Mr. Williams, when things were presented, right, when we were talking about the matriarchy, right, and I used that title to kind of talk about like the women's contribution to what was pitted against each other, right? It was introduced a couple of times about how men need to change their behavior or need to lead or guide the women and etc. What do you think about those talking points? Because they introduced the men when the men shouldn't have been introduced like yesterday.
Got you. Now,
Because yesterday we were talking about the men, and then as soon as women were introduced, you had an objection.
yeah, but they were having a back and forth, so that's why I didn't say anything. So, but I mean, the whole thing, like I said even earlier, I said white women. That's who black women get a lot of their information from on how to do things. That's what started with feminism, and so then they attacked us. It went to us, and I said the only thing was we started to give up. That was it. But white women, they learned, black women learned it from white women because who introduced it all? White men, the government. That's where it stems from. And if you look at it off and on, nuclear family in the 60s, then it broke off a little bit. And then by the time when I was born, we had nuclear families again. And then if you go within 20 years.
Mr. Williams, you off the premise of the question.
Well, I mean, I'm talking.
Well, like, so I guess, so what's being presented, and really, you could get the floor, right? I just wanted to ask because I'm remembering back to yesterday for me. So you can ask the, I hope you remember what you were going to ask, Mr. Fantastic. But essentially this, right, is Mr. Fantastic presenting an argument that we are comfortable with black men being held account or being bashed or whatever the case is, right? And so when we on the men, we want to make sure it's stuck on the men, right? But when the opposite conversation is happening, right, it's okay for black men to be downed in either conversation because like we comfortable with it, we acquiesce to what the women want essentially. That's an argument that he kind of asking, how is that happening? Why isn't it consistent on both sides?
But when
from
I said
particular
it,
people.
Fantastic even disagreed to how I said that. When I said that, what our women learn from, and he disagreed with me on that. Well, he did it in the chat. So I mean, I said it's their fault. They the one that made the decision. Now we want them to correct their behavior. It's just I'm not gonna bash nobody, but at the same time, I do have to stand. I have to at least try to lead the men who are willing to follow, so the women can lead. If we're talking about men are leaders and we keep backing out, then what the fuck are we talking about? I don't get that. Like, am I not supposed to hold men accountable so that we can actually get these women in order so to make sure that the kids are provided for? But my whole thing was, like I said, Fantastic, I remember I'm taking care of a black man's responsibility. 10 years, no help, no fucking nothing. So I can try to hold other men accountable that are not raising their kids.
No, that's your problem. And you proving my point. Sherelle, please don't forget your thing, baby.
I'm gonna talk about
I understand that, but you literally proving the point I made to you years like weeks ago. Okay, you're basically holding all black men to task for your ain't shit ass brother, bro. And you having to take care. Yes, you
just
are.
for
You
men that
don't
ain't
even see
taking
that
care
you're
of their
doing
kids.
it,
Just
bro.
for
You
men
don't
that ain't
even
taking
see,
care of their kids
brother.
that will not even change their
I
fucking
didn't cut
lives
you
after
off.
get them, but they'll complain about it. That's
I
what
didn't cut
I
you
get
off, brother.
on them
Bro, I
about.
didn't cut you off.
All I'm
I didn't cut
saying.
you off. Now, like I said, brother, you hold all black men accountable for the very, very small pool of black men that you're around and you know about. One in particular being your brother, where again we give you all the praise and admiration for doing the right thing and making your niece your daughter and making sure she got family to take care of her and protect her, brother. But what you don't realize, because this is just the way you operate, people often don't do that. You know how they say some people are nose blind? Okay, brother, you're anecdotally blind, brother. Okay, yes, the first thing you always bring up. Moving past that, the point and fact of the matter is this: it's the white man, it's the system, it's the this, but niggas, it's our fault. The black women, y'all giving them the benefit. Hold on, brother. I didn't cut you off. And that too, y'all always make me seem like I'm crazy as hell when I'm damn good at fucking not saying nothing while nobody talking. Everybody want to cut me off.
Bad. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, so again, y'all talk about leadership when quite frankly, y'all don't know shit about leadership. Okay? Leadership is different from fucking mentorship. Okay? Leadership. Y'all don't know shit about it. Y'all ain't took no courses. Y'all ain't been trained. Okay? So in leadership, the first thing you understand is yes, you ultimately have the responsibility. But yes, at the same time, there are such things as bad followers. You niggas act like bad followers don't exist. And I'm not saying, well, shit, I don't know. Somewhere between 49 and 51% of black women are fucking horrible followers. And when you try to tell them some shit, now it's your fault. Be a man, be a leader. Well, bitch, you can't even pick the right leader for your fucking gene pool. But
What's
then
your
we
source
get
on
blamed
that?
for that.
What's your source on that? You gave a number. What's your source?
Source on what?
On the number you just gave, you said you gave a percentage of
50% are bad leaders.
Yeah, what's your source?
Are bad followers. Bad followers.
Bad followers. Combine it with the fucking women that's got kids out of fucking wedlock, that's got multiple kids. But nigga, you gonna let me answer the fucking question? Or you gonna cut me off?
Go ahead before you beat me up.
So, like I said, combine it with all the shit and issues and problems you got going on, bro. That's the problem. You niggas want to always, well, what? Well, what a minute. Show me the dick. But y'all can just shit on niggas. You got up here and said the weirdest weenies. You call niggas weenies, bro. Who the fuck are you? No one push back on it.
That ain't what I asked, though. That ain't what I asked, brother.
I'm giving you an example.
No, I'm asking for your
I'm giving you the fucking example. Anytime someone says anything, I've gave stat after stat after stat, proof after proof. HAMP actually dedicated a whole fucking show to the stats and shit. And every fucking
that ain't what I asked about.
Say this, and well, you know what? You want to knock you out of the water? And even though HAMP, I never got.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Okay, so 50% of black women got fucking herpes. How about that?
What's your you moving the goalpost.
I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm not
moving the goalpost.
Sexual. So hold on. Do you not agree that sexual responsibility and sexual health is a major part of being a good leader?
That ain't what I asked you. That ain't what I asked you. That ain't what I
told you. I gave you the numbers to support it.
Here's the thing, right? Rich people don't complain about money. Niggas that got women that's loving them ain't complaining about women. This a nigga he got mommy issues. He's a big, awkward, ugly dude. You know what I'm saying? He weird looking. He ain't got no women. So what can he complain about what he don't got? How can you complain? Me and my woman just had a good time earlier this morning. I can't hate women or have no sources or none of that. Have no bad ill will towards no women. When my mama still give me hugs and she say, nigga, get over here and buy me a pack of cigarettes. And she get over here and I'm 38 years old and she still give me a hug and a kiss. That feel good every time. My aunties call me and they give me a hug and they say, I want to see you. I want to see your face. Get over here, boy. And they still give me a hug and a kiss like I'm 5 years old. Who gonna hate women?
Getting a little weird, brother. You sound a little weird. I don't know if you know it. You sound a little weird.
Mr. Fantastic.
You sound a little weird.
Hold on.
What did he say?
Hold up, Sherelle.
You sound a
Nah.
little weird.
Well, Sherelle, so this what I need.
About a woman loving
Well,
you.
real quick,
You ain't never experienced it, brother. You got a hole in your heart.
We've
Real
all
quick.
experienced a
Oh,
woman
stop,
loving us.
stop
Man.
for a second. Stop for a second. So Sherelle was trying to ask Mr. Fantastic a question. Now, Sherelle, do you want to relinquish the floor to Mr. Williams, or you want to ask your question? And then Lee also was, hold on, Mr. Wilson. And then Lee was also had an inquiry. Well, after Mr. Fantastic said what he said, so I want to make sure those two things get addressed quickly and concisely. Mr. Wilson been putting his hand up to be polite, so we try to see what he had to say, and then I want to go to Hank. So Sherelle, showing you, you want to let Mr. Williams jump in, or you want to have the conversation with Mr. Fantastic?
I'm gonna let the mans go.
Mr. Williams, you remember what you was about to say, and then if not, I can go to Lee. Lee was about to say something too. And Lee, I don't know if you remember. But...
He said, "I know I got."
I remember.
Okay.
Anecdotal bias or whatever, but that's not true. I'll just go by what the hell I see out in the earth, not just.
That's anecdotal. That's anecdotal, Mr. Williams.
Anecdotal, yeah. But but
because of what you saying, what you literally experienced one on one.
Yeah, what I see out here, what I see on the news. What I see on Facebook, Twitter, everything. You can't. Now we know that there was a movement, girl dads, all of that. That's great. But there are a lot of men out here who are not taking care of their kids. So if I speak on that and you get upset, that's on you. That's a you problem. But I'm not gonna sit here. I don't mind criticizing women, but I'm gonna criticize. I'm not gonna bash them. That's the whole problem that y'all have. And I'm sorry, you are a little younger than me, so I'm gonna do it different than you. There's nothing wrong with how you do it. I agree with a lot of the things you say, Mr. Fantastic, but I'm still gonna hold men accountable because that's what the hell we supposed to do. And you talking about leadership? Dude, I've been a leader since I was a fucking teenager. And I'm the leader of my family. I'm one of the youngest patriarchs in my family because the elders can't do it anymore. At 49. So don't sit here and come to me about some leadership shit because I try to do it on these panels. Good, bad, or indifferent. But I'm not trying to even offend anybody, but I do want to have a conversation. I'm just tired of the bashing shit when we can just all just have a conversation and try to get better. Not keep on doing this shit that y'all been doing for 4 years and y'all doing it the same way, ain't shit changed. It's getting worse.
Amen.
Okay. I don't know if there's much of a response to that. I would assume at the time this, I think we probably heard a similar response before. Lee, what you got?
I'm gonna just let Hank go. Go ahead. If I mean, whatever.
Right, so let's do that.
Forget it.
Okay. So, Mr. Wilson, what is your question?
I just real fast to answer Mr. Lee's question about the N-word in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 37. That answers your question to the N-word.
Hamp explained the N-word to me a long time ago.
Say that again, sir.
I said Hamp. DJ Hamp explained the N-word about a few months ago. So.
Okay, yeah. I just, it's in the Bible. Anyway, what I want to say is this. Once again, all of these things, and just like Mr. Williams said, all right, over and over, this has been going on 4 or 5 years. Guys, there again, this is the truth. The truth is not bashing. The truth is the truth. Black women in Thailand bother black men for dating Thai women, but you don't see black men going to Jamaica bothering black women for dating Jamaica men. And black women been dating Jamaicans since Stella got her groove back or further. So the thing is this, how is it black men are the problem when we don't bother you? Black men are not bothering you. If they were, they wouldn't be going across the world for other women. Anyway, that's my take on it. My phone is dying.
Can I add this before you
guys for allowing me on your panel? And I'm sorry I'm so ugly.
Can I add this?
You're not ugly. Look, if I could just, I want to jump in.
Hold on,
Man, desperate enough to fly across the world for a woman. He ain't having women anyway.
Bobo, we know black people ain't got passports. We are not about to have these
Well,
conversations. We got bigger
we're
fish
not
to
going to
fry.
do that because I have mine. But I was listening to
Y'all part
Mr.
of a
Wilson.
very
It's like,
marginalized.
if you
Hey,
can't see
Mr. Wilson, man, I appreciate you. Y'all hold on for a second.
I
Y'all
just
hold
want to
on for
say
a
this
second.
thing about
Y'all hold
Peter
on.
King having sex or
Yo,
whatever. This is
yo,
2025.
Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wilson. Volvo. Y'all please stop talking while I'm talking. All right, we have to organize the show. Just trust me on that. I wouldn't say the names if it wasn't true. I don't think it's malicious, right? But let's just keep it organized, right? And I think, this could be a good point. I think this might be what it is. That probably makes most sense. So, my bad. So, Mr. Wilson, what was your last words? No pun intended. I know you're older, but not like that.
I want to say thank you for being so kind, even though I have a crooked eye and I'm an old, ugly black guy who remember this, that, or the other, or whatnot. I still want to ask this. Scheherazade Ali, she wrote that book in 1889, Understanding the Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman. That was written in 1989, guys. This is 2025. Things have only gotten worse, not better. And you can't blame the white man for it. You can't blame the white man for why you don't say hello in church. Anyway, that's my take on it. I love you all. Have a good day.
Love you, Mr. Wilson. Be safe. Hope we see you soon, man. Salute to Mr. Wilson, man. Hank, what's popping?
What's going on there, Hamp? I know you say you're gonna continue this bullshit. I see you continue to the fullest. Right on, big brother.
I told you I was trying to understand it.
You're a man of your word, right on. So let me say this. As far as the difference between those two, yeah, racism is bad, but it's not as bad as us not getting along. We could fight racism together if we were together. But unfortunately, the black woman and the black man are not together. We let the smallest, minute shit tear us apart. I said it many a times, a fist is only, a hand is strong as a fist. An open hand is not as strong as a closed fist. When we come together, we're a powerful force. But we're not together on shit. We can't even get along. Some of the women up there said we only respect certain men. Okay, cool. So they only respect certain men that caters and kowtows to them. Is that the only man y'all respect? Are y'all and y'all disrespect a man who has a difference of opinion? Yeah, that's not cool. Tiff, you talked about that man's eye. That's cold blood. But yet on the other panel, when I brought that to your attention, when we was talking about my man Carmelo Anthony, you said, no, I'm all for helping a black man, but yet you was insulting this OG up here because his eye is crooked. That's some nasty work, Tiff, with your bald head ass, and you know you dead wrong for that shit. I mean, we gonna ever come together?
Yo,
Maybe
that's
one day.
funny as hell, son.
I don't even think our kids gonna see it. It might have to go a next generation over before them, before we come together again, and then should continue to fight this racism that we want to deal with on a regular basis. I hope that day comes sooner than later. I'll leave it there.
Hank, question. So as we walk down the premise, you said we gotta come together, right? I understand that. What I'm asking is, in terms of just what we're trying to mind out, for us to get closer together, I understand that both sides have to do work. Mr. Williams' premise is his job, men's job, is to hold each other accountable. It's less about the women and more about how we respond or try to fix certain issues. What's your take? Do you think that the women seemingly have more work to do than the men in our community? Or do you think, what's your take?
No, look, I've been always the thing. I don't argue with these women, man. What you waste your time arguing with a woman for? Women are beneath us. Why we argue with somebody's beneath us? I don't believe in that shit. So, but as far as who got more to do, I think it's us because we continue to fall for that bullshit. We know they're going to try to say stupid shit to annoy us, to get at us, to push us over edge. and yet we are not strong enough as men as a collective. Now, I'm not going to say some individuals are not there. Some individuals are. But as a collective, no, we're not, because we allow them to pull us, to poke and prod us, and we fall for that bullshit. So do we got more to work on? Yeah. But I think the women are more of a hindrance, and they got the bigger issues to deal with. We got small things as with men we need to work on. You know what I'm saying? Like self-control and doing things we need to do, continue to be the leaders that we need to be in our community for these other young men that are coming up. But the women, yeah, they got a lot of work, because you ain't got enough women as leaders. You know, I'm all for men teaches men and educate men, and women should be teaching the elder women. You know, should be teaching the young women. But we don't have these elder women doing their job. They drop the ball, and they act like they don't want to pick it up because they're afraid if they do pick it up, you know, one of the tacky little girls, they're gonna get at them. Like, you know, I mean, I think what's the girl, Monique, when she tried to come at them talking about wearing bonnets and how you should carry yourself as a lady, man, they was on her ass. And she wasn't really saying nothing extreme or nothing that was really wrong, but they was on talking about I can wear what I want to wear. Well, come on, man, she's trying to help you. It's, you know, your image. We need to worry about our image. Black people, we don't worry about our image enough. We okay with out here looking like a fool, looking like clowns. We okay with that. Well, who's to tell me what I should look like? You right. At the end of the day, you right. But you don't have no self-respect about your goddamn self.
Okay. Be nice, fantastic. What y'all think, man?
Brother. Well, I want to give Terrell
Hold
a
on,
chance.
let me read these real quick. I want to get JC with the $5. Bobo is another. You want to respond to this, Bobo?
Who I'm blaming for my failure? I'm successful. What are you talking about, bro? You know that I don't know, bro. I don't even that weird shit. I'm not blaming nobody for my failure. I didn't let the system knock me down. I'm winning in life. I'm sitting in my house that I saved up the money. I bought it right now. Last year I made $93,000. That was my gross. I've been doing good. I've been driving trucks all across the United States and Canada for the last 12 years. I'm winning. I'm the leader of my household. I'm the leader. I'm the leader of my family, and I'm 38 years old. I'm the guy that everybody call. Hey, my TV went out. Hey, I'm short on the gas bill. Hey, they just cut my lights off. 700. I'm still waiting to get back. I'm that guy in my family. Like, I don't know what he talking about. You know, just, you know, weenies, man. Weenies is just this the internet. So this what you gotta realize. This revenge of the nerds. The nerds got a microphone now, and they is going scorched earth right now. But
So
the balance gonna come back.
Black Dawn with the $5 says, how much money do I need to make this fight happen? What you think, Bobo? How much bread you need to box it out?
I'll do it for free. Come to me though. Come to me. I'm responsible for stuff. I don't got time to play. Come to me for free. This boxing gym is all over Cleveland. For free, you don't need no money. Come to me. If you want the fade, I pull up. I'm a pull up type of nigga. I used to pull up on niggas' block by myself. And I gotta worry about getting jumped. But I wanted that smoke that bad. So let's not, I'm really from the street. We don't do all this woofing on the internet and all that. I'm just not into that, bro. That ain't my bag. I don't, if that's what y'all into, but we ain't got no way of testing it. So let's not play unless I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. Right now I'm on Union. If show me a video of you on Union, we ain't got to worry about no boxing gym, no money or nothing. I'll put my shoes on and go outside.
Yeah, no doubt. I think I like how we do it with the structure, and we've actually had boxing events that came from people arguing on the panels, and it went pretty well. And I think those men had a newfound respect for each other once they put them gloves on. But I hear you. Opinionate Rally with the $5 says, look how the black man talks to each other. Is this black man hate? Peace and tranquility. You want to respond to this? Be nice.
But I think fighting is healthy, personally. So I think that's good energy, because at least they don't want to kill each other.
Kev, what up, Kev? Good to see you. But the $5 says, Tiff bit the apple of feminism. Eve came from Adam's rib. Black men came before the woman in creation. No accountability is the problem, not racism. And with the $2 says somebody already boxed. You're talking about your hair again, Bobo.
No, look at the guy in the thing hairline. Look at, I mean, like, what these
Just
guys
tell
doing?
Ed go get that generator.
These guys checking the nigga out, man. I ain't never seen nobody this obsessed with another man's hairline.
So they
Nothing
tried
wrong
to
with my hairline.
they tried to drop Vovo, and then Black Dawn brought him back.
Yeah,
So they tried
you
to
ain't
drop
supposed
you, Vovo.
to, hey, to drop
Black,
somebody like what type of weird? He got a picture of a man with his shirt off. These guys weenies, man. There's a lot of weenie shit going on, fellas.
Vet Life with the $5. So, Mr. Williams, sir, so you're saying black women don't have any agency? How about in 2025? He's saying, like, are they not autonomous beings? They don't control their behaviors and actions?
Yes, we know they control their actions, and we know that a lot of them are horrible.
Majority or minority, would you say?
And leave them alone. And
Would you say the majority or minority are horrible?
Loud minority. A very loud minority.
Like Dawn with the $5 says, Vovo, quote, I'm 38 years old, end quote. That's a very hard 38, my guy. You respond to this, Vovo? You on mute.
That ain't true, man. That ain't true. I'm the most handsome guy on the panel. Man, we ain't even gonna do that. Now, again, like, that's just he just want my attention, man. You know that's
fitting all down, brother. Don't lose your job.
Don't lose my job. Why would I lose my job? What are you talking about?
Black Dawn with the $5 says, salute to Cornell West. I hope he comes back on the panel soon. Black Dawn with the $5 says, Hank, quote, an open hand is not as strong as a closed fist. Hank, we're not allowed to beat them. Byron Turner with the $2. Guidance is today, not the petty issues. HQ with the $2. Self-control is you all biggest issue, period. Sway producing with the $2. Volvo definitely a fronter. Fronting is weenie shit.
What am I fronting about? I ain't like I'm like
it's not important. So now,
like,
so now,
regular manly shit that all men should be into. Shit,
yeah, but you don't know anything about
black women.
You don't know
what real man is complaining about women. I said I'm the leader of my family. I said I've been driving truck. What am I a friend about?
That's the only thing you're telling us, bro. You telling us about you being your family being able to leech off you, my nigga, and you proud of it. Okay, wow, what you do?
Leech on me.
Yeah, that's literally what you said. You so fucking hold on, brother. Hold on. You so goofy. You so fucking goofy. You would tell the world that you got a family member that's so fucking irresponsible. They got a $700 fucking light bill for you to pay. Nigga, I wouldn't tell the world. I wouldn't even think that shit while I was on the panel. Talk about weenie shit. You goofy. But anyway, my nigga, listen. This is the thing, right? The thing is this, Hamp, and the crazy thing about it is, we have on your platform alone, bro, tracked the trackable success and improvement that black men have had within less than, now it would be like 30 years, right? No, 25 years. Since 2000, black men have had a decline in prison population. Black men have been getting arrested less. All these different things. Hell, I just learned yesterday there's been a downtick in domestic violence overall over the last 5 years, Hemp. Okay? All of this shit is narrative. The crazy part about it is nobody's researching shit. Nobody's looking at shit. Everybody stick to the same ass don't want bullshit with black men. And like 90% of it's not true. They want to come back with this, oh, black men are not in degrees. We don't need them, dumbass. We don't need them. We still out earning black women. Black women done had a decrease in earnings the last 2 years. Okay? And that was before DEI went away. So with DEI gone and with these comfy motherfucking guaranteed lifetime federal jobs, government jobs, how you think this gonna look for black women over the next 5 to 10 years? So that gap is gonna start to widen even more, right? But yet and still, I guess it still will be black men's fault. The problem with this shit, bro, again, black men, we can't even say, bro, those of us that know, okay? No matter what the fuck y'all say about me, it don't matter. Okay, I'm good. I'm set. 2053 come, more than good. My family, ain't nobody in my family motherfucking $700 light bill like I pay. Okay, shit. I'm enough liquor to fucking give financial guidance.
Mike breaking up.
Hold on, brother.
You ain't got no family.
Your mic, Mr. Fantastic. Your mic.
You need to pay that phone bill, boy. You need to pay that phone bill, boy.
Your mic is messing up.
You need a loan? You can come to
You ain't got enough.
You
ain't got enough. You ain't got enough.
You come to
and please don't hit me with none of that gay shit, brother. We don't play that over here.
I said
we don't play none of that gay shit. We don't play none of that gay shit, bro.
You don't
I
got
don't do
no
that.
uncle. You don't got no uncle.
We don't play none of that gay shit. I'm older than you. I'm older than you, my nigga. I'm older than you. I'm older than you, and I'm more successful than you. So don't play with me like that, brother.
I don't think so.
So is my mic good now, Hemp?
No.
Yeah. They say yeah. So and you can't hear. So anyway, Sherelle, you had a question. Whatever you wanted to ask earlier, if you remember, we can go there.
I don't understand how y'all always like trying to put other races or compare us to other races. Y'all think white men are so happy. Why are they the number one deleters of themselves? Followed by their women. They're miserable in those marriages too. Their disposition on each other and how they treat their relationships aren't going well, all the way to the point off the cliff. Not to mention, y'all always bring up Asian women, who are the most treasonous group of women who have ever to exist. While y'all always talking about black women who make the black men the most desirable, because we always choose black men at the top. 99% of the time, black women choose to be with black men, which makes y'all the most desirable. Yeah, other women desire y'all, but we desire y'all the most. Asian women desire their men the least. They marry out the most. Not only that, when they can get into other countries, they go run into the white man so that they can erase themselves. They are on a full ride of erasing their men. Not to mention, when you go over there to where they're really at with their men, them bitches is refusing to have children, declining their birth rates to the point where they're not even going to exist in a couple of more centuries. Not to mention, they are the ones who started the 4B movement about decentering men altogether and women banding together. The strongest matriarch that we actually have that exists in the world today is an Asian one. How can y'all keep on comparing people to us? Like we're the worst things that ever happened when these people have negative results too. We damn sure ain't gonna get no better. What do we need to do? Start offing ourselves? Or stop having kids for y'all? Cause whatever bullshit we got going on with us, we need to stop trying to make it like, oh, the white people are so. They're not. They're not. They take it all the way to the grave. They're not happy. Stop letting them be the fake. They're swinging every time we talk about wild sex parties. They swinging. They're letting their wives get banged by other men. They do all type of wild shit. It's always white people, but we keep letting them hold the cornerstone of what marriage is supposed to be. I think that is insane. No more comparisons to this white shit, Asian women, none of that. They will erase their whole men. They will erase all them niggas away. As far as they concerned, if they can't find another nigga, if they can't find another group of men to have children for, they won't have children at all. And that's what they leading with. So how they so special? Because they quiet? Y'all think they're quiet because you don't speak their language. You don't know if they talking shit or not. Because they speak in Mandarin. That's why you don't know if they talking shit, but they talk a lot of shit. Trust me. Black women be around the edges. They talk a lot of shit. Big shit. Okay? It ain't just a us issue. We got our issues, but them people ain't better than us. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Well, Sherelle, if you're going to say that now, if you're going to say that, y'all can't never call niggas broke again. You can't never bring up niggas not going to college. You can't, you got to have metrics. Compare, contrast.
Me though.
Comparisons.
Me though, because I just said black men are outpacing white. That's why I said y'all keep talking about the matriarchy, then we're not doing better than y'all. How are we at the bottom of the matriarchy? We're supposed to be the leaders, but we're still at the bottom, even not out earning y'all or outpacing y'all.
Yeah, but Sherelle, you're agreeing in that sense, and that's the factual part, and that's where the women will come to turn on you. But that's still the structure of the black community, as to where you got to protect the queen, and you can't say anything bad about the queen, and you always have to praise the queen, no matter how bad she's doing. So, like I said, if you make a comparison between black women and black men over the last 30-some years, what you'll see is black men completely increasing, cutting out a lot of the negative shit, right? From crack, jail, abuse, all that kind of crazy shit, right? To earning more money, being better fathers, being involved, being the most involved fathers, all this stuff that's trackable. Okay. At the same time, you see black women have major pitfalls and major flaws in the situation. It's not I don't do that shit. Y'all, and that's nobody ever acknowledges me. I don't get up here championing white bitches, Asian bitches, Arab bitches, polka dot, purple or green. Y'all know what I fuck with. But because I don't want to marry nobody, I'm the worst nigga, right? When again, you know, niggas talking about one woman they got, and hey, but it is what it is, right? So this
They
whole
hurt
thing,
you.
man.
They hurt you.
This whole ain't nobody hurt me, nigga. Bro, I can make a phone call right now.
They hurt
Don't
you.
play with me. You don't got no options, my nigga. You ain't got no options. That bitch with you because she need a place to stay. Let's not do this.
They
Your
hurt
bitch
you.
with you. Your family members got a $700 light bill, so I imagine the type of bitch you fucking with. Let's not do this,
Somebody
brother.
hurt you.
Like I
Somebody hurt
said,
you.
ain't nobody hurt me, bitch. Ain't nobody hurt me, bro. I want to make this personal between me and you. Gonna lose that match.
You got a hole in your
Why
heart,
is you
man.
interrupting me? But anyway,
You
like
got
I
a hole
said,
in your
Sherelle,
heart,
this is the
brother.
thing. Sherelle, the thing and the reason why we have to make the comparison of black women to other women is because y'all do it, right? Y'all make false claims about being the most educated, false claims about being the most desirable, a lot of false claims. I'm not saying you, but I'm just speaking black women as a whole, right? So, and a lot of it is at the detriment to or as jabs to black men. You got black women and black men saying that black women are out here taking care of black men in the majority. The thing that black women make more money than black men that never ever happened anywhere, right? But that's what I'm trying to tell y'all, and that people don't understand. That's the power of propaganda and brainwashing. Niggas, even men. That's why I say it's not just the women. I'm giving the niggas smoke too. I hate the niggas worse than the women because at least the women are fighting for their own interests. These simp ass, dumbass niggas are going against their own, and most of them, she not gonna fuck you, bro. You can talk all this simp shit and tell her everything she want, and the nigga she won't fuck, she gonna get that pussy up too. She gonna have a baby by. These simp niggas don't even understand that, right? But yet and still they'll push back on niggas like me, right? Because I'm brave enough, okay, and don't give a fuck enough, and get any woman I want in the first place fucking enough. I can say whatever the fuck I want, and my, you know what I'm saying, I ain't gonna have no issues, right? But because I dare step outside of the hive and the matriarchal build of the fucking thing, I'm the bad guy. And that's why I am like I am. It is what it is.
They hurt you. They hurt him. Ladies, hug your sons. Stop stepping on the corny dude, the corny dude at school that like you, because they carry that with them for their whole life. When y'all don't want to date them in high school or junior high school, the goofy dude, the big goofy dude that was goofy and he wasn't with the cool boys and he didn't have the clothes and all that, they really carry that with them their whole life, man. And that should become a personality, man. You know what I mean? Like, ain't no way. Like you only complain about what you missing. That's it.
So, Bobo, can I ask you a question, dog? Can I ask you a question, LaRoda? So, just because you don't go through it, or some of the issues that some of these men are complaining about, doesn't mean it doesn't happen, right?
Well, yeah, of course. But why is it happening? That's what I'm saying. What is it about you? It's more women, brother. It's more women than it is men.
Hink, your mic not in.
Huh?
No, I'm just saying, Hink. I don't think your mic. It sounds like you talking to your computer.
I heard him.
No. Like he has an actual mic. I'm just saying it's not coming through as like clear. That's all. It sounds like his microphone isn't plugged up. Go ahead, Bobo.
But it's more women than men. That's just the numbers. Then we got gay niggas out here. We got niggas in jail. Niggas that ain't handling business. Like how can't these niggas find a woman or get a woman to submit? What it is, if a man is out here handling his business, that's attractive to a woman. If you out here, let's be clear. I know this might go left, but
This is not a HAMP.
If you fucking her good and you got your money up and you handling your business, any woman will be a fool to leave. That's a lot of that little dick energy. That's what I'm thinking it's got to be, because he ain't because these guys might not be fucking good. Dick might not work. They might not be handling their business as a man, going out there and coming back in the house with it, going out there earning money. going out there handling business and making sure that she got everything that she needs. He said that my girlfriend need a place to stay. I ain't gonna say that, but she don't need no place to stay. She don't even live with me. She's at work right now. She went to work earlier and we had a good time. She about to be at work all day thinking about me. She texts me all day, every day. You know why? Because I be fucking good. That's why. That's something. That's a major piece, fellas. That's a major piece. Motherfuckers might be acting like, oh no, women don't like no man that ain't hitting it right. Period. And I'm a nigga that go out here and go and get it. I go and get it. I handle. Am I lying, ladies? Am I lying? If a nigga got that little strength, you don't want that. You want that hammer. You want that Volvo. That's what you want. You want that hammer, baby. I know what you want. Yeah, and you out here handling business. And I'm out here handling business. I'm a big, tall, dark, handsome nigga. Women fall all over me.
Vovo, you talking too goddamn much. Hold on, Vovo. Vovo, you talking too much. Terrell and Tip, do y'all agree with what he just said? Do y'all agree with what he just said?
Let me make it smaller. Huh? Let me make it smaller. You not sexual.
Tip, do you agree with what he just said?
It was a lot of words.
Let me make it smaller. If a man is handling his business, he's a provider. He hitting it right. Where you going? He look good. Where you going? You ain't going nowhere. Yeah, you ain't going nowhere. You'll be fighting them off with a stick. You know what I mean? It's the guys that ain't really like that.
So y'all agree with Vovo's Tip? Do you agree with what he just said right now?
Those attributes are.
So it just takes a man with some. So a Pookie could give you dick and you happy with him, and you gonna be loyal. That's what he's saying.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. That ain't what I said. That ain't what I said.
That's exactly what you're saying, dog. As long as you come with that, no, you just sit there and say, as long as you come with that hammer, that's all you need.
That's part of it. The hammer part of it is a major part of it. That's
He said more than that, though, right?
Yeah, I did. That's what
he said hammer as long as you can trick.
You must not got the hammer, brother.
Hold on, hey. I cannot believe y'all. What's today's date? The 15th, 16th. What's today's date? What's today's date, Hamp?
It's the 15th.
The hammer hit. You know the song?
Yeah. Listen, Hamp, brother, you ain't dropped none damn pause. This man done mentioned penis sizes. This nigga, this the first nigga in the history of niggerdom I heard say little dick energy. This is the first nigga, the first grown ass man I ever heard say little dick energy. Niggerdom. You done hit this nigga with one pause, Hamp.
I'm a man. I say what
you done hit this nigga with one pause.
I'm tired now, bro. I'm tired.
I might mush you. Man, get out of here. I ain't no pause. I'm a grown man. I ain't no pause. I say what I mean. I'm giving good advice. You might need to eat some pussy better then, brother. Because something ain't right with you. You ain't keeping her satisfied. Women want to be satisfied. She want to be content. That's what it is. You want to be content. And then if that don't work you might be
married. Now, Ham. His whole basis is all about sex. So it's not about nothing else. He ain't providing shit else. Just sex.
I thought he said.
Talking about.
Well, I thought Vovo said if you hit it right,
a bitch and fuck her good.
I thought he said. Hold on, Vovo. I thought he said. Well, Vovo, I didn't know you said. I thought you said you're a provider. You hitting it right. Where's she going? That's what he said.
Yeah, that's it. Tricking and he fucking good allegedly. So listen.
Notice how he turned that into tricking.
Well, Mr. Fantastic, I remember we was having this conversation. You said a man, if he want to get the level of respect that he desires, he need to pay at least 70% of the bills.
And you always saying
hold on, Sherelle.
Hold on.
But y'all don't know how to walk nothing down. He didn't answer the first part.
You say what?
You heard what I said.
For a woman he's living with, yeah.
But you say you gotta provide about 70% to get the respect he looking for.
For the woman he's living with, yeah.
Okay, and then you said, go ahead, Sherelle. What did he say? What's the next part?
Gotta get to the bottom of that coochie. You know, he said
that pussy, baby. You gotta get to the bottom of that.
So I guess my question is, my question is, where do you disagree with Vovo at?
Well, I disagree with it with him because he brought up all this other shit, and he doesn't say it as well as I say it. And first, hold on. First and foremost, hold on. Well, first and foremost, again, well, see, no, it's not a personal problem, brother. Because again, for one, you being weird because you're speculating on my dick. That's something I never did with yours.
I never
Okay,
said
that's
you.
something.
I never
Yes, you
said you.
did. Yeah,
I
brother,
never
you
said
said.
you.
Hold on. So,
I
brother,
never
first
said
off,
you.
stop cutting me
I
off.
was
I
talking
let
in
you have
general.
your whole long ass rant, and I didn't cut you off. So have some decorum, okay? So you speculated on my dick and
He
made this
didn't
about
say
my
you
dick and what?
though.
Hold on, brother, you
Why you?
keep cutting me off.
No, that was me. My bad. But why you say he said you? He didn't say you, did he?
No, he did. Yeah, he did. He said I must not be hitting it
Well,
right. He said it more than once.
rewind the tape, y'all. Rewind the tape.
He said it more than one time. Mr. Williams heard him, and what's
Even if he's not talking about Phantasm Pacific, why is he talking about man's dick like that? Period.
He was speaking directly to me. But
I said the guys that's crying
let's just walk
online.
this
There's a
down.
lot of weenie shit online.
Let's just walk this
That's what I
down.
said.
So let's just walk this down. First off, my nigga, you got one, and you fighting and tricking to keep that one. I don't have those problems. I got options. I keep telling you that. That's why I laughed at you. You talking about again, brother, several. Okay, you ain't never ever in your life, and never ever will experience that. Okay, never. You'll never get that, brother. That's why you looking sad in the face right now. All right. First and foremost, I cannot imagine any sane woman that's not a fucking mental patient letting you huff and puff over her with your hairline in the back of your head. Okay, get off of me, nigga. That's the only thing I see a woman saying to you. Okay. Secondly, brother, you keep trying to, I guess, like you say, everybody sees what's going on here. It's not your enemy, okay? We're not the same in any way, shape, form, or fashion, all right? You're not fucking with me, dog, in life. Anyway, all right? So just come up here, make your weak-ass points, and stick to that, and stop setting yourself up for embarrassment, brother, all right? Because it's not going to go the way you think it's going to go. It's never going to go that way.
Let me say, I appreciate you. Let me speak on your panel. I'm not sure if you're gonna drop me or not. You know what I mean? I just feel like, like if somebody paying to get a nigga dropped, that's weird. But hey, make your money. My thing is this though, right? I never mentioned yo dick. I don't care about. I'm talking about the weenies online today. I'm giving advice to men. You and what's wrong with having one woman? My granddaddy and my grandmother was together. They had 9 kids. That was manly shit. I grew up with Pawpaw. With the work boots, with the funky work boots that gotta sit on the back, and he got the big stomach, and he was, hey, bring your ass home.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that was a man's thing.
This might be risky.
So they dropped Volvo for 20 minutes, and then Jace, he said, "Fuck that." They dropped Volvo for 50, 60, 70 minutes. Y'all want to bring Volvo back, you gotta at least match it. But I was just wondering where the point of contention was with the last one.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40, Tuition like $25.
Hey, my brother Rel in the building. They got Volvo out of here, man, for 70 minutes. But I don't even know what Volvo said that was what he was tripping on, but I think it was the innuendo regarding who he was talking to specifically that Mr. Fantastic was addressing.
And the nigga saying Lil Dick Energy Hemp. Come on, brother, that's diabolical. I've never heard a straight man say that.
No, I never heard that before, but I thought it was some new shit.
No,
when I seen them niggas, my mans, I got like 2 of my best friends in college. They were from Cleveland, and they was wearing polo boots. I'm like, oh, anything's possible. You know what I'm saying? So, fuck it.
Polos over Tims.
So, my synopsis. Damn, man. I don't know. Sherelle made some points that were interesting. I wanted to see if somebody had a retort for said points, but I didn't hear it get flushed out wholeheartedly.
Well, I addressed talking about everything. She's talking about comparison to the women. I thought I
Well,
addressed everything she said for the most part.
when I see the Asians in certain places, they are I caught myself. They are never pleasant. Not in no hair salon, not at the nail shop, not at the carry out.
The
You know what
corner
I'm saying?
store.
When you traveling, the East Indian is the worst. But
Well, you know they hate us.
But the feeling's mutual. But the Mongoloid, they sit right next to you, right up on you. Like, yo, I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers is not like, I mean, what they and then when you look, they got that like dragon mom syndrome. I was watching this show called the Parent Test. And the Asian mom, the little Asian dude could not get a word in. And I'm just like, yo, so where's this docile shit? And then the 4B, it leaves me interested to hear what the retorts are, you know? Like, usually if I go in and carry out, I usually be like, yo, listen, don't be doing all that blabbing and shit. Let me get my shit off. And then y'all, when I walk out, y'all can talk shit. Because I don't know what you're saying while I'm in here. You know, they be sucking their teeth and all that. I don't know, man. I ain't seen it.
How y'all think we know that Asians have the
I
littlest
mean,
kids?
Tiger Mom, my bad.
That's what they told us.
Huh?
Embarrassing them men. Poor
Man.
Asian men.
I don't see the docileness. I'm just like, why is it you got the spicy Latina, you have the Tiger Mom, so you have names for women that are aggressive within subculture groups, but all black. No, it just
y'all
sounds
see
like
Jeezy learned the hard way, huh? Jeezy
Yo.
got rid of that Asian girl so quick. Like, what the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Yo, and then, the Japanese women, did y'all hear they body counts over there? Astronomical. Like, it just, I don't know. Just trying to figure out.
Talking
Like,
about black women following men to Thailand. Half them Thailand girls be boys.
Come on,
half
man.
them be boys.
Not the
They
lady
be
boys.
and you know that fantastic. The majority
That's why,
of Thailand prostitutes.
Sherelle, that's why I'm never going to Thailand. Niggas is not finna say have not one tranny joke for me. That's never gonna be on my destination.
A bunch of trannies over there.
Allegedly, there was a other fucker pimp over there. Allegedly.
I'm telling you, they be fucking prostitutes. Them girls will be anybody girlfriend for the weekend for $100.
Sherelle, do you know what
It's a white man. It's a white man going viral, HAMP, because he say
bros here, they call them losers back home. LBH. Oh, that's an LBH. A loser back home.
Who said that? Who?
If I know the terminology, that would mean that that's spread, and they know when y'all are foreign or those that go over.
No, that's what that bitch made up.
Back home is not made up.
I think she was a Dominican. She was a Dominican Republic reject, where she used to be selling pussy down there, and then she moved over here.
It's from an
I just
Asian
feel like
lady that
prostitutes just don't have no place to talk about nobody.
Sherelle, if you pull up
They
losers back
don't.
home, you start looking at how these women understand, and if you have to go to a third world country in all of the Americas, because not one
y'all say,
woman in
well,
America,
you know,
but
y'all know the third
they're
world
not trying to
country.
marry prostitutes.
Do y'all understand though? I don't think y'all understand. I think Mexico's a third world country.
huh?
I said Mexico's like a third world country.
Okay.
Most of the Caribbeans are third world countries.
They are.
Jamaica is a third world country. Guess who goes to Jamaica the most?
Is he making? Are you making a point?
Yeah, I'm making a great point. I said, guess who goes to Jamaica the most? And gets fucked by niggas on.
Black women are
And
not
gets fucked by. Hold on. Let me finish. This is the most. This is the most important part. Hold on. This is the most important part.
A trip is not a husband.
Again, hold on. Guess who goes to Jamaica the most and get fucked by niggas? Hold on. Fucked by niggas in dirty river water on a raft.
Okay, when you get your stats, you and I can talk about it because we haven't had.
Well, I already have the stats. I already have the stats. Well, that's the thing.
Well, what's the number?
I already have the stats. I told you. More women, more black women have more passports than black men, and because it's so cheap.
We're talking about Jamaica. What are the stats for Jamaica about women going over there? What are those stats? That's what I'm asking you.
They go more than the men.
Okay, but what's the rest? Prove the rest of your statement.
It's video. It's fucking literal video that's been on YouTube of
more
bitches
than
going
one
down there.
case? So
Huh?
you have at least 10
No, not
things.
one, several. Not one, it's several. And there's a black girl that was talking about it.
So tell me again what your hypothesis was.
My hypothesis by the video that was seen, how Stella got, she literally documented her whole situation in buying a Jamaican nigga that was gay, brought him back, found out he was gay. Y'all read a whole book and a movie about it. Then, like I told you, this video of a girl going down there getting fucked on the river, and it was either a plastic bag or a cement bag. And that's the girl that they just tried to jump. You asked me the question, stop cutting me off.
I didn't cut you off, love.
You started talking while I'm talking. I'm not done talking.
I apologize.
There's plenty of other documents.
Your mic.
Same shit. Bro, like, fuck, my phone keep going in and out. I don't know what the fuck is up. It's just weird.
Get a new phone.
Nigga, it is a new phone. Brand new.
No, that's a replacement phone.
No, nigga, it's a new phone, nigga.
Which one you got?
25. This shit ain't been out 2 months.
Let me see it.
I ain't had mine a week. And I wish y'all would shut the fuck
How
up,
he gonna
you
show you
idiots.
the phone?
Huh?
So
Cam say, let him see. How he gonna show you the phone while he
I
On the
really
phone.
was like, what is he gonna do?
CTE. You got it.
They say Androids do everything. I thought I could take a picture of it. So
While you bullshitting, this bitch do got it got 360 video and 360 picture on it, but it's not gonna work on StreamYard. That's a StreamYard limitation. You feel me? So blame them.
he said refurb test.
Wow.
Nigga, you can't even find a refurbished phone for a phone that's been out less than a month. Fuck y'all.
Refurb test. Yo, man. Damn.
We lost your
I mean, I think no. Well, I think that a lot of times the speculations regarding what people are doing when they travel is all kind of speculative, But I know 2 women specifically who have boyfriends that live in Jamaica, and they're a little bit older. The women.
But are they single women? And that's just
So the men are prostitutes in Jamaica?
Well, no. I just saw that there was 2 black women specifically. I know them. They have boyfriends in Jamaica.
But that's still
But Terrell, to your question, yes. There are fucking a lot of gigolos. There are a lot of gigolos in fucking Jamaica.
They gotta pay them to have sex with them?
Yes, Terrell. Yes.
I don't know.
These
They
bitches gotta go to Jamaica and pay niggas to throw them some rod on that goddamn raft.
Well, she said they never came here before, but I know they go there often.
That's
so
odd.
the dudes never came here.
Why Dre in America? Y'all told Dre?
I think Dre want a wife.
Oh, you're insinuating these men don't want wives. Yikes.
No, I'm just I know that the women go there. Them niggas don't never come here.
Maybe they'll move there and make Jamaica their home.
Yeah, I think that'd be more of an issue. Like, why you never bring that up? The fact that like black people are just like a bunch of whores and whoremongers. Like that's why relationships don't work. It don't got nothing to do with nothing else. It don't be having to do with money. It don't be having to do. Broke people be fucking the most.
Well, hold on, Sherelle. That's what I was saying. What Hobo was saying, what he was saying. The only thing that y'all need is get y'all some dick, and that's all y'all need. Y'all good to go. Man, give you good dick, and
he said the man was a provider.
You agree with it.
No, he said a provider. He said somebody that cared about you. He did not just say one thing. Even Fantastic was saying he didn't just say that. So I don't know if you came up, because that's what I was going to say. Like the talking points I find completely annoying. So if you're going to have like an honest back and forth, then I'm fine with that. But if you come to say bald-headed this, or you should be ashamed of yourself, like if that's where we're going, go ahead and give your speech, get that shit off so we can move forward. Or we can have an honest conversation. Because I know you heard that man say more than just peen. That nobody, no one would agree to that. No logical woman would agree to that. So what you're doing now is less than honest and less than ethical. You get to make a choice. If you want to have an ethical conversation, that's fine. If not, get your typing parts off. I'll mute, and you let me know when I can tap back in.
Look at Golden Pisces
well, go on
Adventure
mute
getting
then.
that paying for that
So,
Jamaican
so
dick
what
down
I'm
there.
talking about, what I was referring to, what my man Volvo was talking about right before he got kicked off. He was talking about only thing you got to do is take care of some woman and give her some good dick, and that's all you need to do for a woman. And so then I asked you and Sherelle, do y'all agree with this man's talking point, what he just sit there and said? And you said you agree with it.
I had zoned out because he was talking.
He
for a
said
long
more than
time.
one thing. And Sherelle, the same thing. Like, you keep circling back, and I don't understand the
He said
intention.
two
So I'm going to
things.
say it one more time. Either you are going to say you want to do a talking point, or you're going to acknowledge that neither one of us, and myself in particular, said that just a man in his manhood was enough for satisfaction. If that's what you need to get off, now I can get that. Again, I'm going to stay
What are
cute.
you
I'm
talking about getting off? What are you talking about, Tiff?
Because at this point, it
I asked you
sounds
if you agree with what he was saying, ma'am.
and
That's all I asked you.
And what did you say? Well, he just said one thing. Well, you tried to weaponize it. You did, and I'm calling you.
I didn't try to weaponize anything. I'm asking you. I was asking you ladies, because he said the ladies, that's all they needed. Sherelle said she's zoned out. You shake your head like you agree with him. And I asked you, I said, do you agree with him, Tiff?
Forward. Hey, Sway, how are you?
Well, Tiff, it's not about moving forward. Volvo presented two things: good sex and being a provider. He said, you take care of those two things, she good. Do you agree with that premise? You're on mute.
He
Yeah,
said
she can't
good
unmute.
sex, being a provider, and taking care. And in the sense for me, taking care.
Hold on. My question is more or less.
Man.
Hold on, Hank. So my
did.
question is a yes or no, and then
Go
you
ahead.
can give context, right? So he said being a provider and good sex, right? So when you say taking care, if you rope that into being a provider, which are the two things he said, then I wouldn't be upset about that. So those are the two things he said. Would most women agree that that's all they need?
Yeah, when you say provider, I'm like, you provide my emotional needs. You provide the things that make me happy. You provide intimacy. Like, it's taken care of. You're a provider.
That's not what he said when he meant that.
You know
He
that's
was
not
talking
what he
about
said,
providing you
Tiff.
just financially.
It is. And
He's talking about
That's
financial.
not what he said.
Why do y'all do that, bro? Like, that's not
Tiff,
how
you
men.
acting like you
That's how
said.
men talk. That's
No,
maybe how
You know
y'all talk,
exactly.
where
you are
y'all say
Tennessee,
something
Jay. So you
definitive,
are
and
so,
then you
Tiff.
expound the definition that you want to make and put on it. But no, men don't
Exactly.
talk
You
that
know
way.
that's not what that nigga said.
Y'all want to put your own definition on shit to make it make sense.
So
But provider
HAMP
means what it
says
means.
exactly what we're thinking, and then y'all get to say no. So okay, you get to
Hamp
have a
didn't Hamp you
No,
well
he
hold on.
didn't.
but
Hamp didn't
there's
say
You
any
add
of the
more
things you
bullshit on
said.
that, Tiff.
How did he
talking
break
about?
it down if
You
he
just
didn't
add more
understand
silly
what
shit
we were
on that.
Hamp
thinking?
didn't say any of the
What are you
things you
talking about? He
said.
didn't say
How
anything.
did he understand what we were thinking and
He
verbalize?
didn't
If
What
understand
you
what you was
you're
thinking.
putting
But you added some more stuff
emotional
on there,
needs,
now
Tiff.
you're making
He
shit
wasn't
up.
talking about. He
Yeah,
wasn't
so
talking about you, Tiff. He was talking about Volvo and the two things
yeah,
he
so
presented, and he was saying if you
you
agreed
and
with
I
those
were
two
having a
things.
dialogue,
so
right?
this is what it is. This is what it is. Sway,
You
good
think no one
morning.
else can
First,
listen and follow along? Good morning,
Sway,
or it's
good
actually good
morning. First.
afternoon.
Oh, Tiff can.
So
That's CJ's sister.
this is what it is, right? Tiff, in the context of which Volvo was speaking, remember he presented the fact that he makes 93K gross and he was able to pay for a plethora of things for his family. And then that led into women need two things: provision and good sex. So the context from which he presented was monetary. He didn't make mention of anything emotional and things of that nature.
No, he said provider quite
But
a
he
few
said,
times.
but he, yeah. So in the context, hold on, because this is an opportunity.
You're
This is
making,
an
like I said, making
opportunity.
up your own content.
Hey, y'all mute, because somebody got a crazy echo. So here's an opportunity. We walking down what Volvo said, right? So before he said that, was the context. He was talking about the money he was spending, and then he said provision, and then good sex, and she'll be on you. That's all she wants. So then Hink re-asked the question do you agree with Volvo's premise being pay for things for her and give her good sex? Right? Do you agree with those two things being what women need?
do I get to, because you talked about the provider being insinuated when he
No,
started.
he said it based on his. Well,
He gave more
he
context.
said no. The context that he presented it in. I'm telling you what the context is. This is not even a. I'm not even suggesting this. This is the context. Is what I'm saying. So now that you
Right.
know the context for provider is money and then good sex. Those are the two things that women need. In that context, do you agree with Vovo's premise?
So, do I get to explain my logic or no?
Well, in that context, do you agree with Vovo's premise? That's a yes or no, and then you can expound. But we just want to be clear,
Okay.
right?
So,
Right.
yes or no with expounding, a yes being this. He mentioned being the man in the family that people call and depend on. Now, mind you, it does not sound desirable, nor is it something that anybody's going to sign up for. But if you are the man that your entire family can count on, then that wife is tremendously taken care of, because not only is he able to take care of his household, he's able to help and support his extended family. Like, people say things and you have to hear what's being said. He for him, that for him had value. That my ears picked up because that's who my father was in our family. That's who my uncle has been. So
Yeah.
I'm listening to what he's saying, right?
100%. So what he said, remember in that context when he presented what he does, he was
Mhm.
paying for things for everybody. You see?
Right. And
So he
that
quite
sucks.
yeah.
It
But what I'm
sucks.
saying is he quite literally painted it based on a monetary provision, right? So what Hink is asking in the context of monetary provision and good sex, do
No,
you
I don't.
agree that's all women need?
No, no, no.
But
Because to
I
be
would
being
agree that most women
selfish,
are that's what most women get, a monetary, and of course a man gonna pay what he laying at the time, but they're not getting any type of security. So yeah, a lot of them are
but
getting dick
wait,
down, they're getting a little date or a little money here with some raw dick, and then they end up with a baby, but there's no security behind it. A lot of women are not requiring security. Security would be the marriage. Security would be something that you're actually tangibly locked into. Most men are not giving it out. So yeah, I mean, he still has a point. Well, girls are getting dicks, lies, and steak dinners.
So you agree that
A
that's all
baby.
women need then? You
I
agree?
don't think
Because
that's all
that's
they need, but that's what they get.
wait, so sorry. So they accept it
They accept
settling.
it, yeah.
in
That's
mass?
settling.
In
Wait.
mass.
In mass?
In mass.
Okay. And so we can't read minds, but we can only speculate. So if they're literally accepting that, then that's all y'all need. Because everything else is speculation. I'm not saying you're wrong, really, but if we just got to think, oh, she want, but that's what she's willing to accept and then abide by, like that's kind of like damn.
Yeah. No, the
And
only reason
and
why I wouldn't put
and,
like
That's
meat on
bad.
it because it ain't healthy for them. You know what I'm saying? But if I
and
say
for the
Mm.
record,
everybody eat pizza for breakfast, it don't mean they need to be eating pizza for breakfast.
and and for the record, the great dick is at the top of the list. It's great dick, then the everything else. Because if you don't have the great dick with the money, it don't matter. That's the most important factor. So, and he was talking about good. That's why I couldn't understand. I couldn't,
He
you know
didn't
what I'm
want to
saying?
be good. He great. So he didn't
So you
he
feel what I'm saying? I
understands
don't
what
know nothing
good
about
niggas is
good,
about.
Sherelle. You feel me? I
He
get
been
6-star
he's
Google
never been a
reviews,
good nigga.
baby. We got 6-star Google reviews over here, so that's why I'm saying he can't speak for me because he not,
Champ,
you know what I'm
get
saying,
your
how I say
man,
it.
Champ.
But that's what I'm saying,
Other
right?
way,
That's
sure.
again
The other way.
the for black women. This has been said, and black women have said this themselves. They do not want a man that cannot sexually satisfy them. You can have all the shit in a row. You can be great. You can be nice. You can be loving, caring, protecting. You can spend the money, drop the bag. If you ain't dropping off that, all right, you ain't hitting the bottom of that pussy. That shit not gonna last, man.
I
It's
feel
not gonna work. It's
like
not gonna
that
last.
because they get too much dick. And that's why I keep on saying the reason why relationships is not gonna work. We need to be focused on businesses and all that other stuff. We don't need to be focused on relationships because it's a bunch of whores and whoremongers. If you didn't have 15 niggas, 16 niggas, 35 niggas fucking you, you wouldn't know what the difference between good dick, great dick, bad dick. Stop trying to taste the rainbow. You should have stuck to one Skittle. And
What's up, Sway?
so hard to
What you
please.
think?
There's a lot being said. The main thing that triggered me was just like I guess Sherelle and just outside of fantastic, but a lot of times we do compare our situation to other situations, like other races of people, like they don't have similar or different situations that we also wouldn't want to go through. So I know, like in South Korea and I think Japan, there was a movement where the young women were like posting flyers and creating chats and creating all types of different like memes and stuff of like different ways to pretty much call their men small in size, not stature, but in size, right? So they were just going around making fun of the men for having small wee-wees the whole time, and they were like doing different little flyers and campaigns. Then the white women, we already know what's going on with them. They started the feminist movement. They hate the fact that they can't get their share of all the shit they stole, so they don't like their niggas either. The Hispanic women, we bring up the Hispanic women here.
Hey,
That
your mic burping, bro. Your mic's burping.
Mic fucking up.
It's doing that thing like it burps every 5 seconds.
How do you fix that? I think it's something set.
I think turn the echo off and on.
Is it still doing it?
I thought somebody was
No.
like catching the stomach. Like I
Is it
thought
good?
somebody said, "Damn, I'm waiting
That
on
shit
the
happens a lot.
Not the Asian, the Hispanic.
When I
women,
tell you I thought somebody was bubble gumming, I'm like, mute your mic.
We like to. Is it still doing it? That's what I'm being over
It
talking.
got worse a little bit.
They got
Hold on,
worse.
let me. Well, yeah, it's like that's probably the best thing. Yeah, so he was just illustrating that everybody got issues some way, shape, or form, but we tend to leverage their good and then dismiss the bad that they're going through.
Or something that we like to do is like we love to compare everybody's best to our worst, right? So even like when y'all be saying about the money thing, black men
Hello?
are second place for holding the most wealth in the country. But then we'll scream about the Asians not
My
knowing
mic's
that they're a
still
loud
fucking up.
minority. But we
No,
have
it's
the
good.
most billionaires. We own the more businesses, colleges, all of that stuff. So I don't be getting that. We're losing on the family ground.
So we ain't got no.
We got the NBA players and the basketball players.
We ain't got no. It's like the trailer park ass saying, yeah, we got families. Yeah, the Rockefellers, the Trumps, the this like. They don't claim them niggas. They two different groups of people. Anyways, what's going on, Maria and them? The
Yo,
Hispanics,
Slay,
how,
your
like,
shit is going crazy.
A lot of cooperation.
You on the phone or you on the computer?
You on your computer?
I'm on the phone every time.
Oh, yeah, it's like it's going crazy. Like it's like you logging in on a like dial up.
I think
It's
it
like-
might be because I got my headphones out. Let me drop down and come back with my headphones.
Yeah, put them away. Rick, what's popping?
We can't hear you.
Rick, we can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir. What's goody?
What's going on? What's the topic of discussion?
Huh? You gotta come up here and prepare, Rick. I can't. What are you saying that you've been listening, but you don't know what we're talking about at this instance?
Exactly. Yeah, I was just saying like 2 hours.
Okay. Your mic is kind of faint, Rick.
You hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
You guys
So
were just
it's,
talking about small penises or something like that, with black women not being satisfied by small penises.
no, I think somebody was saying that black women, you have to be able to pay for things for them, and then be able to have good sex with them for them to lock in with you. That's all they need.
And Sway was saying that Korean women had started like a viral post about how small their men's penises is.
I mean, you could. I mean, listen, like with women, and I'm sure women could agree on this, that women is mental. Like, you can stimulate a woman mentally. It doesn't always have to be physically.
Like if you're stoic and you're you do well in life financially, you don't take no bullshit, you dress nice, and she knows you can acquire other women, that turns a woman on even before you even get in the bedroom. But most men feel like they need to have 10 inches to be with a woman. Feel me?
What you? That's nah. What do you mean? Like,
No, because like I hear what you're saying when you said that, or whoever said that black women have to be stimulated, in order for men to be with them. That's not an issue. I mean, look, listen, like I'm not. I don't make my woman come all the time, but I rather be the man who she respects physically, financially, spiritually, and mentally, versus being Pookie who makes her come every time. That's just me. I don't have time. I don't focus on sex. I'm busy doing other things. The
okay.
dudes who fuck all the time, who fucks 200 women a year, they don't got no job. You know how much it takes to fuck 200 women a year? That means you gotta talk to 2,000 women a year.
Oh, I see. I see. So you're
So it's
saying,
like
if sex is your claim to fame, you got other problems.
exactly.
Okay, but do you
It could
think
be.
good sex is important though?
It's important, but does it have to hit every night, like or every time y'all have sex?
You're saying
Does
like
it
I mean,
quickies
does
should
it
be an option, right?
does it help
yeah,
with cooperation?
it shouldn't help with cooperation. She should
But does
cooperate.
it help with cooperation?
It does, but I mean, your woman shouldn't respect you only in the bedroom. That's
It's,
an issue.
we're
I
not
agree
doing the
with
only thing.
Hold
I'm
on,
just
y'all,
I
real
asking
quick.
you
Yo, so we was
good dick.
talking yesterday about people giving back and mentoring and all that. So they said, "Yo, Hamp, you got to hit up Q Butter, man, and get an interview with him, man." So I hit my brother, last night. This morning he responded. We're gonna get it popping tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Everybody making excuses about men giving back and mentorship, and his brother got a scoop. Well, we're gonna go through all of it. Feel me? About all the excuses, what we can and can't do, STEM programs. So God bless, man. You heard? My
I'm gonna
bad.
be
Go ahead, Rick.
there.
I'm gonna read these super chat. But go ahead, Rick. My bad. What you saying? My bad. I just had to interject because I want to make sure I said it before he left or something like that. You know.
Yeah, my point was, yeah, a woman shouldn't only respect you in the bedroom. She should respect you outside the bedroom as well.
But I think Sway's question is do you think that performance sex wise ties to respect at all, ties to submission at all? Do you think that there's a correlation there?
I think okay, in our community, maybe yes, because we're very. I think this generation is very over sexualized because of the access, especially women. Women have access to whoever they want. Men can fuck who they can, But it shouldn't be like that. You know what I mean? Like you
I,
shouldn't. You shouldn't get submission from your woman because you make her come every time.
so my girl cooks and cleans, right? But it's a difference between before, like no dick, and after dick, and when she does it, right? Because one is she's just doing it, and then the other one she's doing it with a smile on her face, and she might even go above and beyond and make me snacks in between and do all that. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I don't know what it is, where it's like they actually like doing their job. And it doesn't have to be just it don't have to just be dick. It could be a bunch of different situations that you can provide for her where in that moment now she actually likes doing her job. She don't think it is like just a job. Like let's say I take her out to dinner or she had a stressful day and I rubbed her back before she did what she needed to do. Like at that point it's a difference between she just come in the house, she see dishes and she just do them versus she see dishes and then I massage her back for 30 minutes and then she go do them.
Yeah,
That's the
I
difference.
don't think that's what Rick was saying though. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. What he's saying is a lot of times men don't get no act right with women unless they dicking them down. These bitches is loud, disrespectful. They don't cook up nothing. They don't clean nothing. They don't do shit. They don't respect them in the first place. All they have is good dick. And the only time she want to listen is when Jody saying make the tacos in the bed. Other than that, she's a loudmouth. I'm not about to listen to you as bitch.
Yeah, that's a big red flag if you have a woman like that. Like, I mean, listen, like,
And they be bragging about that shit like that's cute. A woman should respect you before you fuck her. She respects you as a man off the strength. At the end of the day, when you walk in the earth as a man, other men respect you, not because you fucking them. Right?
I'm more so
So
thinking,
if you
does
walk in the earth as a man and you require other men to respect you, you should require your woman to
not what a
respect
man's
you without
about.
giving her dick.
Yeah,
Nah,
man's.
that's for sure. I think it's more so you're aware of all your avenues to help maintain, improve, and get the outcomes you want out of the woman. So good dick is one of the options. Buying her gifts, rubbing her feet, leaving her alone, after whatever the case may be, it's like you have to understand your options with the woman you're dealing with, and if good dick
Yeah.
is one of them, then you should provide that.
Yeah,
Especially
this
if you want a good outcome.
and Sway, if you don't mind, just to kind of help clarify the point, right? So Rick, really, we catch your drift, right? But if you seen me beat a nigga ass, pause the day before,
Yeah,
and
I was about
now
to
I'm
say that.
walking in the earth, now the respect level changes too, though. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah.
there's things you can
So
leverage,
that's
like
the equivalent to man. Like we know this nigga can fight. So
yeah, or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And in
Okay.
which case, you know, like
Exactly. It's like,
yeah,
and it doesn't even always have to come down to
yeah. That's just a
physicality.
hyperbolic example. Yeah.
Like I was on a date. Like I was on a date yesterday, right? And some guy bumped into my date. Now this is a first date, but I checked the dude. I say, yo, my man, you bumped into my date. And he said, oh, I'm sorry, no problem, my bad, man. But I have to accept the fact that he may throw a punch, he may pull out a knife, he may pull out a gun. But that turned the woman on just for me saying something. Just simple things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
No, but I think the only thing is as long as it's not an extreme, long as she can respect you and sex makes her happy, which it gets off endorphins and all of that, dopamine levels and shit like that go up. So of course, nutting makes anybody happy.
Yeah.
But it should never go from the only time she respects you if she happy because she nutted. And then the moment that she too picked up is disrespect.
Exactly.
That's when it's problematic. And that's what most people and most niggas be dealing with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. 100%.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, no, 100%. I think there's a what's up, Mr. Payne? I think that there is a definitely an emphasis on all of that. You know what I'm saying? But I think Sherelle's point, Rick's initial premise is on point with Cho. That can't be all it is. You know, because there's so much time spent outside the bedroom.
Yeah.
I could not understand why my man's he always used to bring his wife to like shit, right? I'm like, yo, why you always bringing Kim? You know, like, you know what I mean? Because it was just all of us. And then when I met my wife, that was like one of the things that stuck out. Like, oh shit, I see why because it's actually cool to hang around her. Yeah, like, it just be like, but you don't even know it because you never seen it before, type shit, or you never experienced it. So I think there's so much time spent outside the bedroom that gotta be valuable. You know, 100%. But it matters. I don't think Relly or Rick saying it doesn't. But if that's all you got to leverage, where you at with it? You know.
A lot of times men are always talking about my dick too good, I'll keep, but you can't keep a bitch at all. No bitch is ever around you. You gotta fuck 200 a year because you can't keep one for 2 months. And you think that shit's so fire. It's fire when she stay there for 10 years. We know that shit, Subhan. Mr. Payne, he could build a case. He ain't got rid of his wife yet. You know what I'm saying? He could build a case, but
I'm just waiting my turn.
Y'all can't keep a woman past a year. It ain't that fire.
Nah, you'd be surprised. It'd be a lot of different reasons why you don't keep them.
It could be, especially in this day and age, you could lose your girl to a simp. They're like, you gotta understand, like, it's dudes in these girls' DMs who offer to fly them out, buy them a Birkin bag just off the rip, So you could lose your girl for a multitude of reasons.
I can also cut you off because all I wanted was coochie from you, and now you want more. I don't want nothing more from you. You not worth more.
Yeah, that's women in their emotions. They get attached, especially if the sex is good.
What's up, Mr. Payne? I'm about to get out of
What's
here.
going on, Ham? What's going on?
Hey,
pal?
Rick, good to see you. I don't know if I've seen you up here before, man. Welcome.
Yeah. I've listened to a few of your shows before, and I saw the link, so I figured I'd just hop on and
No
join.
doubt, no doubt. Where you from? Or I don't understand you had to reveal it.
I'm in the East Coast.
Well, I knew that. I knew
You hear
that.
the accent?
Yeah.
I'm on the East Coast.
What's up, Mr. Payne? What you got to offer, man? How you been?
I'm doing all right, man. I just thought I'd pop
Where
up
you
here.
been at?
know.
Well, I ain't seen you in a minute.
Well, listen, man, I've been around. I come over here, check you out, man. I see all the young people over here. Sometimes I say, I don't think you need somebody as old as me over here and shit. I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah,
because
but you ain't check-in status at this point. If
Yeah,
you
I'm
don't check in with me, let me talk. If you don't check in with me, you know I'm sensitive. All right.
I'm sensitive. Hey, listen, man, I like this conversation. I agree with Sherelle when she was saying. Listen, and on this topic, I guess there's layers to everything we talk about. But I think with your woman, if she's your lady, I think all you need is confirmation that you could bust it out nice and she likes it. That she knows you could perform. You don't need to do it all the time. If she knows that you can get down, you don't have to be obligated to pay every time we have an encounter. If she doesn't get an orgasm, our situation is over. She just wants to know that you know how to do it. And it's lasting because it's true.
Everybody else mute if you're not talking.
Woman should not. What? That's not me. Is that me?
No, you good.
Yeah. So your woman should never be with you just because you can have great sex. That's not a relationship to me. I mean, I think that shit is very fleeting. I think that'll be fleeting. I mean, I think the provision and the kind of things you offer is more important than that. But all she needs to know is that when y'all get down, every so often you could put it down. You're gonna need to at least do it once. She needs to know that you can do it. So I don't think I'm obligated. I mean, so in my, I don't want to make it anecdotal, but I just think most women, most of my relationships, even before I got married, I think if a woman asks you to come back, I guess you know that you're in there. Because you ain't no good, she's never asking you to come back. That's why they catch feelings. Women catch feelings. That's always been my thought. I go back once or twice, then I really have to own it. Right? So, and then once you make it up after that, it's up to you. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. I know some guys.
No, it makes sense. I agree, Mr. Payne, that you don't necessarily have to do it every time. She just has to know. She just has to know that that's you're capable of it, type shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
However, would you agree that if you don't have good dick, a woman ain't gonna consider you as a husband? And I kind of want to get
I
off.
think if I had to do like the hemp thing, for the most part, yes. I think I think she ain't gonna pick you, especially if she's a woman of the world. If she was a virgin or something, she won't know no better. But if she knows a little bit better and you can't put it down, she can't see herself with you all for the rest of her life. I don't think she would. No matter how much money you got. I mean, I shouldn't say that. She might stay with you for the money, but somebody else is going to be knocking it out. So you got to have at least the minimum requirement. you got to have at least that. At least.
But that's the thing. That's how.
But
they
Mr.
lose.
Payne,
Because you just said if she's not a woman of the world,
right?
Like at the end of the day, nobody told you go get 50 dicks, and now nobody can please you. Like
I agree with that.
And it just be suckering itself. Stop trying to go taste the rainbow. Please stick to the rivers and the lakes that you used to. Do not go chasing them water.
But Sherelle,
Gotta
listen to
chase them Jamaican niggas.
What about
if your husband is
80%
taking care of you? What kind of fool is gonna go out and be like, my husband loves me, he takes care of everything, but every once in a while he's tired. You got to be one of the dumbest rocks on this planet. No, what?
What about the 80%?
It's a lot of y'all out there though, Tiff. It's a lot of y'all out there like that.
What about the 80% of adult women that have sex toys that don't hurt the process?
What'd you say? Well, I think y'all gotta realize, man. Well, sorry, go ahead, Sway. What'd you say? My bad.
No, I was just saying, what about, because she was saying 50 peens, that's gonna hurt your, sexual attractiveness to men. You shouldn't take 50 peens. I was just like, well, what about the 80% of women that have sex toys? That don't affect it.
Yeah. That does.
So
If
Yeah.
they
Yeah.
have an
Yourselves.
expectation of a man to do what a sex toy does, it's never equivalent. It's two
Yeah.
totally different
Yeah.
things. A sex
Well,
toy is never equivalent to a
But
man.
but really, I think even if a man,
It's not gonna kiss you on your neck. It's not gonna snuggle you. It's
no, we talking about your private parts for orgasmic purposes, right? So even if a man were to like over mass, hold on, Tiff. God, I mean, come on. So like for instance, if a man were to over masturbate, right? When he get in a bed with a woman, right? You gonna have an issue. So right, if you're using a tool obnoxiously, what happens, right? So it just
And
makes
that's
sense.
that too. That's a part of it too. Or
Yeah,
if they
well, that's what I'm
like if
saying.
they
I'm just acknowledging that it happens, right? You're using something or a different mechanism, right?
or if their dildo is like extremely like way too big.
or if you're using it every day rather than taking breaks, like if you do maybe every 4 days you're getting dick, you can be more
But it's
sensitive. So if
that's
you're
what I'm
getting
saying.
dick
Like
every
it's the
day or using your toy
hypersexuality
every day,
in
or unless you use
relationships.
it multiple times a day, you're not going to be as sensitive to the guy's point. Every time we beat our meat, it becomes less and less and less and less sensitive to the point where it actually hurts.
Yeah. Yo, yeah,
So
no, real shit. No, I mean, it's a lot of shit out here that we just be doing a lot, bro. Just doing a lot, and
Yeah,
I
that
think,
hypersexual shit is really fucking the market up.
yeah, like I was like, I don't even know. I want to use this word. I want to make this word popular. Defiled. I want to make sure that like start to permeate, right? Like whenever you let a man inside you that has no intentions for you, you are defiled at that point.
So go ahead, Sherelle. Break girl code. What would you say amongst the women you encounter? You know, like conversations you have amongst women.
Mhm.
What would you say is the average amount of what is the average body count of a woman who usually alive and say, oh, I had sex with 3 guys, 4 guys. What is the average body count of like a
The
26
average
year old
body
woman?
count of the average woman is probably like 35 by the time they're 30.
5?
35.
Oh,
35
35? Okay.
now. In what
See,
world?
that's why I asked you that
In
because
America.
I know you're a break
hey
girl
Tiff,
too.
we've
So
Because
already had this
but
discussion
you
with
know where
you.
it
You
comes
don't
from,
know
Rick?
what's
They
going on in
be
these
let me tell
streets.
you what
You
I
think
That's
hear a lot
average, bro.
HQ
when
is
I'm
the same.
like when I'm in the earth, what I hear is a lot of girls who smoke weed fuck the weed man for weed. If you see a girl, she has a lot of tattoos, she's not paying for tattoos with cash. She's paying for tattoos with ass. A lot of times they have the hook up because they getting hooked up. If that girl could get in any club because she know all the bouncers is bouncing. Like y'all gotta understand. They give up pussy for access to other stuff. Like it comes with perks.
Go,
So
it's in
yeah,
it.
Yeah, we
they
know
might
that.
not try to count it. You know what I'm saying? Or they got a side
She
nigga. The
ain't,
side niggas.
she ain't reaching, bro. She is not. They trying to act like she reaching, Sway.
Who
She
is
ain't
they?
reaching.
The only
No,
one
I'm
acting
saying
like she reaching is
no,
Tiff.
no. I was when I said your name, I wanted to get your commentary. I'm just acting. I'm just reading the chat saying they acting
Oh,
like
I
she
can't
reaching.
see. I
Yeah,
can't read because you turned it off.
goddamn right. So, you know what I mean? Like 30 is an average. Think about
About 30,
college.
yeah.
College is a fucking. It's a brothel, bro, and you don't gotta pay for nothing.
They start in high school though, so that's the thing. Like you gotta think
But I
about.
ain't sure. I'm saying, yo, they don't they in high school they dad's still in their head. Yo, don't do this. Don't at college. Yo, it's a free for all in there, son. It's a
Yo,
free for all,
I mean,
especially
even
the
after that though,
HBCU, huh?
even after college, it's just like if most of these chicks is not getting in relationships, and I ain't gonna lie to you, they probably average at least 3 to 5 bodies a year. And you not getting in a relationship. The only time they take a break is when they get in a relationship. And even then they might cheat on a nigga. I'm not gonna put that jacket on most women, but that don't mean they can stop taking dick from other niggas is the point. Yeah, 30 to 35 bodies by the age of 30, I'm not shocked. If 25-year-old chicks, if they got around their age, if not more, if not a little less, I'm not shocked. I would bank around at least 25-year-olds got at least 20 to 30 bodies right now. My age demographic on average.
Yeah, no, real shit, bro. It's a yo ton. That shit be crazy. Like in school, my nigga, right? You be walking back and forth and all that. and you'll walk right by the joint you just seen naked 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And she on the troop back the way you coming from. Like, yo, it'd be diabolical, my nigga. Like, the shit you see. This one girl, I was trying to get at her in college, right? She like, I'm like, yo, what's up? Like, you know, I'm trying to, She like, you had sex on my whole floor. I said, that's a great rebuttal. Like, I understand why you probably don't. Like, this is what's happening here, son. That shit was crazy. Now, before y'all go exaggerate, there was a 4 rooms on the floor, my nigga. It wasn't no. But it was, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
just,
but those 4 rooms got 4 girls in each room.
Hey,
but you know what I'm saying?
They was thinking like it's a hotel room floor.
Yeah, they thought it was a whole. Nah, it was.
I mean,
it's
some
like
of
the
them
little
like
housing
that.
units, you know.
Some of them like a hotel room floor.
Some of them are.
It's like 15,
Because then you gotta factor
15
in the
rooms on
trips,
the
you gotta
floor.
factor in this the one night stands, like you gotta factor in the homeboys. Like it's just it's a lot of
Listen,
hypersexuality
Terrell,
is a
we used
issue
to
in the
have
black community, bro. It's
we
sickening.
we used to have this shit called Pamper Night, right? Yo, it be girls lined up, and however many dollars you pay is how long you can stay in. So it'd be like grapes and all types of like, you know, like feeding them
Real grapes,
grapes,
fruit.
food, yeah, feeding them grapes and like massaging and there was other rooms in there. Son, when I tell you there'd be a line, and all the fraternities used to do the shit. Now, obviously, our line was the longest, right? Pause. But
Yo, the Q
just saying,
dogs. Come on, now.
like,
Y'all are. I've
like
been to Q dog party one, like maybe 2,
crazy, bro.
and never again. It's some ghetto shit y'all be on, bro.
Nah.
I don't got no friends.
There's 20
I'll
dudes
be
to 200 women, but some ghetto shit that niggas be on.
Oh,
I was just
Q
saying it's like
dogs
20. There's
be
20
on
dudes to a
all
house and there's
type of
200
shit
women
with
showing
girls,
up, but it's
but
the
just with
niggas
girls. I ain't never
are
seen them be
ghetto.
on no gay shit.
Nah, it don't be the niggas, Sherelle. That's what Sway's saying. It be only be 10 of us in there. It be 100 girls in line.
Yeah, they wild too, but I mean,
And it's
at Q
every
dog party,
single
at Q
year.
dog parties, a Q dog will pick up a random girl and eat her box.
But this is
in
multiple
the party.
fraternities
Not in
outside
math.
of just the Q.
Not in math.
They
That's
making money off of
insane.
this,
Hey,
bro.
Sway, we had this one party with the Kappas called the Pretty Nasty Party. Yo, forget about. Yo,
Why?
the nigga,
Meet
that
to meet
shit.
is all you ask him to play Meet to Meet on Friday. I've never heard anything so wow. Okay.
Yeah, the
Yikes.
girls be wilding. And
Naive.
Sway, it only be Qs and Kappas in there, right? So it's a limited people who could come in there, right? It's usually more, well, it's more everybody than us, you know. But it may be like 50 dudes in there, and it's just it's you can't make it up, son.
Hey, listen, the women control the sexual marketplace. Men just playing it. The more promiscuous women are, the more chaotic the marketplace is.
That
Now,
ain't true.
and it's so promiscuous now that the guys who are, let's say, the 60 percenters are getting boxed like regular. So before, you know, when there was a little bit more chase, maybe the select guys were getting a lot of buck. But today, you don't have to be a top-notch guy to get some. That's how much women are throwing it out there. Even though they prefer the top guys, but they're having sex like crazy. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's good for the incel population going down, but I think it's my theory that the women absolutely control the sexual marketplace, the chaos in it, the energy in it. And when they're chased, men have to do a little bit more to get the box, up to and including getting married.
No,
I
that's
disagree with
no,
that
that
comment.
you're
So,
true. I mean, you're right because women they control who gets to have sex, but men control who gets the relationship. So women don't know that women can be put into the friend zone as well. You're just a fuck buddy. That's the friend zone. Whereas a woman's version of a friend zone is
No, you're
I
frozen.
thought that was me. I ain't gonna lie. I was like,
Yo,
damn.
don't he look like Lee too?
I know.
Hey, Ham.
I ain't gonna lie. Leaving heavy on my mind. Bro.
Go ahead, Sway. I'm about to get out of
If
this.
fathers were more involved in their daughters' I guess sexual activities, not actually, but in terms of vetting, how you were saying the first date, I'm coming with you type shit. Do you think that? Do you think if more fathers was involved in the starting process of who the women deal with, that we would have these issues in terms of just having so much frivolous sex?
No.
100%.
So I feel
Yeah,
like
100%.
they
to
would.
make like the
It would
statement like
mitigate
men
it.
determined or women determined is more so like your dad's your dad's determined if them niggas gonna get involved or not. And if majority of dads ain't getting involved, then this is what you get. But if you get the majority of dads involved, then this you get the opposite. So really, fathers dictate the sexual marketplace.
No, 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 no. I hear where you're coming from there, but that's
Well, I was talking
still.
to him, fortunately.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yo, I think the impact would be great. Yo, it's like this, right? I'll be working on whatever the case is, right? And my daughters, so they generally like, mommy this, mommy that, right? But when they get their hair done, Sway, just as a small example, they'll make sure to come find me. Daddy, look at my hair. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I hope this is one thing I say, it's in hyperbole, but I think you might understand it. Women don't know how to love themselves if a man don't love them first. And it's hyperbolic, but I say that just to say, right, who not supposed to touch you, what beauty looks like, your value, opening the door, right? Even like Chugga Wugga, Chug, make sure all your sisters get in the car. So he pushing people down and shit, right? Because he don't know, right? But Rock, get in the car, Rock, she tumbling and shit. She mad as a motherfucker, but he makes sure everybody get in the car first. Right. And so hopefully they see this and perpetuate. Wait, hold. My brother makes sure I get in the car. My brother, the last one in the house, as much as possible, as he be in a crybaby, right? And so you get to standardize it for them. And now what they see as normal would be hopefully how they being shown love. You see what I'm saying? Am I what you think?
No, I understand it.
I think as an
Especially
adult,
when women say, "What's the
God
real
damn,
man?"
I'm talking to Sway, everybody.
Yeah, I mean,
Now
where
look
else
at
would they get
Hink. Look at Hink down there with such great decorum, just very, very
decorum.
demure and everything else. And y'all
Spell
just
decorum.
YODADDY. Go
Your
ahead,
mama.
Sway.
Yeah, I mean, where else would they be able to get the statement, a real man? You're not acting like a real man. Like, what would they be referencing to? They usually have to reference it to an idea of a man, and if it's not their father, then they're going to pick some man in the earth they're going to reference you to. And probably the most healthiest one that I've dealt with in dealing with women is when they reference their father, because it's more realistic. Usually, niggas ain't super millionaire ass niggas. They just hard working, especially the older generation. They hard working. They do what they need to do. They come home, type shit. So like they leave standards on their daughters, type shit. So I understand that perspective for sure. Granted, I understand why it can seem hyperbolic, but just in terms of actually valuing yourself properly, you know what I mean? Then yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can value yourself improperly for sure. You can love yourself improperly and put yourself in
100%.
compromising positions.
100%. Like my daughter, like she'd be like, oh like my older daughter had a shirt. You know how all the shirts now are coming out where they kind of like cut off? No, not tank top, but like they are shorter.
Yeah.
Like even the fellas,
Crop top.
like a crop, right? And so my daughter comes in, London, you better pull your shirt down. You know that, like, you know what I'm saying? But they all kind of cut like very like right above the belt line type shit, But when if she see me with it, right, she'll like, if she see me, she'll like pull it. Just little things like that can make a huge difference, So yeah, man, it's interesting, bro.
And a lot of times, I guess, I mean, I think you have an older daughter, but you can reflect on it with your newer children. I guess there's a point in time where they listen when they're like kids, but then they kind of grow into the adolescence, like rebellious, whatever. But what I've learned usually, once they become an adult in a sense, they go out the house, they reflect on all the shit they rebelled against in their teenage years and start implementing them and understanding why you were telling them that in the first place. So
yeah,
on the boys and the girls side type shit.
Yeah.
I think a big lesson daddies have to teach their daughters for daddies girls is how to deal with rejection and how to deal with not getting that much attention. Because the male gaze is going to be desirable by any woman who's straight. If she likes women, she's gonna like men, like in a man's attention. And as much as men say they want good girls or they want the girls with low body counts or the virgins, they don't. And her being a virgin or her having a low body count, he will leave the fuck out of her for a girl with 35.
No.
I
Yes,
don't
he
know about
will.
that.
So you got
No.
to, like, you got to
I think the
let them
sample size isn't
understand.
there.
Mm.
Really,
Do
I
you
don't think
think?
the
Do
sample
you
size
think
is there
every
to even
stupid nigga
compare.
wanted to be? Sorry, go ahead.
No, this would be quick. Y'all could jump in and we'll do some final thoughts. But really, I think that the sample size isn't large enough to even vet that out. From
I'm telling you
Chad
what
women.
happens for girls with low body counts and virgins.
Okay,
From
go
their
ahead.
perspective, when they go to college,
They
the
get
boys that
overlooked.
like them, if the roommate that she in the room with is putting out, she gonna come home and the boy she like is gonna be with the girl that's putting out. They're going to go with the girls that are putting out, and that shit's gonna hurt your feelings a lot. But don't fall. Just you gotta make them strong enough to not fall for the thinking that if I put out, this automatically no, it don't, because they'll
How pretty are these girls?
they could be pretty.
I'm about to say it's like if the majority of women were virgins, that wouldn't be the problem.
The
But it's
majority
usually
of women,
the ones that are
all
virgins,
women start off as
the ones that are usually
virgins.
virgins now are the ones that are not by choice.
All women are virgins. I mean, like, when they're born that way.
Yeah, I know, but they become unvirgin at some point, and they're
And
usually
I'm
not
telling you,
fucking
a lot
another
of times
virgin
because they
male.
be
They're
thinking
usually
that
not fucking
they
another
gotta keep
virgin
up
male
with
to lose a
the
B
girls who are
card.
not.
They're usually not fucking another virgin male to lose a B card, so it's not an equivalent exchange. They
It's
usually go
it's it's
deal with a
harder to
nigga.
find a male virgin than it is to find a female virgin.
That's not true. I've met more male virgins than female virgins
I know
as an
more
adult.
female virgins throughout middle school, college, high
I'm talking
school.
about as an adult.
Nah, more males could be virgins easy.
I'm talking about as an adult,
Yeah.
not in
Yeah.
middle school, not in high school, not in college. That they were still. I'm talking about
But
right
I
now.
mean, by the time you a virgin
I'm talking
as
about
an
right
adult
now.
male,
I know they're 25, 23, 24, 27 years old, and they're virgins.
I know more
Men.
girl virgins.
I don't know any that are that age and are still virgins. Cammy, the oldest one I've met to this day. By that age, they usually got one. And
Nah,
it could
I
be
don't
with
be
a
on my side.
boyfriend, it could be
No, the
with a random
oldest
nigga,
virgin
but
I know, she's
for the most
42.
part, the
I
virgins
know a
nowadays
42 and
are
a 40-year-old
undesirable.
virgin.
Hey,
The most
Sherelle, you're gonna have
virgins
some
nowadays,
DMs.
even the ones that are 40, are
People want
usually
to
the
know these virgins.
undesirables. If it was the
Oh
majority
my
of women that
goodness.
are virgins, we would use the hoes for recreational use and we would wipe up the virgins. But since the
Yeah,
majority
but
are
that's what
hoes,
I'm saying.
the
Y'all gonna
market
wipe
is
up
what it
the
is.
virgins, and then y'all gonna cheat on them with the hoes.
Yes.
No, no.
That yes, that's gonna happen. They're gonna
Story
use
of
the
a
hose
good
for
girl
recreational
life.
use only. They're gonna either fuck the hose with no wife, or they're gonna have a wife, and maybe if they have the options, they're gonna fuck the hose.
Eventually, y'all marry the hoes too.
No,
Yes, y'all do.
no.
Y'all eventually marry the
Well,
hoes.
I
Are you
think
talking about in a time? Are you talking about in a time where over half of the women were
The
virgins
majority of women who are wives are
when we
hoes.
married? Are you
Hoes
talking about in a
first.
time where over half of the women was virgins when they got married?
No, I'm talking about right now. The majority of women who are wives right now was hoes before.
yeah, yeah,
Now, why the wives
Yeah,
gotta keep
that's
this straight?
true.
What you on right now?
That's
yeah.
true.
All of y'all. Well, I think the truth is right because the whole thing. What's a hoe? Callie said 4 bodies.
10.
So, is Callie right? Is it 10 bodies? Right? I think the truth is we'll
I
accept
know
the
30 seem extreme for
huh?
me. I said 30 seem extreme, but I'm old.
So
Well,
30 is
No.
certified.
Callie said
30
4
got 30.
but Callie said 4 is a whole behavior.
Second hand action, like you,
Four
girl,
by
you got more than two whole hand. What you?
if you have
Yikes.
4 by
He
40,
said
then
4.
you have
Don't even worry
4
about
by
the
18.
30.
This
The-
is
Because this the thing. What they
how
say
we over
is
here.
one might as well be 30. If she not a
How we
virgin, it's
over
100.
here.
That's how my friend said. He said if she not a virgin, she had 100 bodies. That's how he put it in his head. So it don't.
Oh, so but is he saying that to just neutralize and not judge? So whoever he's with he's not looking at
He
that.
said he gonna rinse it off and then his
coping
turn.
mechanism. I mean, if you like that person, you like that
Well,
person.
niggas know that the body count is minimized, right? When you're having a conversation, I think we understand that. I think when you go out with your shorty, right? If she overpopular, a bunch of niggas on her jock and all that, think they could just that. That's how you really vet it, right? Otherwise, you ain't gonna really know. You know what I'm saying? But when you out and about and niggas know her and all that, you know what I mean? That's the part niggas ain't trying to deal with. You know what I mean? More or less. You know. So.
No guy friends. You got a whole text Snapchat feed of niggas you just snapping randomly throughout. Nah, ain't no streaking, ain't none of that weird shit. No. So
Yeah.
once you start seeing that she got a bunch of streaks with a bunch of random niggas, that's a dub. If they ain't
Yeah.
your cousin, why you
What's
snapping?
streak? Yeah.
Like a Snapchat streak where you just keep going every day. It's like 500 days. You snapped each other a picture. It could just be a face photo. I don't want none of that. You're not about to have a bunch
Y'all
of
still on
unread
Snapchat?
Snapchat messages for whenever you feel like
Saying they back and forth. Yeah, nah, niggas ain't going for that. You know what I'm saying? And you shouldn't have to, right? Like, I think people need to understand if you have a past, right, that is promiscuous, right, and you understand that that's not desirable, right, and men are accepting the fact that the defiling is at an all-time high, right? Just don't continue that same negative behavior. Know what I mean? Like a lot of majority of niggas ain't asking what's your body count.
Mm.
You know, but just don't be out here embarrassing nobody. That's the key. Like once it changed, once you get locked in, be locked in. Don't try to keep nothing up, keep up appearances. It ain't worth it. That's how life really be going. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know.
the what's your body count is more of a rebuttal to when they act like it don't matter.
Yeah.
It's like you
Yeah.
act like y'all who y'all fucking, how many y'all fuck, because they try to compare it to us, right? That was where it starts from. Like, oh, but y'all be fucking whatever you want. It's like, all right, well, we'll tell you our body count was yours. They don't live and accept being that. Like, you call me a hoe, cool. That just mean I get women. I don't care. Y'all giving me coochie.
Yeah.
If I call you a hoe, you get offended.
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference.
That's
So live by it.
mm-hmm. Shit gonna be what's gonna be, man. I just hope that I can head it off, pause as much as possible regarding these daughters, man. You know,
I
but there's a
think
lot
you'll
of
be all right.
influences.
You'll
Yeah.
be all right. Maybe one of them might say that ain't shit, but I think for the most part, you'll be all right. I just don't think most fathers is doing what you're doing. Like, especially like even like the white man, right? The booty short problem, in my opinion, is because of them niggas. I don't know how many daughters I would see with their dad at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, whatever, and they walking around the downtown with booty shorts on.
That shit is
That
crazy.
shit
Yo,
is crazy to me. It's
yo.
weird. It's crazy. I don't make no sense. I seen. This is actually black. I seen a little girl. I don't know how old she was. She probably like. I say little girl, anything under 18. So she probably was like 13, 14 or something. She had a bonnet on, one of them crop top tank tops on, and some sweatpants on. Like, who let you out the house?
That shit is yo. I had somebody in my family come to my house like that. I'm like, you better go get some basketball shorts. Give a fuck what your dad talking about. That's his
Yeah,
problem.
but Sway, Sway, you know something? They're influenced by the mother because they see the mama dressing the same way, and the
Yeah,
husband
that's
don't say
yeah.
shit about it.
I think I mean, not necessarily the white side. I don't really see the mama dressing in booty shorts. I feel like it's more so the male empowerment, trying to down with the patriarchy and you not being a toxic masculine and all that. And like the white, instead of the white guilt from the black now it's more so they're focused on the women. So like white men don't really give a shit about us too much anymore as black people. They're more so feeling the guilt from not stepping on women and not being a tyrannical dictator and all that. So they got to get PC. They got to get more feminine. They got to do so now they're allowing more leeway with their daughters. That's probably a time of memorial that they didn't have. And obviously, the moms might influence them. I just don't think they're wearing it. But they probably like, hey, let her be. She a girl, whatever. Because she probably are reminiscing, like living through her daughter because she wanted to do that. I'll give you that. I just don't see the moms in like 40s, 50s wearing booty shorts. But they definitely allowing their
Oh yeah,
daughters
they
to
out here,
have
don't?
it.
Oh, they out here. They
Yeah.
out here.
I just don't think it's in mass. Like,
Man.
I wouldn't say it's in general.
Perfect.
Man, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Today has certainly been interesting. I think we got a lot of dope clips out of this for sure. I think it was a very good mind out, and things that are offensive still need to be said, right? I guess I'll expound once it's my turn, man. Mr. Payne, any final thoughts?
Yeah, man, it's a good conversation for the short time I've been up here. I still say my theory is right. I like the fact that fathers are important. I lived that with my girls. They didn't even have boyfriends until they went to college. They didn't know nothing about that. I kept them busy. And when they got out of college, they moved right back into my house. So I know what was going on with them. So, but the bottom line is, I think in the absence of a lot of fathers, when women are up to their own devices, they control the sexual marketplace because there's no governors on them. And in the modern era, there's no governors on the women. None. No mores, no religion, no nothing. The women are buck wild out there. And it's who's going to check me, boo? And men just playing it. And that's the way it is. And don't try to change men because our nature is our nature. That's just not changing. It's not, so when I don't know how we get a handle on that. I think the women have to make a decision that their power is in denial. Because back in my day, when the women used to say no, they were elevated. They weren't just giving it out. And you could tell a woman who's a hoe from a woman who's not by the way they move and the trauma they carry. Because my other theory is that every woman with trauma ends at the tip of another man's penis. If you really think about it. All these women talk about trauma. If you dig and you dive down into it, it's always at the tip of somebody's penis. I'll land it there.
Yeah. Interesting point. Hank, what you think?
Great show once again, man. You and Sherelle did a great job on this topic. So shout out to you guys for that.
Sure.
Once again, man, my final thoughts was gonna be every time I come over, I get on a lot of people's show and they have final thoughts, man. Black man, protect yourself at all times. When you gotta get on somebody's couch or somebody's Zoom meet, protect your mental, man. We just lost a young man who ended himself at that played at LSU, man. Lacey.
Yeah.
Kyron Lacey, man. So, man, just black man, do what you got for your mental, man. If it needs you get into somebody with some spiritual advice for you, man, do that. If you got some friend circle that you can get to or talk to and be able to have a conversation with, do that, man. Protect your mental at all times. Hey, man, get your A1C, get a full physical. And a man of a certain age, like Mr. Williams, myself, and our Payne's old ass, go get your colonoscopy, go get your prostate checked, man. We only get one shot at this goddamn thing. Right on?
Indeed. Mr. Williams, what up?
Great show. Very interesting. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. I just want to propose something to everybody. Just try to help somebody of the opposite sex of you. Say something kind to someone of the opposite sex of you. Show some respect for each other. Just one little instance. Just one. But great show, HAMP. Like I said, proud of you. Sherelle, good job. Hey, let's just represent, man, the culture to the fullest. Nothing but love.
Indeed. Tiff, what's popping? You on mute. You on mute.
Look at me being on mute and not making extra noise. Shout out for me for growing and figuring some of these things out. Shout out to Coach Ferg and Bud. Yes, my hair grew very fast. I see you trying to be funny. Pink, shut the hell up. To Coach Ferg, thank you for your comment because I think it summed up the whole show. So go back, look at the comments, see what Coach Ferg. Great show as usual. Sherelle and Hamilton, thanks for having me up.
Tiff, please don't mess my name up. It's one of my pet peeves.
Thank you, Coach Hamp, for allowing me to be in the space with you. Hampton.
No doubt. Real.
Wow.
Great show. Thank you, Happy Wappy, for providing this space for us to have these conversations. Thank everybody who joined the panel today to join the conversation. Everybody in the comments, everybody who liked, shared, all the super chatters and members, and people who donated memberships. We appreciate y'all. Um, do y'all internal work. We cannot save the Black community. Everybody ain't even meant to be saved. Save your soul. But keep pushing forward. Because if you can't save yourself, you might can save your kids. Eh? God might tell you you can't get in, but you might could spare. You might could get some other people in by teaching them your lessons and letting them learn from your mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Keep pushing forward. Keep pushing a generation forward. I love my people, and I will never not let y'all understand that we lived in a house. Somebody set that shit on fire, and a lot of us was born in it when it was on fire, and then they be trying to be mad at us because we don't know how to put it out. We keep working towards it. You know what I'm saying? Try to get into your word, get right with God, save your soul so you be in a better place after this. Because Earth is ghetto. And I love y'all. You know?
Yeah, man, I think it's a dope show. I think I like the analysis. We got to use the words that really resonate, right? I know it's hard to shame people that don't care or don't respect you or don't care about your word. We 100% understand that. But I think terminology can have an impact, right? So, generally speaking, I don't give a fuck what white people are talking about unless they call me a nigger. And then I'm going to punch a fucking hole in their face or lose the fight. It's going to be one or the other, right? So, there's words that can be triggering in a way. You know, I understand that. So, the word defiled, right? You can chalk it up how you want. I don't care. I'm gonna let a nigga defile me. Nobody's gonna say that out loud, right? It sounds fuck. That's nasty work when you actually say it. I can have sex with who I want. Now I can be defiled by who I want. Imagine the impact. So let's just use the verbiage that actually fits the practice or the you know what it is that's being done. You know, tell men like myself who was outside running through women. What if that was your daughter? What would that impact be on that man? I get a biological imperative until it's your daughter. Until you tell that nigga, you know, your mom was a hoe too, nigga. See if that make an impact. Your grandma was sucking dick, my G. See if that make an impact. Hold on, Georgie. Go out. So I think we just gotta look at it in a way in which you don't gotta respect me, but I could tell you the truth in a way in which let's see if it resonates. But we gotta do something different. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. We just think through it, man. Racism, the matriarchy, our behaviors, all this shit gotta progressively change positively, man. Even if it's 1% every 6 months, right? Because you have to change people in mass. We're gonna see. So tonight, the show is tell them why you mad, shorty. I want to understand what the women be thinking when they be hearing certain shit. What they reply be, how do they feel about the fact that they be painted as goddamn demons and unadulteratedly so. Like you looked at like a goddamn devil, which really just means deceiver. How do you feel about that? I'm interested to see what their take is, so that should be interesting for sure, man. Let me see if I got any more super chats and we get up out of here. And I'll see y'all in a couple hours. I gotta get the kids. Aaron with the $5 says, do y'all think other race of men compare their women to black women, or they say don't be like them at all? And vice versa for other races compare men to black men. They say 100% don't be like them. We are the entertainment, man. We are the jesters to them. Reaper Rel with the $5 says Rick dressed like he got rejected all day for passing them bullshit Watchtower pamphlets in the hood. Rick, the only black dude in his Mormon church. TJ with the $10 says you black men and women who got their families in whatever fashion need to leave the rest out alone to perish. This shit too far gone, and there's no good faith left to salvage. I don't know. They did the census 4 years ago, and it was 1 million black people who put they were Hebrew Israelites. So you'd be surprised the change you can effectuate by being consistent. Malash Wilson with the $2 says, salute to Mr. Wilson, says, in a free society, a man cannot control a woman. Civilized society, right? Interesting, man. Interesting. Hey, man, We'll see y'all soon. See y'all tonight for the POV. Let's see what's popping. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Damn, hold on. Tell a friend and tell a friend.
Tell a friend.
And we out.
And we out.